aside from the fact that we're more diverse than previous generations, which is, as we just said, inevitable, that you think makes us the catalyst for changing our diversity, if you will?
Well, you know, I think that's a big deal to be more diverse than the previous generations because, you know, in the past we've had sort of new immigrants coming into the U.S. at the turn of the previous century, but they usually were white ethnics. Now, some of them thought of them as being racially different than kind of the white Anglo-Saxon base that we had in our country. But now the new millennial population and the people after them are very different. They're not just white ethnics. They come from very different backgrounds, and as a result, to be here means that they have to kind of be open to those changes, and they are open to those changes according to all these surveys, and be much more inclusive in their attitudes about things. It's not always that way. I mean, there's kind of fights between different factions within the Latino community or between blacks and Hispanics in different places like that. But I think, you know, it bodes well for them having that kind of attitude and, you know, creating a sort of a marketplace of, you know, whatever it is, ideas or how they deal with their community issues. That'll be much different than we've had in the past. And so I think that, you know, they're going to have to, there'll be problems as well, but I think that diversity itself, especially with the fact that, as I said, the white population is shrinking in those age groups, is going to have a lot to do with, you know, the way we're going to deal with, you know, other kinds of problems as we go forward. Okay.
Let me thank you, Bill, for your time. Thank you all for both your attendance and your questions. Let me put in a unsolicited commercial for Bill's book, The Diversity Explosion, where he goes into great depth on all of this. For those of us in the UNLV community, you can just either physically or electronically visit our library and get access to this. My apologies to your publisher. I'm not selling any books for you there. But do check it out. And if you can, join us on March 7th when we have our next lecture, which is a great follow-up to Bill's talk. We'll have our colleague Richard Reeves back. And it was just a year ago that Richard published Dream Hoarders, which is a look at economic and social mobility in the United States. Who has it, who doesn't, and what does our nation actually look like? And so he'll expand on that with a focus specifically on our Intermountain West region. So he'll look at Las Vegas, Salt Lake, Denver, Phoenix, and drill down, as Bill did, on Nevada here. So I hope I see you all on the 7th. Thanks again for coming. We can take off your microphone.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
Well, the town was very small. It was kind of fun because you knew almost everybody in town. Growing up in Las Vegas was just like growing up in any other small town, even though they had the gambling.
Fremont Street was paved from Main to 5th, which is Las Vegas Boulevard. Beyond that, you had to go to Barstow to see pavement.
Water, literally, coming out of the ground, artesian water, and I used to go out there when I was a kid and catch frogs.
We had ropes that hung out of trees, the cottonwoods, and swing out into the ponds. They were probably filthy dirty, but we did it anyway.
That pool sometimes would be so crowded you'd have to be very careful when you dived in that you didn't hit somebody going in.
We had a movie house here, the Majestic Theater, but in the summer they'd have to close it down and they'd put it out at outdoor theater.
We kids would all climb the trees and see the movie.
My buddy and I would take our BB guns and go out in the desert in a canteen and hike.
I used to roller skate up one side of Fremont Street and down the other.
The butcher would call or come by and get your meat order and then deliver it in the afternoon.
In the early days, my mother would have to get 25-pound ice about every other day to put in the icebox. We didn't have refrigerators.
The Iceman, when he came on a wagon.
Go up there and you could reach up and get some of the chips of ice out of the back end of that wagon.
Tommy also, he came down with a truck with a horse pulling it, and he'd have vegetables. And my mother would go out and hang with him.
One of my favorite memories is in the twilight, hearing the kids run up and down the block. We would play hide and seek over the whole neighborhood. The parents would sit outside and visit because there was no air conditioning.
What did you do without air conditioning? Well, you sweated it out.
Didn't seem to know it was hot. As a kid, we didn't care.
We just kept the windows open, and usually you could take a bath and then lie down in a damp sheet without drying off, and it would help you be cool.
I remember they hung sheets. They'd wet sheets and hang them up in front of the window, and as the breeze came through, it would evaporate the water off the sheets.
First, shall I say, air conditioning we got, my dad put a box, made it out of chicken wire and Excelsior.
He made a little wooden frame, and in that he placed a fan.
It had Excelsior inside the chicken wire with water dripping down through the Excelsior.
He put burlap sacks all around that and turned the hose and let it slowly drip on it.
And it was the year before they even built swamp coolers.
So we got a little relief from the heat that way.
You only had that in 2 rooms in the house, and it was everybody congregated in the summertime in those 2 rooms.
Some of these nights, 90 and 100 degrees all night long, and during the day, 110, 115. It's almost insufferable.
You grew up together, you shopped together, suffered together.
And people don't really understand what Vegas was all about back then. We were just a railroad stop.
And circumstances caused the railroad to kind of pull out, and this was an awfully dead town, but it was really, really tough.
I am for the child who lives in motels, cars, and shelters, now in foster care, a group home, where he sleeps not on a bed, but on a temporary cot. He is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires, and the noise scares pets and can be disturbing to veterans and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Illegal fireworks also pollute our air. This year, we are cracking down on illegal fireworks.
This 4th of July, we will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks, and we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District F issues here at UMC with your Commissioner, Susan Brager. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
We're here at University Medical Center. Commissioner Brager's District F is a vast southwest district, stretching from Charleston all the way through the valley and south to the California border. Many of the largest master plan communities are located here, including Summerlin, Mountains Edge, Southern Highlands, and the rural areas of Sandy Valley, Goodsprings, Sloan, and Blue Diamond. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District F. District F is home to the newest downtown in Clark County, downtown Summerlin. The county's largest master plan community has developed a couple million square feet for dining, shopping, entertainment, and more in a mixed-use, fully walkable marketplace. Other major game-changing private businesses choosing to slide into District F include the swimmingly successful Wet n Wild Water Park. And expect furniture fans to flock to the iconic blue and yellow behemoth IKEA store near the 215 Beltway in Durango, a Swedish-designed retailer that is the world's largest. And another master planned neighborhood, Mountains Edge, continues to rise in District F. Thousands of residents now enjoy recreating at Phase 1 of the newly opened Mountains Edge Regional Park, with some of the coolest facilities in town. Desert Breeze Regional Park continues to be one of the best, with an indoor-outdoor aquatic center and hundreds of acres of green space and more. And the rural portions of District F include Sandy Valley, Blue Diamond, Goodsprings, and Jean, lending a slice of the slower lifestyle compared to the fast-paced urban growth for residents and businesses in District F. Commissioner, you brought us here in your neighborhood to the University Medical Center, the finest, only level 1 trauma center in Clark, in the state of Nevada, Children's Hospital, an amazing place, and Vegas strong.
You know, it is amazing, and every day, everyone that comes to work here, whatever capacity you are, it's all about the client, the person that's ill, their family members. And that's what's so very important, to know that we care, and we care immensely at this hospital, and it is a jewel in the desert. And people need to know that from that Trauma 1 situation, this would be the only place you'd want your family member to be.
In some ways, it seems like UMC is underappreciated, and all we need to do is look at the Vegas Strong, look at any time you pick up the newspaper, anytime anything happens from 1 October to a traffic accident anyway, they usually end up here.
They do, and you know, the October 1 was an incredible time for our community. We always knew we were a community that came together, but anyone that came to UMC Hospital alive left alive. And that's just amazing. So all the trauma people stood together. Everyone that worked at this hospital were just truly amazing. And I think people need to know that it is the best place to come if you happen to have a situation that is beyond the capabilities in that Trauma 1 situation.
Commissioner, again, over our shoulders here, there's a Vegas Strong bench that you had put in here at UMC. Talk a little bit about why this bench is here and what it means.
You know, what was important to me is that I actually saw it as a presentation at Bacolli Ranch, and they have flags up for 58 of the victims, and it's pretty amazing. And I felt like, what a better place than every day that someone could walk by or feel like they needed that solitude and they could sit down and know that they were appreciated. So it's about appreciating the staff, the hospital, the patients that come in, to know that that's how strong, as I feel as an individual, and all the commissioners, about UMC Hospital. So it was just a thank you. It was a thank you that I felt like it was important to know that we care about them as much as they care about the community.
Commissioner, as time goes on, I know we will see memorials, more official memorials similar to this, placed around Clark County. And now, I know it's not that easy to create a memorial, number one, and number two, there's sensitivity issues and things like that, and you want to do it right. What would you like to see, or what kind of progress is going on from Clark County's perspective as far as a permanent memorial?
We discussed it at the commission about a week ago, and feel like it's very important that we get the people that were affected. You know, having been a victim myself many years ago from a drunk driver and, crushed between two cars and spending 4 months in a hospital and not knowing if you're going to live, I'm very blessed. So that feeling for me is very strong. And I believe that that we need to make sure that the people that were affected have a say in what can we do. Does it need to be an incredible garden where they can sit quietly? Does it need to be at the Springs Preserves? Where does it need to be that it can impact not only our community, but those that do come back to visit and to see that as they heal, that this would help them heal. And I think that's very important.
What would you like to see? What type of thoughts do you have so far, Commissioner?
You know, I think something very serene and not overwhelming, because as life goes on, there is going to be something that, you know, gets your attention. And I think being able to know that you have a place of that solitude and peace and calmness would be something that would be very nice. Very simple, not complex, and I think that would make the difference for those that have been affected in this.
And of course, the county's efforts and many other community partners' efforts continues just down the street of the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, which has been in place just a couple weeks after 1 October. What is going on at that place, and how much longer will that be? That facility be located there?
We keep looking to see how much longer should it be, because the need is the needs of those that need it, and I think that we need to make sure that every person feels like they are valued, that we care, and that it's important that their well-being and their mental health has been affected, and to make sure that it's affected in a positive manner so that they can go on and know what tools do we have that they can use to have a quality of life through something that was so devastating.
It seems to be shifting into those types of things. Many of the physical injuries have actually healed, but the emotional and the psychological issues, those remain and can be triggered at any time.
They can be, and it's unfortunate, but I think if you know that it can be triggered and you have the tools to be able to work with that, all the better for you. I know I have a lot of tools in my box from what happened, and when I hear certain scenarios or when something happens, I'm able to reach in there mentally and take out what would help me get through that situation.
Commissioner, I know you and your colleagues that we've started, and this was long before 1 October, that bollards were being installed and are installed on the Strip, helping to keep traffic away from pedestrians and things like that. Many other security measures on the Strip. How important is it now, and are people asking you, is the Strip safe, or is Las Vegas safe from an individual aspect or a business aspect?
You know, in what I do as a Clark County Commissioner, being a real estate agent, I do get a lot of people from different walks of life. I believe that we live in a very safe community. I believe that now we've been having a new group of officers graduate every month, and so we've increased our security measures. We have more staff on the Las Vegas Strip. The bollards are a fantastic thing to do to make sure that a runaway vehicle, whether it's by a medical episode or intentional, that we can do our very best to know that those 43 million visitors and our own 2 million citizens can feel safe walking around our community.
And we'll only continue to see that more as some of these other projects come on board, such as the Las Vegas Stadium.
That is going to be absolutely amazing. I believe that the right things will happen there. The security will be there. The traffic issues are going to be looked at. The parking is going to be looked at. We have so many ways to get around town right now that we can make sure that people understand the transportation modes, how we can get them in and out in a safe manner.
What type of questions are people asking you about that stadium, Commissioner? You touched on some of the ones I think that seem to be pretty obvious, parking and traffic flow around that area. Are you satisfied with the progress of what's been going on there so far?
I think it's moving along in a manner that we'll see that there'll be good results. The results are very important for the stadium itself. If they do not have a good scenario from the time you get there, from the time you leave, then the customer decides whether they want to go again. So there's about 10 games a year. There'll be some other venues. So it's going to be a little bit different than the 72 games of baseball, and I'm certain we'll talk about that. That's coming to the downtown Summerlin area, and that's going to be phenomenal also.
And also we've seen, obviously, with our Vegas Golden Knights and everything going on at T-Mobile, this arena, obviously a little bit smaller than a stadium, hasn't really impacted. This is a busy traffic area around there anyway. People have found different modes or different ways of getting in and out of there, and they do a good job.
Well, you can get your pre-parking. You can also take, if you live in the Southwest, you can take a bus from some of the hotels out there. You can Uber, you can Lyft, you can taxi. And so people have made that work very, very well. And it's about 18,000 people that are in and out of there, and it seems to go pretty flawless. So I think we'll see that the more of these venues that come about, the more flawless it will get.
And the Vegas Golden Knights will continue to win?
They will continue when it's Go Knights Go, and it's in District F, the practice facility, and that's another incredible venue that has made a complete difference for not only the Vegas Golden Knights, but for the UNLV hockey team.
Well, can I leave Somerville alone for just a second? We'll stay on the Strip for a while, Commissioner, not in District F, but again, the whole part and parcel of the Strip. Things continue to boom, convention-wise and things like that. We saw that earlier this year with another billion-dollar project with the unveiling and the construction beginning of the Las Vegas Convention Center. Keeping Las Vegas #1, the convention business, is very important.
You know what? It is a very, very top priority. And so with the growth of that and the thousands and hundreds of thousands of square feet of available space for vendors to come, and for CES and the different major venues that come, is going to be very, very important. So that growth is very exciting. It's very timely, and I believe it will keep us #1 out there in the convention center throughout the world.
And we also see the continuation of a couple of the casinos, hotel casinos, construction, again, on the south end. That's going to be quite a boon to that south end of the Strip.
You know, it's amazing, and now we have Madison Square Garden doing this fair, and that is absolutely amazing. When you look at that, it's like 300-foot diameter or larger, and the colors can, change very mutely, and it's just going to be very, very dynamic. So I'm really excited about that. You have Resort World. You have a few other things that are coming. Fontainebleau is trying to, they've changed their name to the Drew, and so having that, we're going to see just the intensity and vibrancy of the Strip being alive and well as it has been for many years.
All right. We must take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood here at University Medical Center with District F Commissioner Susan Brager. Stay tuned.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
District F is home to downtown Summerlin. This place is a premier destination for more than just shopping, dining, and entertainment. It's home to the City National Arena, the practice facility of the Vegas Golden Knights. And our AAA baseball team will soon move into the swanky new Las Vegas ballpark under construction. Downtown Summerlin is located near Sahara and 215 in District F. And speaking of the district, we're talking to your commissioner, Susan Brager. Commissioner, the Las Vegas ballpark is going to be an amazing facility. It's becoming a real sports area there now with hockey and baseball, but obviously the 51s and whatever they're going to call themselves needs a new home, and this is a completely different area, and probably it is the right place for it.
I think it's extraordinary that it's there. We have a lot of access roads from Sahara to Charleston to the 215 to Town Center. I would think anyone in this town could get there within a 20 to 30 minute time frame. And so it's pretty extraordinary that, as you said, we have the Go Knights Go, we have their practice facility, we have UNLV that's able to now play their games in an incredible place. The practices that the Golden Knights have at the City National Arena is packed. I mean, it's absolutely amazing how the community is supporting them. And now with baseball literally next door, that's going to be about 72 games a year. And I think the community is excited. They are ready for this, and it is going to be hit out of the park.
People are going to be blown away by how amazing this ballpark is, and people maybe, if they haven't been to a game at Cashman for a long time, or they've seen a game in a major league stadium, this is kind of in the sweet spot, maybe 10,000 seats, so everyone has a great seat. It's going to be a fun, amazing experience for baseball.
It is. It's going to have a playground area for children. There's a swimming pool, which is pretty amazing. There's going to be standing areas because some people enjoy standing and watching a game, walking around, and then the seating, like you said, about 10,000. So when people felt at first, oh my gosh, what is this going to create out there? It's probably about 4,000 cars. And so they're looking at that, because when you think that you could go before and have dinner, you could go after and have dinner, there's so many different venues there, from the Red Rock Casino to the downtown Summerlin shops. It's just going to be another vibrant, I know I've used that word, but it's amazing what's happening in Clark County, and I think that the rewards that we'll reap from it is employment for people on the front end, all the jobs that are created to build all of these venues, the jobs that remain after they're finished. It's going to really be a nice place for people to work, live, and play.
And you say live now. Howard Hughes Corporation is getting set to build a number of different types of walkable street, home, townhouse type things in that area as well.
They are. There's going to be apartments, there's going to be townhomes, there's going to be houses, and the communities that are around it have incredible walking distance if they want to. I see people walk there all the time. So it's getting across Sahara, it's getting across Charleston, town center, even under the freeway where the other communities are to the west. Pretty dynamic on that whole, let's say, 3-mile radius of so many people that can live, work, and play.
It's impossible to talk about District F without including Summerlin and the Howard Hughes Corporation, as they've been amazing community partners in so many different ways. The Aquatic Springs Pool just recently opened up there, and a few other developments. Talk a little bit about Summerlin and District F.
What's nice is that with the Aquatic Springs, Summerlin built that swimming pool and then turned it over to the county. So that's another indoor pool. You can have birthday parties, you can have indoor swimming. There's so many amenities. The park is right outside of there. Wet and Wild is next door. So that whole area is developed with housing, with shopping, with roadways, with signals, and it's made a huge difference out there.
What are we going to see with the Gypsum Ridge trails and park area in that area?
We are working on that to make sure that people have hiking, biking, walking trails, and there is an area where they can come out between Summerlin and ourselves of some county-owned land to where they can really enjoy the adventures of seeing what the community looks like sitting up, 3,000 feet. And it's going to be pretty extraordinary when that comes about.
Also, Wigwam Torrey Pines near Fine Elementary School. I know this is a project that's been on the board for a while. Bring us up to date on that one.
That one's coming along nicely. It's going to have a little bit of a Western theme next to Fine. We're going to be congratulating a young person, I cannot give up his name right now, that named it a name that will remain to be seen, and we're very excited because I always like contests. Every park that's come into District F has been a contest by the children, and then that ownership of knowing that they have identified and named that park. And so it's very exciting to know that Cougar Creek is coming, Sandy Valley is getting a park and a splash pad. We finally got restrooms out there. And trails, so that's very exciting. But to know that we're putting in these 20 and 25 acre parks so communities have a place to go play, walk, meet their neighbors, and have that good sense of we're here together to make things better.
Something else I know you're excited about, and I know you're a huge sports fan, Commissioner, Mountains Edge Baseball. 4 adult baseball fields, 90 feet, so these will definitely probably high school and things like that. And now with the NCAA betting ban, this looks good for maybe an NCAA regional, things like that. It's limitless. This is going to be the best ballpark complex in the Southwest.
It's actually pretty much the best complex in the state. And so that's very exciting. We did not have anything like this, and it was tough decisions. When do you go with adult ball fields? Do you go with more Little League fields? And we always need more, but to have something we don't have at all is very important. As you said, they're the state of the art. We were very careful in how we did it. It's going to be an entrance into a magnificent regional area of a park in Mountains Edge, and we will have adult playing. We have teams that play in Utah right now that are looking for venues in Clark County and in our state, and so this will meet the need and create an abundance of fun from, like you said, our high school to our college level to the 51s wanting to work with us and develop this to be in the very best. And what it does, along with the hockey and the baseball, it gives our youth that next step. And I think that's what's exciting, is they didn't have that before. There was like hockey was kind of here, but no one knew about it. Baseball was here, but did people really know about it? Now we have this complementary situation with UNLV hockey, our baseball teams in our community, from CSN to UNLV to our adults. How exciting to be able to give them a future.
What else is going on in Mountain's Edge these days, Commissioner?
You know, Mountain's Edge is pretty exciting. We continue to work on roads. We continue to work on signals. They have some new schools that have opened up this year. And so we look at that all the time. It's a community that now has Blue Diamond that is flourishing with shopping. So they have groceries. There's more restaurants coming in. We're very attentive to the needs of the traffic flow, knowing that Cactus is open now, so there's another way to get in and out of there besides Blue Diamond. And the Star Interchange will be coming within the next year, if not sooner. And so it's all just developing at a manner that does make a difference within the community for the people that live there.
And bringing to commercial and industrial, we've seen some amazing growth. I think our last show we were at IKEA, which has been a phenomenally successful, and that has really been a catalyst for that curve area there at the Durango 215 area. And you've seen an explosive amount of commercial growth in your district.
It has been, between the commercial growth and the residential, District F has been phenomenal. Now across from IKEA is going to be a movie complex, amazing restaurants, shopping, and it's going to be next to none. It is another state-of-the-art facility being built by a developer that's been in town, grown up in town throughout his life and his schooling here. And that says a lot when our youth are now our adults and they're creating these venues that they know make a difference in the community. So movie complex, restaurants, shopping, right across from IKEA.
And again, this development, we sat here 5 years ago, 10 years ago and discussed these. These things weren't happening now. Clark County is back. These things are happening now. People are construction jobs are there.
Well, we had about 6 to 7 years that was really very flat. And that's harmful to a community, but you want smart growth. I think that you don't approve things just to approve them. You need to make sure, do they fit? How do the neighbors feel? Are you looking at the attentive needs that, what does it do to the roads? What does it do to the schools? And those are things that are very, very important. Sometimes people only see what's approved. They don't know what's not approved, because it's better to let someone know from the beginning that it cannot happen than to walk them through spending money and then deny them just to show the denial. And I feel very strong about that. So it's exciting to see smart growth. It's exciting to see the economy flourish and that our community has jobs in the future.
All right, we must take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood here with District F Commissioner Susan Brager. Stay tuned.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
District F is home to Desert Breeze Park, Aquatic and Community Center. This district park is truly a county gem with fields for nearly every type of sporting activity. The Indoor Aquatic Center is a year-round destination, and the outdoor pools provide liquid relaxation for all in our summer months. The Rec Center provides an array of classes, programs, and physical activities for all. Desert Breeze is located near Spring Mountain and Durango in District F, and we're talking District F issues with your Commissioner, Susan Brager.
Well, you know what you mentioned, I'm going to jump in here. You mentioned Desert Breeze. I would tell anyone on a Saturday, it is like little ants everywhere. It is amazing. The soccer venues, the baseball venues, the basketball that goes on. There are thousands of children that are playing, being out there, and getting the exercise that they need, because that outdoor life is very important. And then one more thing that I'll mention is we as a county felt it was so important with our outdoor space that we wanted more, but we were doing a $150 million bond. And we feel like it's very important that we are able to increase that outdoor time for people, that they have places to go, whether it's with their dogs, with their children, as adults. And so that extracurricular activity is good for our health. And so we're seeing the county step up to the plate to make sure that we have that out there.
And Commissioner, you've been on the board now for 12 years. What have been some of the biggest changes you've seen as a county commissioner in that time?
I think when we came out of that downturn, knowing that we survived that, we were able to walk through it and do everything we could to make sure that the employment rate was looked at, that health was being taken care of, that roadways were still being fixed. But with the fuel indexing, we've been able to do so many more miles. We only had 22 miles of dollars left. Now you're seeing, we know the orange cones are kind of a iconic situation here, but knowing that getting from one place to another has only gotten better within our community. And so that's very important. And for me, the parks are important, making sure that housing has the needs of all people, that someone that is just starting out could have that place to live, and that someone that is moving on can have that place to live. So knowing that the economic development has improved and that we're looking at a very bright future right now is very exciting for me. I've enjoyed so much. There's hard times, there's good times, and there's trials and tribulations, but when you stay in contact with your constituents, then that makes all the difference in the world. So I would encourage everyone right now, we're getting into that season of election time. Your vote is important. And I would hope that everybody would take advantage of that freedom and they would vote and they would let their voice be heard, because it matters. It matters to us when they come to a meeting. It matters what they say. Those final decisions are based on what people say in our Tuesday and Wednesday meetings, and they matter to each one of us. I can't stress that any stronger than please know your voice is important.
All right. Well, always a pleasure talking with you, Commissioner.
You.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Susan Brager for taking time to tell us about the area she calls home and represents as your elected official, District F. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires, and the noise scares pets and can be disturbing to veterans and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Illegal fireworks also pollute our air. This year, we are cracking down on illegal fireworks.
This 4th of July, we will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks, and we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations or request a kit via mail or by calling 702-676-1754.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated on to how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and can be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
It's killing me.
I'm super glad about that. That
Okay.
means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquets on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that we'll take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Where are you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're with the family, we're bonding. You find out the whole, for me it's holistic nursing because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with their end of life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up, sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient, and if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around in their pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that families around and very close, no matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place, And there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there is also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, when it's going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch, they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So is it here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Tan always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Mom!
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
He's removing pancreatic and lung masses, and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. The open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really useful for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad it's here, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada. And with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my experts.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
We're going to put it around fun. So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. All right? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries, though. Jeffrey gets a quick cast, and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs need to go to the hospital. We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
You were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, Clark County's annual Small Biz Expo is one example of Clark County's commitment to the entrepreneurial community. Commissioner Weekly swaps gags with the Gaz on Las Vegas Boulevard. I'll explain later in the show. And Clark County wants us all to be safe and sane during fireworks season. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. As we inch closer to July 4th, some people aren't as bright as they should be when it comes to fireworks. You Light It, We Write It is this year's safety campaign that targets scofflaws who set off and possess illegal fireworks.
This year we'll have a campaign, and it will say, you light it, we write it. And that means to everyone that if you take the chance and you light an illegal firework, we're going to write you a ticket.
A cadre of commissioners joined fire and public safety officials in announcing a stepped-up battle to enforce and cite anyone possessing or firing illegal fireworks. Typically, May is when many locals start buying and stockpiling fireworks in preparation for Independence Day celebrations.
2 houses catch fire after sparks from illegal fireworks ignited palm trees in a Valley neighborhood.
Our community suffers property damage and injuries each year. It's estimated in the United States that 11,000 people are treated for fireworks-related injuries around Independence Day, and it's children who comprise a third of those.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires.
Clark County produced public service announcements in English and Spanish that illuminate the dangers associated with setting off illegal fireworks. Safe and sane fireworks are offered for sale around the valley, and officials urge all buyers to purchase their pyrotechnics exclusively from locally licensed and inspected booths.
To get a legal firework, you must purchase it at a booth at a corner in a 7-Eleven lot, a grocery store lot here in Southern Nevada. If you buy it from Moapa Indian Reservation or Nye County, you're probably buying an illegal firework. So if it leaves the ground and it makes loud popping noises like fireworks or M80s, those are all illegal fireworks. It should have stamped on it, says safe and sane, and especially safe and sane as approved by California. That's like the standard for safe and sane fireworks.
To ensure that your family, friends, and property aren't harmed by displays of fireworks, here's a few reminders. Fireworks are allowed in Clark County from June 28th to July 4th, but not after midnight. Be prepared. Have a pre-connected hose, buckets of water, or both nearby in case of fire. Use fireworks away from buildings and ignite them on flat, hard surfaces such as parking lots. Be a responsible neighbor and be considerate of the loud noises that can affect the elderly, children, and pets. And coordinate the lighting of the items so everyone in your group is well aware of what is being set off. Board of County Commissioners has armed the Administrative Services Department with a new ordinance that allows the department to go after a variety of lawbreakers. Chief Administrative Officer Leslie Schell explains. Leslie, thank you so much for joining us and helping us to demystify some of these things. Administrative Services, you have a new citation program, and as one commissioner said, it gives you more teeth for enforcement. Could you just kind of explain what this new program is?
Of course. So on May 1st, the Board of County Commissioners approved a code ordinance change for us, and it allows us to do administrative citations. So right now, prior to that code, we were only allowed to do criminal types of citations, which go through a very lengthy process. This is intended to give us just a quick way to maybe address some issues that we would like quick compliance on, things like trash in a yard, vacant lot, cleanups, things of that nature. And those citations can be issued after an immediate warning, and they're per day per offense. So if you have multiple offenses on a property, you could have multiple citations. The first offense is $100, the second offense is $250, and then the third offense goes up to $500.
What prompted this change and prompted that degree of levels of fines and citations?
Sure. You know, one of the complaints that we get from folks in the neighborhoods and from the commissioners is that the length of time it sometimes takes for these things to make their way through the process. And so we were looking at an alternative to try to get things cleaned up more quickly and handled more quickly. I know we mentioned that this is on the code enforcement, but we can also use this in animal control, for example. So we're hoping that this might help us answer things more quickly and get some of our workload off of the books, so things aren't stacked up so far behind.
And many of these types of incidences end up in court then too. Is this going to help alleviate some of your court cases and things like that? And I assume that's a benefit.
Absolutely. So we're hoping that that does help alleviate that process. Obviously, as a homeowner, let's say that you have some trash on your property that needs to be removed. You don't want to go through that lengthy process of, okay, I've been notified, I am unable to comply, and now I find myself in front of a judge. This allows you to hopefully get something taken care of quickly. You do have an appeal process that's a little more quick than a court process as well. So if you believe that you've maybe been cited in error, you have the ability to go to a supervisor who can look at that and see if that's actually correct, or then you can have an administrative hearing. And those things can happen a lot more quicker on that administrative side versus the court side.
And those administrative hearings, are those then your people as opposed to court type people, or who adjudicates that?
Correct. So that first level would be a pro employee, a supervisor, and then we use administrative hearing officers for that second level. So.
Now, what if these citation scofflaws, what if they don't pay?
If they don't pay their citations, obviously those will accumulate, particularly if they haven't corrected the problem. And so we can put a special assessment lien on the property, which we're currently really not able to do. We do put liens, but it's a different type of lien. But we want to make sure that they have the ability to correct the problem. So if they're not correcting the problem, that fine will keep accumulating. Obviously that will be a problem, and we'll put an assessment on their property. But we're not trying to get fines. That's not really what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get compliance and have those code enforcement issues taken care of.
So was this a tool that you guys wanted to put into your tool chest, or was this at the behest of the county commission to try and help some of their neighborhood problems, or a combination of both?
I think it was a combination of both. We're lucky enough to have a new code enforcement manager. His name's Jim Anderson. He came to us from another jurisdiction, and he had a lot of ideas and suggestions. And after speaking with the commissioners, he realized that this might be an opportunity for us to do both of those things, assist the neighborhood who may have a lot of complaints and they didn't see a lot of action happening on those complaints. Obviously, if it takes 8 weeks to get, to a judge to try to get something adjudicated, versus if I write you a citation, you might be more likely to handle it in a couple of days, then that's a win-win for everyone.
So far, I think mostly, Leslie, you've been talking about residential and neighbor-to-neighbor type of situations, but this also applies to any of our commercial customers or any other commercial violators as well.
That is correct. It would be anything that's in the realm that code enforcement or animal control oversees.
Give me some examples of how this works. Pick somebody that has broken some sort of law or an ordinance and just kind of walk me through the procedure of what happens.
Sure. So a recent example is we had some RVs that were left in public right-of-way, and for our old process, we would have had to give them a notice of violation. We would have had to wait 15 days, give them an ability to submit to us some sort of compliance approach, which could be up to 30 days. Obviously, if you've got, 20, 25 RVs sitting in the public right-of-way, that's a very long process, and your neighbors are not going to be happy about that, right? This would have given us the opportunity, once we knew who the owner was, to just go right to them, give them a warning. We could write them the citation at that point, and then those fines would have accumulated until such time as they've actually taken care of or complied with our request to remove that violation.
I don't know if you have numbers for all the different types of complaints you have, but kind of tell me about some of your, what are your most typical calls, and what are you citing people for most often?
So right now the hot topic is kind of short-term rentals. We're getting a lot of calls and complaints about that. As our viewers may or may not know, that's not allowed in Clark County proper. Rentals under 31 days are not allowed by our code. That's one of the high areas that we get a lot of complaints about. Vacant properties. So we have trash and debris and even folks living in vacated properties that shouldn't be there. Those are some of our more recent, like, high priority sorts of complaints.
And how big of a problem is it then with some of those vacant properties? Maybe they're bank owned or out of state owned. Does this help tighten up some of those loopholes or give you some more teeth in for some of those people?
It potentially will give us some ability to cite those if we actually know who the violators are. There's some tricks with those vacated properties and actually finding out who the owners are, if it's bank owned, if it's an out of state property owner. The great thing about this administrative citation process, however, is it doesn't replace anything we currently have in process, and they kind of can go back and forth. So let's say we start with the citation process and we see that the folks aren't going to comply. We could go into the court process so that it has a little more teeth and you're going down that misdemeanor path. So it's kind of interchangeable. So I think that what's great for the code enforcement employees is it gives them some opportunity to be creative and say, okay, this will help here, or maybe that's not working, so now we need to try this other tool.
Let's go back a little bit to, like you say, the short-term rentals, the Airbnb and other apps that are offering houses or a room for, like you say, they have to be at least for 31 days, and it has to be a technical rental. Do you find that a lot of people are just maybe don't realize they are breaking the law because it's a different law in Clark County than the city of Las Vegas or North Las Vegas or Henderson?
I think that that's an accurate point, and there are different jurisdictions who regulate it differently. And also, I think you're going on what looks to be a legitimate website, and you would think to yourself as a renter, well, why would they be on here if it's not authorized in the location that I'm renting it? So it's really not the renter per se that's breaking the law. It's the folks that are offering that home up for rental for short-term periods.
And we recently had a chance to ride along with your officers there, and they couldn't be more polite, and they're not heavy-handed. The last thing they're going to do is actually kick somebody out of that rental. They want to go after the owners.
Correct. We want the owners to comply with the rules and regulations that, are required in our jurisdiction. So interestingly, that brings up a point is we've created a new team of code enforcement officers that work from Wednesday to Saturday. We thought that addition of the weekend was really important because obviously that's when most of those rentals are happening. We were getting a number of complaints, and we would have to respond, and we would go out there, and by the time we actually got the complaint and it got through the process, the renter wasn't there anymore, or no one's on the property. So now we kind of have some folks that we know are participating in this activity, and so we're highlighting those areas and sending our folks out on the weekends to talk to people.
And administrative services, you guys are very much so a reactive agency, so you do rely on the eyes and ears of neighbors and of people that are they see something wrong in their neighbor's house or something at a commercial location, right?
Correct. That is actually what we do. We respond to complaints. We don't necessarily create our own complaints. So yes, we request that our folks out there in the community are letting us know when they see things that need to be corrected, and we are happy to send someone out to try to get those things corrected.
How can they contact you?
They can call the Code Enforcement Office. We also have a great website. So if they go to clarkcountynv.gov to the Animal Control and Code Enforcement website, they can get information there. Also, we have Clark County Connect, which they can actually submit a complaint through Clark County Connect.
All right. Well, thank you very much for demystifying and telling us about this new program.
You're welcome.
Held here each year at the Pearson Center, the annual Small Business Expo gives eager entrepreneurs a chance to make valuable business contacts and to learn more about lucrative government contracts.
Right there, that's my direct number. That's never going to change.
More than 70 eager entrepreneurs and business agencies mingled and chatted up prospective customers at Clark County's annual Small Business Expo. The expo gives these business people a forum to showcase their products and services. This year's event was held at the Doc Pearson Community Center.
We're excited about the Raiders coming, being here, being ready.
Another new possible opportunity for many small business owners is with the Las Vegas Raiders Stadium. Construction representatives told the group about the requirements for contracts and more as the construction of the nearly $2 billion facility continues.
Part of our MOU and our relationship with the Stadium Authority is to ensure that we can put emerging businesses with them so that they can understand what it is that's required to be a part of the stadium's construction program. Hence why we've joint ventured with them to be able to make this day successful.
And then grab a card.
Many of these exhibitors are graduates of the Clark County Small Business Opportunity Program. Clark County's purchasing department offers the free classes with instruction on how to bid on government contracts for goods and services. To learn more about the program, visit clarkcountynv.gov and go to the Purchasing and Contracts page.
Thank you.
The Whitney Rec Center was the site of a job fair in May. It was an excellent opportunity for area employers, large and small, to connect with potential job seekers.
Employers who have need for employees, and we have people who need work. This is an opportunity to get together that doesn't happen every day.
Commissioner Jim Gibson welcomed the enthusiastic attendees at the opening of a community job fair. Bringing recruiters from a cross-section of businesses under one roof at Whitney creates a more efficient job search strategy for these District G residents.
Employment changes lives, it changes families' lives, it changes the course of a child's life. So our hope is to try and bring some of these folks together. We really appreciate Job Connect and Workforce Connections because they're the experts at all of this, and we're so anxious to help the folks in this district.
Dozens of companies, from major hotel casinos, the Clark County Fire Department, and many more took the chance to connect with potential future employees. James Thomas was one of the first through the door. Mr. Thomas left the Bank of America and plans to apply that experience for a step up in his customer service career.
I wouldn't say it's hard, but I'm not saying it's easy. Depending on what you're looking for mainly. If you're looking for just a job to get you through the day, I wouldn't say that's too hard, but if you're looking for a career more so, then that might be where it gets a little bit harder, trying to find something that's stable so you don't have to look over your shoulder 24/7. But then again, you have to have certain certificates and certifications to be able to have something like that as well.
We don't treat people like numbers. We're looking for partnerships with a small business.
Stephanie Morales is a sales manager at CS Now Staffing. Her family-owned business helps headhunt passionate professionals for local companies.
We're missing a lot of skilled trade. When we're missing a lot of people who have that hunger to actually stay with a job and work. Most people jump from job to job because of the fact that they're either looking for higher pay, they have a lot of family issues that are going on, so it does take over them being able to stay at a job.
This job fair was sponsored by the One Stop Shop delivery system, and you can find a host of information on education, training, and job-seeking opportunities at nvcareercenter.org. We must take a short break, but when we come back, I'll tell you about some accolades given to some students here at this elementary school and to a man they call the Gazillionaire. This is Clark County Chronicles.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Even if you're not needing assistance today, it's important to file an application with the Victims of Crime program by October 1st of this year to ensure you're covered in the future.
At the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, you'll find care, compassion, and support among survivors like me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
Just go online to vegasstrongrc.org to file an application today.
Help us here for you and those you love.
Clark County and Nellis are teaming up on a roadway realignment project, which will improve safety and hopefully help eliminate speeding through this east side neighborhood. Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick joined Nellis personnel in moving some dirt as a symbolic start to a public works project just outside the Air Force Base property. Currently, vehicles often ignore the 25-mile speed limits and continue racing into the residential neighborhood along Christie Lane.
This is his legacy project,
Commissioner Kirkpatrick presented a street sign to the outgoing commander of the 99th Air Base Wing, Colonel Paul Murray. Bearing the colonel's nickname, Dino, the sign will adorn a new roadway to be built on the outskirts of the Air Force Base.
My very first meeting that I ever took when I became the commander was with Commissioner Kirkpatrick, and one of the first things she wanted to talk to me about was this project.
Eventually, Cary will continue for a mile or so and allow traffic a straight shot. Bike paths, landscaping, streetlights, and even Wi-Fi will be installed as part of the project.
So thanks for
Just in time for summer, a new splash pad here at Von Tobel Park provides a refreshing recreation location in District D.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly and some District D residents did the honors in opening a new splash pad at Von Tobel Park.
This splash pad has over 2,100 square feet of water play area and features 10 different spray features.
Acting Parks and Rec Director Mindy Myers knows how popular our county water amenities are, a fun and free way to beat our devastating summer heat. The Von Tobel Park is adjacent to the middle school of the same name. This well-utilized park provides softball, volleyball, and basketball facilities, and now a much-needed splash pad will add to the cool factor of the facility.
This particular project here is something that's so needed in this area of town.
Commissioner Weekly is a champion of all outdoor sports and for our youth to participate in more recreational activities.
We need to have shade structures and features that's going to be able to keep the kids cool and safe. And so this splash pad is amazing, keeps them cool, they get an opportunity to have fun, but more importantly, it gets them out of the house, off the couch, and away from those ever-loving video games.
Von Tobel Park is located near Cary and Pecos. The nearest county swimming pool in the area is located at the Walnut Recreation and Senior Center. For a full list of water splash locations, aquatic centers, swimming lessons, and more, visit the Parks and Rec page at clarkcountynv.gov.
Way to beat the heat over here at Von Tobel Splash Pad. Thank you guys very much. Have a great day.
A group of 5th grade students from Guy and Wolf Elementary Schools were given the Great American Awards for their outstanding efforts and lessons learned in American history.
I have one question for you. What is the capital of Nevada? Yes!
Governor Brian Sandoval lobbed up a Silver State softball to the group of 5th grade students who earned the Great American Award for their extensive knowledge and memorization of our country's illustrious history.
So the Great American is something that these two schools, Eva Wolf and Guy Elementary, have been doing for 23 years. So we have generations of kids that are doing this. They learn all about government, the preamble, the Gettysburg Address, Star Spangled Banner, presidents, states and capitals, and the Pledge of Allegiance. They read it, write it, and recite it, and that's very hard to do, very hard to do.
Jayla Severin, come on down.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick, the governor, and school officials then presented proclamations for their hard work. Many parents and other family members attended the ceremony for the patriotic pupils. Prior to the ceremony, the commissioner, her staff, and the famous resident from Carson City served up a delicious barbecue dinner provided by John Mull Meats. Commissioner Kirkpatrick is a staunch supporter of all things America. Bringing history to our future generation is an invaluable lesson.
God bless you, and God bless our great state. Thank you.
The foundation room atop Mandalay Bay was the site of a proclamation presented to legendary civil rights leader Dolores Huerta.
It's women like you who inspire and say move forward. It's women like you who say, yes, we can.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly was honored to meet one of his heroes, a woman who co-founded the country's first farm workers union, an early feminist, and a lifelong champion of organized labor, Dolores Huerta.
And declare it your day on behalf of Clark County.
The commissioner represented his colleagues and presented a proclamation to the 88-year-old icon, who is also a hockey fan.
Yes, we can. Golden Knights. Yeah.
Musician Carlos Santana was on hand for the event. It was Mr. Santana who persuaded Dolores to participate in a documentary about her life. Temporarily setting aside his guitar, he served as the film's executive producer.
Seeing the miserable conditions of farm workers, Cesar Chavez said, we have to organize a union.
The documentary Dolores traces back to her early days in the women's rights movement and her passionate fight for working conditions for laborers on farms in California. And the epic octogenarian shows no signs of slowing down.
The reason I like to use the word feminist is because you're a feminist if you care about labor rights, union rights, if you care about, of course, women's reproductive rights, if you care about LGBT rights, you care about our planet, Mother Earth, you care about immigrants' rights, that's a feminist. And men can be feminists also, okay? So all the men in the room can be feminists. But we've got to come to that point in time where every single board, where there are decisions that are being made, that we have an equal number of feminists at the table. And unless we get there, they're going to keep making the wrong decisions, okay? So that's why I think that participating in voting is super important, because we've got to have a voice at that table, and it's got to be a strong feminist voice.
One of the most unique and popular shows on the Strip celebrated its 7th anniversary here at Caesars Palace. And Commissioner Lawrence Weekly was on hand to present a special Public Works acknowledgement to Absinthe.
Where there will be something that's going to be edgy and raunchy and over the top, and slide back over that way, son. You're too excited for me.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly swapped gags with the G-Man, better known as the Gazillionaire. The leader of the Zany Antics performed at the Absinthe Show at Caesars Palace.
On behalf of our chairman, Steve Sisolak, and all of the other commissioners, you're getting a key to the Las Vegas Strip, baby.
The commissioner represented his colleagues in presenting the Gazillionaire with the key to the Strip, a proclamation, and renaming the world-famous street Gazillionaire Boulevard to honor Absinthe's 7th anniversary at the iconic hotel resort. Difficult to describe, Absinthe combines a variety of acrobatic acts with an irreverent attitude, all under a tent in front of Caesar's Palace. The gazillionaire is the undisputed star of the production, and staying in character in his typical snarky and irreverent fashion, the G-Man not so humbly accepted the honor.
When I started the show 7 years ago, this dumpy little dog and pony show, I had no idea it would become the hit that it is, and great. I mean, I've made more money than I could ever imagine. I'm pretty happy to be here today. I'm happy you guys are here to celebrate me, the show a little bit, but mostly me. Basically me, her, none at all. Well, kind of these guys, because they got my back. This is all about me today, so thank you very much.
Caesar's executives joined in on the fun and are admittedly amazed at the success of Absinthe.
The only key they would have got 7 years ago was the key to the bathroom, maybe.
Maybe.
And maybe an alley named for them somewhere. So here we are 7 years later. As everyone knows, this is the one show, to paraphrase the ad, that you can confidently recommend at least to your more adventurous friends.
Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
Community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. We hosted more than 48 million passengers in 2017, besting a 10-year-old record and marking the busiest year ever in the airport's 70-year history. Here's a breakdown of the numbers.
McCarran International, the nation's 8th busiest airport, hosted 48.5 million passengers in 2017, breaking the previous high of 47.7 million annual passengers set back in 2007. McCarran posted multiple all-time high months, including the best December.
In fact, 8 out of the 12 months last year topped over 4 million passengers a month, which was unprecedented.
October was the busiest month ever in the history of McCarran, with 4.3 million travelers flying into or out of McCarran, up 2.2% compared to the same time last year. Ground transportation set a new milestone of 5.4 million airport pickups by taxis, Uber, and Lyft providers, an increase of 11.7% from the prior year.
We are really thrilled that we broke our all-time passenger high record in 2017. That's 10 years ago since our last all-time high. And what we're really happy about is that it shows the strength of Las Vegas as a destination. You know, almost 50% of our visitors come through the air, and just shows the economic strength and benefits that we have for all of Nevada.
Significant growth in service from low-cost carriers Frontier, Spirit, and Sun Country boosted domestic traffic totals at McCarran by 2.4%. Spirit added more than 230,000 seats to Las Vegas, a 7% increase compared to 2016, while Frontier was up 23% with 432,000 additional seats to the market.
So overall this past year, we had new or increased service from 26 domestic destinations and new international service from Munich and Cologne.
More than 3.5 million international passengers traveled through McCarran, led by Canadian carriers WestJet Airlines and Air Canada, which served a combined total of 1.8 million. UK carriers British Airways and Virgin Atlantic carried nearly 605,000 passengers, while Mexico was the third largest source of international passengers at McCarran last year. Passenger volume is forecasted to remain steady throughout 2018. And with a renewed focus on providing the best customer service possible, travelers visiting McCarran this year can expect to be treated like VIPs, very important passengers.
Did you know the Department of Aviation operates an integrated system of airports to meet the aviation needs of a variety of customers? Gene Sport Aviation Center supports recreational activity better suited for airspace outside of busy Las Vegas. After more than 20 years, it's getting a few upgrades.
Located 20 miles south of Las Vegas on I-15, Gene Sport Aviation Center is ideally suited for fly-ins and recreational aviation including aerobatics, ultralights, gliders, and skydiving. The facility features 2 paved runways, a 6,000 square foot special event center, paved ramp, a self-service fuel island, and a grassy area with 2 gas barbecue pits. The airport has been a haven for sports aviation enthusiasts since 1996 when the Department of Aviation paved the gravel runway and made other improvements. But as air traffic in the Las Vegas Valley has increased, Gene has become an even more popular alternative for flight schools and sport aircraft operations.
We've had a lot of increase in Gene of the commercial operators that do flight training down here, so that alleviates both Henderson and North Las Vegas of that type of traffic. Gene's attractive to them because it enables them to do a lot of touch and go type maneuvers without tower control, and it's a lot less congested here. So for a student pilot, for instance, that is money well spent because they get a lot more of those maneuvers in a shorter period of time.
To enhance pilot safety and improve the customer experience, several upgrades are currently underway. 177,000 square feet of existing ramp space will be completely rebuilt, and construction of additional apron area will add 234,000 square feet and bring the transient customer area up to current FAA design criteria.
And with that comes new hardware for tie-down, 6 rows of tie-down space for aircraft, and new lines for ingress and egress into the ramp area.
In addition to improvements on the ramp, new edge lighting for the connecting taxiways and reflective edge markers for the apron will be added. Upgraded apron flood lighting and cable tie-downs for aircraft parking for both the existing and new apron areas round out the list of improvements.
I think the customer service improvements that we'll see in Gene after construction are we're installing LED lighting, brand new state-of-the-art lighting. That'll provide a very bright ramp surface. That'll enable pilots to do pre-flight at any hour of the day. They can see oil dipsticks, for instance, something as simple as that they would have to use a flashlight for in the past. They don't have to do that now. Also, customer service is provided by the fact that they can more safely ingress and egress the ramp area and navigate to and from the movement areas from the ramp area with that lighting. And then lastly, the fuel service area. We're increasing the space around that area by reconfiguring the way the ramp is painted.
Construction on the $2.3 million project began in January, with substantial completion scheduled for sometime in April. For more information, visit McCarran.com and search the keyword Gene.
Viva Aerobus returned to McCarran in December, launching daily nonstop service between Las Vegas and Mexico City. Here's a look at the celebration marking the occasion.
1, 2, 3.
All right. With the snip of a ribbon, airport management, airline partners, and the LVCVA celebrated the return of Viva Aerobus to McCarran and Las Vegas. The non-stop flight provides passengers connectivity from Mexico's largest city and is expected to transport more than 100,000 passengers per year.
Las Vegas is a very popular destination in Mexicans. Second most important tourism generator in Las Vegas comes from Mexico. 1.2 million passengers come every year. And Mexico City particularly is a very popular destination where a lot of Mexicans come from leisure, travel, and of course a lot of business.
Mexico annually ranks as the second largest source of international visitors to Las Vegas. International travelers stay longer and spend an average of 80% more per trip. The new daily service from Viva Aerobus will provide passengers more travel options from this valuable market.
McCarran has invested heavily in getting that process for the international passenger to have capacity, to have the amenities, and to have a very smooth, efficient type of experience once they get here.
This service by one of Mexico's low-cost airlines provides customers an affordable way to visit, while helping Las Vegas achieve its goal of increasing international visits over the next decade.
You know, we're very fortunate that we have a very good and hardworking airline development team, and working with McCarran Airport and looking at opportunities and markets around. And they had conversations with Viva Aerobus for the opportunity to expand service for a unique segment in Mexico. and I think it just worked very well together, being the destination that the Mexicans love to be at, and it just worked out perfect.
The LVCVA estimates this route will have a $78 million annual economic impact on Southern Nevada, making the service a win-win for passengers and our community. For a list of other airlines serving this important market, visit McCarran.com.
In today's digital world, getting information is just a click away on a smartphone, tablet, or computer. To make that process as simple as possible for airport customers, McCarran's website recently got a makeover. Let's take a look.
Creating an attractive, user-friendly website is important. In the consumer's eyes, a website is a reflection of the business itself. Many consumers form first impressions of McCarran online before they even set foot in the airport. Having a good website is one of the most important tools in helping travelers prepare for their trip before coming to the airport. In addition to new features and improved navigation, the look of the website was updated to reflect current design trends and improve ease of use. In addition, what we like is the use of promotional space as well as icons for user navigation. Website metrics reveal most online visitors are seeking flight data. The new design puts arrival and departure information front and center with an easy-to-use tool that allows visitors to search for flights by city, airline, or flight number from the homepage. Once the flight has been selected, the site automatically provides flight-specific information including which terminal to use, where to park, the gate information, and what amenities are located nearby. One of my favorite parts about McCarran's redesign is enhanced airline pages. Not only does it have information about the airlines themselves, but it has information specific to the customers that are flying on these airlines. As a digital representation of our physical facilities, the new website makes finding essential information quick and easy in order to provide the best customer service possible, online and in person. Site navigation has been enhanced with multiple paths and additional pages to help travelers find what they need. Dining and shopping options are presented in multiple formats, from an alphabetical listing that can be filtered by gate location to easy-to-read concourse maps. Comprehensive parking information, rates, and driving directions are just a few additional enhancements. The new design offers travelers a more mobile-friendly experience. It automatically adjusts its layout to multiple screen sizes to maximize its appearance on the variety of mobile devices used by travelers on the go. The redesign also enhances accessibility for travelers with special needs. More information is provided about the airport's efforts to make its facilities accessible to all travelers, and website content is available to visitors who use translator and text-to-speak features. And to assist international customers, website content is available in 10 different languages with just a click of the button. The web design team, comprised of members from the Department of Aviation's Information Systems and Public Affairs and Marketing divisions, also recently overhauled websites for other airports owned and operated by Clark County, such as North Las Vegas Airport and Henderson Executive Airport. To see the improvements and prepare for your next trip, visit McCarran.com.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabrielle Muro to tell us more about Wi-Fi.
En el año 2005, el Departamento de Aviación lanzó a través del aeropuerto McCarran el servicio gratis de Wi-Fi, conexión inalámbrica a Internet, la cual ha resultado ser una de las redes más grandes de Wi-Fi gratis en el aeropuerto de Estados Unidos. Desde entonces, dicho servicio ha demostrado ser muy popular con los clientes del aeropuerto.
Wi-Fi está disponible en todas las zonas públicas del aeropuerto, permitiendo que los clientes con teléfonos inteligentes, tabletas y ordenadores tengan acceso ilimitado a la Internet con alta velocidad.
Wi-Fi también está disponible en las zonas de embarque. Los pasajeros tendrán acceso a Internet mientras que el avión está estacionado. Una vez que el avión comience a moverse, los pasajeros deben seguir las reglas de la aerolínea con respecto al uso de dispositivos electrónicos. Al acceder al Wi-Fi es muy sencillo. En su dispositivo electrónico, abra su navegador y selecciona McCarran Wi-Fi y enseguida selecciona el botón Accept. El sistema de Wi-Fi gratuito también es compatible con las aplicaciones empresarias internas de las compañías aéreas y los inquilinos del aeropuerto McCarran.
Esto ayuda a que el aeropuerto sea más eficiente y ayuda a mantener bajos los costos operativos.
Did you know McCarran International Airport is the gateway to Las Vegas for nearly half of all visitors to Southern Nevada? That means the airport is often the first and last impression a visitor has of the destination. To make that impression the best one possible, we have a team of dedicated passenger service representatives who are at your service.
Where did you come from? Phoenix, Chicago, O'Hare? You want carousel 13. It's just going to be right down the way.
Passenger Service Representatives, or PSRs for short, are easy to identify in their bright blue uniforms and have been providing great customer service at McCarran for more than 25 years.
If you go straight ahead, after you've passed the
PSRs staff the airport information booths, helping travelers with questions about flight times, gate locations, ground transportation, and shopping and dining options.
So you go out, across, and up, it'll take you right to it. You're welcome. Have a good day.
For travelers who do not speak English, our PSRs can still assist.
Most of us are bilingual. We do have various languages we speak here, but we also have a phone bank we can call a language bank.
And what it is we also grab a sheet, we hand it to the passenger, and if they recognize their native language, they can point to it, and we could tell the language line that, and they'll actually get an interpreter to help us out with any type of directions, instructions, things like that.
These valuable employees also serve as roving ambassadors, assisting passengers throughout the airport as needed.
Our team is amazing. We work extremely great side by side. Any situation that arises, we help each other, right away. If it's in Terminal 3, we can help from here, even if it's by a phone call away, or if we're using our radios to be able to assist in any way that we can, then that's what we do, help out as much as we can.
Well, it's great here working at the airport because you get to meet passengers from all over the world. With Las Vegas being a world destination, capital of entertainment, we get people from all over the world, and it's nice to be able to interact with them and to meet different people. Yeah, it's a great part of working here.
Most of them are certified to administer CPR and use an automated external defibrillator. This life-saving training has proven invaluable during medical emergencies.
Because they are out in the terminal walking around, they oftentimes see passengers who may be in distress. They are able to assist in terms of a quick assessment, calling for help to get the right people rolling. And we actually have had some team members who have saved lives by using the AEDs.
When the airport is busy, PSRs assist with crowd control and help manage the lines in ticketing and at the security checkpoints.
So just so you guys know, whenever you have that TSA pre-check, there's a faster lane you guys can use where you keep your coat, your shoes, or your belt on. Guys, follow me, I'll take you directly to it. Every day I try to put myself in their shoes. I know a lot of times it's their first vacation, they decided Las Vegas is someplace fun they want to visit. So whenever they ask questions or they're a little unsure or timid, I try to make it easier for them, try to explain things as simply as I can without overcomplicating them. And I kind of like just knowing that they're leaving here with a smile, they know where they're going, and we've serviced them as well as we can.
Working with the public in the terminals, PSRs are often the first resource for passengers when extra help is needed. Their priority is to help the airport provide the best customer experience possible. And that's why passenger service representatives are at your service.
With passenger numbers on the rise, attending to the daily operations at McCarran International Airport is more important than ever. But attending to the needs of the community we serve is also a top priority. Here's how the Community Enrichment Team contributes to locals in need of a helping hand.
In 2014, the Department of Aviation created the Community Enrichment Team to give staff the opportunity to get more involved locally through philanthropic activities and to make Clark County a better place to live by helping those in need.
The team gives employees who don't normally work together the opportunity to participate in activities that positively impact the local community while instilling pride in the airport.
Since the team's inception, Department of Aviation staff have participated in 11 outreach projects and 8 donation drives for a variety of local organizations, including Clark County Family Services, Clean the World, Miracle League, Opportunity Village, Project 150, Ronald McDonald House, Shade Tree Shelter, Spring Mountain Ranch, the Salvation Army, and USO. The Community Enrichment Team recently spent a Saturday morning volunteering at 3 Square Food Bank where employees helped pack fresh food for families here in Southern Nevada.
3 Square's mission is to provide food for those who are food insecure throughout all of Southern Nevada. So that's 4 counties. And so in order for us to satisfy the need out there, it's essential that we have a large pool of volunteers and help either assemble meals in our community kitchen, bag produce in this room, as the group is today from McCarran Airport, volunteers basically are the lifeline of our enterprise here.
Most events are open to the entire family, which gives children the opportunity to work with their parents, learn about community service, and get an understanding about the importance of volunteerism.
Community service is really part of our culture at the Department of Aviation. We take great pride in reaching out to the community and assisting different charities that need assistance, and it really gets our employees engaged. Employees take great pride in volunteering for the different causes, and part of the program we let the families come along and they volunteer with the staff, so it really gets the children working side by side with the parents.
What I'm doing is I'm taking the bags and putting good tomatoes in it, and I think it helps by feeding people.
We like volunteering. We've done these events before. We just like helping out and being part of the community.
Well, I just hope that she gains an understanding of serving her community and just giving of herself, through service so that she can help others.
It's fun, and my brother's here too, so we all get to help.
It's very heartwarming. It's heartwarming that the ones that have a bit more give to the less fortunate, and it's definitely a lesson to my kids, so I'm so grateful to be here.
Because, if other people feel good, then it makes me feel good.
For those unable to attend weekend activities, on-site donation drives are a great way to participate.
In addition to engaging employees outside of work for a great cause, the outreach activities provide a strong platform for leadership, team building, and skills development.
Las Vegas is the venue of choice for some of the world's most popular conventions. The Helicopter Association International recently held its popular HAI Heli Expo in Las Vegas, and our very own North Las Vegas Airport played an important role in the event's success.
Las Vegas hosted the HAI Heli Expo in February, giving the global helicopter industry the opportunity to connect with industry suppliers, build professional relationships, and network with peers. More than 60 helicopters and other multiple rotor aircraft were staged at North Las Vegas Airport as part of the show.
North Las Vegas Airport played an important part in this year's convention. It served as a staging area for nearly every aircraft that was on display at the convention center. The location at North Las Vegas Airport is perfect for this convention. We have a very quick corridor going from North Las Vegas Airport to the convention center with very little impact to other traffic in the valley.
More than 20,000 industry professionals from more than 90 countries attended this year's expo. In addition to earning continuing education credits, participants were able to advance their professional goals and discuss the issues that will shape the future of the industry through workshops, forums, and other special events.
Everybody from around the world will come to this show, and that's why it's very important for us to be able to show them our products, the new things that we have developed, and to meet and greet a lot of the people that use our aircraft. Well, we're based in Torrance, California, a suburb of LA, so we were coming direct here. It's really a one fuel stop that we come here directly, but it's actually fairly easy. We were told to go to North Las Vegas, which actually I prefer. I think it's nice. You can get on the other side of McCarran, so you're not worrying about it. North Las Vegas fits all the needs, and then obviously from North Las Vegas here to the convention center, it's a super easy shot.
Through hands-on demonstrations, including 60-plus helicopters on the show floor, the convention gave attendees the opportunity to experience the latest equipment and technology the industry has to offer.
The expo is such a success, organizers hope to bring the event back to Las Vegas sometime in the future.
And with improvements planned later this year, North Las Vegas Airport will be more than ready.
As people spend more time in airports, unique works of art can provide passengers a moment of quiet reflection or quick respite from the hustle and bustle of air travel. Here's a look at one of the most popular installations gracing the gates of Terminal 3.
Artist Stu Schechter juxtaposes the butterfly's natural instinct to migrate with the human urge to travel in his sculpture Mirari, located just past the security checkpoint in Terminal 3.
The artwork features two DC-3 airplanes composed of nearly 3,000 small butterfly sculptures with lead-free pewter bodies and fluttering polymer wings. A rabble of butterflies native to Nevada slowly coalesce into the lead ghost-like aircraft as the onlooker moves around the sculpture. The following plane is more visually literal and displays the tail logos from aircraft that have flown to and from McCarran.
The airplanes are DC-3s, which are iconic airplanes, very recognizable. They date from about World War II, and they were the flagship airline for American Airlines back in the day.
Artist and engineer Schechter worked with students from Newton North High School in his home state of Massachusetts to create the butterflies that make up the piece. The three-phase process involved the research, digital design, and printing of each brightly colored insect, with the students and artists working closely together every step of the way.
When this project came up, I immediately thought of them. This is an ideal project to do research on native species of butterfly, to look at and research what airlines come in and out of McCarran Airport, and then artistically grab the different sections of these airline colors to then imprint on butterfly wings. So they got the entire process from investigatory to doing the artwork on the wings, all the way to the print, where we had to find particular materials that are archival and with high longevity. And so they got that part of the equation too. So it was very interesting for them.
2,400 fine stainless steel wires suspended from the ceiling allow the kaleidoscope of colored creatures to gracefully float and flutter with each passing breeze. From conception to completion, it took Schechter months to create his masterpiece that welcomes travelers from around the world to McCarran.
What I really like about this is my artwork does draw people in. They see from the macro image from a distance, they see the large airplanes, they see airplanes kind of facing each other. Well, what are they made of, right? You get a little bit closer, you start seeing that there are butterflies involved. And then you go, well, what's on those butterflies? They don't look like normal wings, right? And what I like about this piece, too, is that I think it's satisfying for multiple viewings.
Murari, which means to look at thoughtfully or to wonder at, has done just that for thousands of passengers who have passed through Terminal 3 on their way to or from Las Vegas. The Massachusetts-based artist, who describes his sculpture as 3D pointillism, has successfully combined both the mechanical and the natural into a cohesive piece of art that celebrates the magnificence of flight.
The suspended sculpture is just one of many unique pieces of art in the McCarran collection that reminds travelers airports are more than just gateways to destinations, they're also gateways to culture.
Non-stop service from Hainan Airlines and Korean Air is bringing visitors from Asia directly to McCarran. To enhance the airport experience for this important market segment, we recently installed hot water dispensers at Terminal 3. Let's take a look at the why and how.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, drinking warm water is better for the digestive system and improves overall health. While Americans prefer ice water, most Chinese find hot water more refreshing.
Having hot water for our Chinese guests is extremely important and an integral part of our China Welcome program. As we were working over the past couple of years of adding Chinese service, we really studied the amenities that the Chinese passenger looks for. And hot water is one of the key amenities.
To accommodate this cultural preference, we installed several hot water dispensers on the east end of Terminal 3 on Level 2.
One is located pre-security near the currency exchange and the other on the secure side across from Gate E5.
The water is sent domestically. There's a sediment filter, a 10-micron filter. Then it goes to the heating unit. There's a 2.5 kilowatt heating element at the unit itself. And then from that point, it's pretty basic. We can just program the temperature to whatever we want.
Water is dispensed at 175 degrees, which is a significantly lower temperature than traditional hot water boilers used in commercial service. But several safety precautions have been implemented. Each dispenser includes universal warning and safety signage and a triple trigger safety dispensing handle.
And so it actually takes 3 different actions to dispense the hot water. We really try to be thoughtful in our approach to customer safety. Some of the unique features is that first, we can aerate the water. Secondly, that the units themselves were designed by the DOA, and we had them fabricated here locally in Las Vegas.
The hot water dispensers are just one more way to make passengers feel welcome at McCarran. And each unit can dispense up to 21.5 gallons per hour, which in turn will serve a minimum of 300 passengers an hour if needed.
So there's plenty of refreshing hot beverage to go around.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We opened in 1968. We've been able to grow the museum, have places that not just adults, but kids as well can come out and learn and really get a grip on what history is like. History's interesting. It's fun. This is a place you ought to come. I've got a wonderful location. I've got 30 acres out here, 20 restored buildings, a ghost town, walking trails, nature areas, the main museum building, and it's only open 7 days a week. I hope you'll come down and see us.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Even if you're not needing assistance today, it's important to file an application with the Victims of Crime program by October 1st of this year to ensure you're covered in the future.
At the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, you'll find care, compassion, and support among survivors like me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
Just go online to vegasstrongrc.org to file an application today.
Help us here for you and those you love.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. The Clark County Parks and Recreation Jazz in the Park series is in its 24th season. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
On the next edition of Where Fun Happens, Mark Hall Patton tells us about a historic caterpillar out at the County Museum. The Clark County Shooting Complex is fired up about their Annie Oakley program. Best of all, it's free for all women. And a variety of classes and programs are heating up at the Winchester. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Where Fun Happens, right here on Clark County Television. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are
Where Fun Happens!
Hi, my name is Diane Bush, and I'm the supervisor here at the West Flamingo Senior Center. I'm standing next to our handicap railing, and it's, as you can see, covered in bright squares of yarn. This was created by our West Flamingo yarn stormers. So West Flamingo has a knit and crochet group and also an open craft class. We'll teach you how to knit and crochet. We rely upon donations of yarn, and we use those donations to create hats and scarves for homeless teens, preemie babies, cancer patients. We also create blankets for underprivileged youth.
My name is Alisa Harris, and we would love to have you to come to our class and join in with us. You will definitely have a wonderful, wonderful time.
We are a wonderful group, sweet group here. Welcome anybody who'd like to come at my friend's house here. Welcome. And I love everybody here. Anytime anybody like to come to crochet here, they're welcome to. Any person who like to sign here and do different stuff, they can come.
I'm a senior, of course, and it's a good outlet, you know, to get out and just be with the group and have fun and fellowship and learn how to do things.
Today is June 11th, and it's the International Yarn Storming Day, so we're going to celebrate.
When you first come, you know no one, and then everybody get together and help you when you don't know how to do anything. You don't have to have an instructor. Everyone is an instructor. You know, they show you how to do lots of different things.
So the West Flamingo Senior Center is located at Jones and Flamingo. Our phone number is 702-455-7749, and we appreciate donations of yarn, craft supplies. We're always here Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30 p.m.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello and welcome to Winchester Cultural Center. Come on down. We have so much happening here. We're getting ready for our 50-plus years young, our senior trips. We're going to the Bellagio on June 28th. We're going to have fun in the conservatory and have a wonderful lunch. On Tuesday, June 19th, Irene Navis will be here for emergency preparedness. So come on down and listen. It could be very informative. Then, our very own Paco Alvarez on Tuesday, July 10th, will be talking about the 113th anniversary of the birthday of Vegas. Come on down. Also, don't forget our bingo on June 14th and June 26th, as well as July 12th. Every Wednesday, we have our Wii Bowling and cards, so come on down and play. Our dance workshops are June 12th and June 21st, and we have a special arts and crafts Friday, July 13th, and we're making metal studded candles. So we have a lot to offer. What are you waiting for? Get over here.
Hi, I'm Colleen Duffy from Winchester Cultural Center, and I'm here to tell you about some of our upcoming events for this coming June. Come and join us on Saturday, June 30th at 2 p.m. for Ronnie Cox. Ronnie Cox will share the gift of being a consummate storyteller. He'll share some funny, sad, and tender moments with the power of song, accompanied by his band of world-class virtuoso magicians. Join us on this magical afternoon as we experience some of his stories together. So come out and join us and have a blast.
Hey guys, my name is Adam and I'm here at Winchester. I'm here to remind you about some of the workshops that we have going here today. Hey, just as a reminder, on the 9th and the 23rd are our last two miniatures painting classes. Come on down and learn how to paint minis and you get a free one. The class is completely free, so if you want to come down and paint, we're happy to help. Just as a reminder as well, this Saturday, next Saturday, and the Saturday after that, that's going to be Carol's drumming class, our African Drum Ignite class. So come down and learn how to drum and learn a few things along the way as well. Finally, the 23rd is going to be our first day of registration for all the Starcatchers dance programs. Come down whether you want to learn jazz, contemporary, ballet, or hip-hop dance. We have all of those here at Winchester. Come down and have a good time.
Hi, my name is Desiree DaCosta here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. I'm the range safety specialist here at the Rifle Pistol Center, and I kind of want to talk about a few things here that we're going to have upcoming for the range. For our annual program, it is a free program to the women. It's a great program for everyone to come out, all the ladies come out and learn the basics, and we have female coaches to help you with that program. So we are now in our second year, and it just keeps growing strong. Last week we had about 87 female shooters out here, and it just keeps growing. The other thing we want to talk about is coming up too in the fall is our Rimfire League, which starts September 6th. So again, if you need any more details, come onto our website or give us a call here at the Rifle Pistol Center and we can give you that information. Our Rimfire program does cost $15 each week from September 6th all the way through to November 8th. At the end, we do have a banquet, which is a lot of fun. For more information for all these programs, you can call the main office at 702-455-2000.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex with an update on some of the things going on for this month. The first thing is the deadline for the second draw for big game tags is going to be June 25th. So if you haven't got your hunter education under your belt, now's the time to do it, as there are classes that last weekend before that deadline. We don't know exactly how many tags are left over yet, but if you missed the first draw or you're unsuccessful in that first draw, now's an opportunity to apply during the second drawing. Also going on here at the complex is going to be one of our shooting sports classes, which is a beginner shotgun class, and it's designed for first-time shotgun shooters here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Now, if you've never shot a shotgun before, you're going to go over the rules, the regulations of the range, trap, and skeet. So this is a great opportunity. It's no cost to you. Another thing we got going on here at the complex is a Boy Scout Merit Badge class, and this is for beginning rifle as well. So if you know any Boy Scouts who are in need of the Rifle Merit Badge, this is a great opportunity to come out here and get a chance to shoot. There's no charge for this class. The only thing we ask is that the Boy Scouts bring 100 rounds of ammunition for their qualifying. So I hope to see you out here this month at the Clark County Shooting Complex, and until next month, have a great day.
I've told you time and again to please listen to me. This behavior of yours is not acceptable. If you can't play nicely, then you just can't play at all. I didn't know.
Teach your dogs proper behavior. I didn't know. They aren't born knowing right from wrong. Need a little help? Go to one of the many obedience courses offered around town. It's easy to be a responsible dog owner.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and link, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist and registered dietitian nutritionist here at the Hollywood Recreation Center. The American College of Sports Medicine recently released its recommendations and warnings on the safety of energy drinks. This recognized authority on sports medicine and exercise science reviewed the existing research because of the popularity and concerns related to the consumption of energy drinks. Stay tuned to hear about their findings as they relate to physical activity and exercise. Energy drinks come in a wide assortment of flavors and sizes. They typically contain caffeine as their active ingredient to increase mental alertness and physical stamina. Most have between 80 to 160 milligrams of caffeine in each serving. And for reference, remember that a cup of coffee averages anywhere from 80 to 100 milligrams a cup. The Food and Drug Administration says that 400 milligrams of caffeine is generally safe. That's an amount equivalent to about 4 or 5 cups of coffee. However, caffeine is most often accompanied by other ingredients in energy drinks, such as taurine, which interact with caffeine and may potentiate its effects. Sometimes those ingredients are proprietary blends, so it's hard to know what exactly is inside your drink. That could be a problem for athletes falling under anti-doping rules. This is a real concern, as nearly 80% of our athletes claim having used energy drinks to help them with their performance. Pure caffeine has been shown to increase performance by 2 to 4%. However, strong evidence to support that energy drinks do the same is lacking due to poor study designs and industry-funded research, so more quality information is needed. In the meantime, the use of energy drinks has been associated with adverse side effects. such as palpitations, agitation, tremors and upset stomach, trouble sleeping, anxiety, cardiovascular events, seizures, and even death. As such, the American College of Sports Medicine recommends that energy drinks not be consumed by children or adolescents, that they not be marketed to vulnerable populations, such as children under the age of 18, pregnant or breastfeeding women, or people with caffeine sensitivities, and they should be avoided before, during, or after strenuous activities. They also should not be mixed with alcohol. They're best avoided 6 hours prior to bedtime, and they shouldn't be consumed rapidly or excessively. So instead of reaching for that energy drink to boost your performance, first try getting enough sleep and fueling your body with better nutrition, especially when it comes to our youth. And remember, a great place to exercise and become more physically active is at a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center, where fitness is affordable. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to eat better and move more by visiting a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center near you, where fitness happens.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System, and you are on the grounds of the Clark County Museum. Now, when you come to the museum, you'll see a number of structures, you'll see the nature areas, the walking trails, all of that, but we also have a few vehicles on the grounds, and some of them have an interesting story. In 1917, this Holt Caterpillar trailer, it's Model 75, was used in the Sandy Valley area of Clark County. It was used to haul ore from one of the mines there down to one of the railheads, and it was very important because it could handle the sandy soil and could continue working when oxen or horses or mules found it very difficult in the heat. The reason it could was because of the unique design of this particular type of tractor. The thing that was most interesting about it was the fact that it used tracks rather than wheels. They developed this to be able to use these on the really soft soil in the San Joaquin area, and it became very successful. These vehicles actually were used throughout World War I on both sides in order to haul artillery pieces and supplies to the front. These could hold up going across the soft, blown-up soil in France and Germany and Austro-Hungary. They could keep going. The value of a mine is how expensive is it to get the ore from the mine to where it's going to be handled, where it's going to be shipped off to a plant to be ground up and get the gold or silver or platinum or whatever you're trying to take out of it. That kind of processing has to be done somewhere other than the mine site. So you have to bring this ore, which is basically rock, tons and tons and tons of rock that has to be hauled from the mine site to wherever the mill is. The introduction of Holt tracked vehicles made it much easier. Now, there is one sort of fun piece about this that I do want to point out. If you look up here at the top of the radiator, you will see it says Caterpillar. Now, Caterpillar is a very well-known name. It's still out there, still one of the top 300 companies in the world at this point in terms of size, but they don't use that symbol anymore. That one is actually the original way that Caterpillar was done, and it's supposed to look like a caterpillar. The idea behind the name was this could go anywhere just like a caterpillar could. So we always like to point that out. Now, as you look at this, you notice it does have a roof on it. That is original to it. They did have roofs on some of them. You could get them without the roofs, but if you're in Sandy Valley, you want some shade out there. They ran, in this case, on a 4-cylinder engine, and you can see the size of these cylinders. These are not the cylinders that you have in your car. These are huge cylinders and would build up to about 75 horsepower in order to run this. The other thing to look at is the wonderful driver's seat here. The entire driving of this, the entire way of turning this, is that wheel which came all the way down to the front here, and you can see that there's a gear here that's a round gear that's going through this gear, and that's how you turn it. You have to crank that wheel around to turn this gear around to turn this wheel. Talking about the Caterpillar there, it is one of the vehicles that you can see out here at the museum. You notice they are sitting outside. The nice thing about being in the desert is they hold up quite well outside, so we're able to show them here. And when you come out to the museum, you can see these. Remember, we're only open 7 days a week. It is hard to find us open. And yes, we are $2, unless you're like me and over 55 or under 18, then it's only $1. So I hope that you'll come out and visit us, and I hope to see you here.
Up 42nd Street. Today the sky is fresh cement, a bruised blue-gray, ready to receive the handprints of a child who must throw their arms wildly above. At lunch, in the streets, people carry on boyishly thin, gawking from behind twiggy-like lashes while I quarter strawberry blintzes with the flat edges of my fork. Off goes a haberdasher, jetting across 42nd Street, pumping one lung bumptiously, unfouled by a summer's dawn tie, flapping like an elephant's ear.
I like it. Thank you. This is Andrew Romanelli, who's also this year's Poetry Promise Award winner. So we got to give you a scholarship, and you also got to read a poem in front of Jan Steckel's reading. So that's pretty exciting. How do you feel?
It's quite overwhelming. I'm still adjusting to it. It's we always want validation, but when we get it, it's really? Is this real?
I never thought about it that way. But that is true. It's nice when someone tells you that you're good. So yeah, I'm glad that we got to give that to you so you can keep writing.
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to us about this poem of 42nd Street. Where did it come from?
Well, I'm someone who always people watches all the time, and it's amazing how we can sit back and the world continues to go on without us. I also admire how children also people watch. You know, that one moment where they are quiet and they look around, and the imagination that they can bring into a situation is amazing. So I try to fuse in what I observe and perhaps what a child would observe.
Yeah, I like the, where's the line? Twiggy-like lashes. Because I thought about little slender lashes. So it's beautiful. If someone wants to find your poetry, is there a way for them to find it yet?
There's not. I do not make it easy. I show up at readings, and occasionally I'm in a book, but yeah, I have not made that easy, to be honest.
Well, every other Saturday at Winchester Cultural Center, Bruce Isaacson leads a writing workshop. So if you pop in, maybe you'll get to hear a little bit of Andrew's new poems if you're lucky. But thank you for sharing with us. Please check out the other poetry going on in the Valley. You can check out poetrypromise.org and also the Clark County website. Enjoy your supper.
Hi, my name's Karen. I am a conceptual artist living in Las Vegas. The exhibition title is called I Am Great.
Great.
I'm great.
I'm great. I'm great.
It is a video installation here at the Winchester. I'm not really a video artist, but I just do like multimedia and interdisciplinary artist. I think the photography that I've been doing is very separate from this type of work. But it does have the same kind of social experiment connotation where I tend to go out in the world and just kind of see and explore like what's gonna happen and try to like capture that. So with my photography, it lends to the same vein of me going out in the world and just not knowing what to expect. And same with this project, going out and approaching people, you don't know what to expect. The video is it's footage I've been taking over in the past like 2 years. It's a collection of people's eyes that I've been collecting and having them say this like formatted speech to get them to say, I am great.
I'm great.
it's not a very sure thing to say all the time, and it's always like questioning. It's like you go through these moments of feeling like you know what you're doing, and then moments where you don't always know what you're doing. And it kind of captures that kind of feeling. These questions of like, maybe it's not, maybe it's a lie. But I used like just a regular camera, and I went out in the street, and I'd go to places like on the Strip or downtown, and I would film some, like mostly strangers. I tried to get like a broad range of people. So some are my friends, but then I've gone like out of state too to like go visit friends in New York. So like some of this footage is from Chicago, some from New York. So it's like different people from different places. Most people did not even want to be videotaped. Like a lot of times when people would be like, get the camera out of my face, I don't want to be part of this at all. Like, who are you? What are you doing? So a lot of rejection initially, but then as I started to like have more like cadence with it, got more people that were more like interested. So I'd have to like do like this whole preliminary thing and then get people to like interested and then want to be a part of it. But initially cold, it's like, no one wants to be part of this. I did tell them that it would be just their eyes, and I think like a person's eyes captures a lot about who they are. When you look at somebody in the eyes, it's like very personal, intimate connection that you make, and you get to know somebody really well, or trying to reach that mode of vulnerability with a person by looking at them with their eyes. I'd like to thank the Winchester Cultural Center for putting the show up. I'm doing really great.
Driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
Win or lose, our children need a natural green grass space in which to run, romp, and be a kid, especially out here in the desert. What is your team color? Ours is purple. We are the Clark County Water Reclamation District. You may have seen workers installing our purple water pipe system at Silver Bowl Park. Yes, purple, the signature color for reclaimed water. The playing fields and landscape at Silver Bowl Park are now irrigated using reclaimed water. This water surpasses the high standards set by the state, saves our potable water for drinking, and reflects our abiding commitment to wise management of our precious water resources. Reclaimed water is the right water for the right use. The Clark County Water Reclamation District, in partnership with the Clark County Department of Parks and Recreation, is pleased to use reclaimed water to provide this green grass space where everybody wins.
Great job!
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires, and the noise scares pets and can be disturbing to veterans and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Illegal fireworks also pollute our air. This year, we are cracking down on illegal fireworks.
This 4th of July, we will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks, and we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it.
Oh, don't take Charleston. Don't take Charleston.
If you have a fortune teller, you know when flash floods are coming. If you don't, you need the Flood Spot app. Get it free today at BeFloodSafe.com.
And don't have the chili dog for lunch. Trust me with this.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Because of UMC, there's a wide open road ahead of me.
Because of UMC, she can grow up with her twin sister.
Because of UMC, I'm here to help you.
UMC, the highest level of care in Nevada.
Where's our guest, Susan?
She's sitting with Megan. Oh,
I want to introduce her. No, it's okay. Good morning, Ms. Amundsen. I'd like to call today's meeting for Wednesday, June 6, 2018, of the Clark County Commission Board of Commissioners to order. We have a special guest, Commissioner Brager.
Well, my granddaughter decided she wanted to see, sort of willingly, how government works today. So she's sitting out in the audience. So if you wave just a little bit, that'd be great. Thank you. She's going to see what we do.
Okay. Any other special guests we want to introduce? No? Okay. And Commissioner Gibson will not be with us this morning. He is out of town.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is public comments.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on today's agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment, turn it back over to Ms. Amundsen.
The second item is the approval of the agenda. After considering any additions or deletions of items, staff has received the following requests. Item 7, UC 180109, hold to the July 3rd, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Item 8, TM 1850019, hold to the July 3rd, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Applicant is advised the July 3rd zoning meeting starts at 1 p.m. Item 34, ZC 180296, hold to the August 22nd, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 35, ZC 180297, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 37, UC 180076, hold to the June 20th, 2018 BCC meeting per the Commissioner. The above public hearing items are going to be opened as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated, with these deletions, which are numbers 7, 8, 34, 35, and 37. If there is no objections from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of items number 7, 8, 34, 35, and 37 being held? Commissioner Brown moves approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
The third item on the agenda.
Passes.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. The minutes of the April 18, 2018 zoning meeting are ready for approval.
Commissioner Giancarlo moves approval of minutes. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Could I have a show of hands? How many people are here on items number 7 and 8? Okay, I don't know if everyone understood. Those two items were held. They're going to be held until July 3rd.
At 1 p.m.
At 1 p.m. Now, yeah, that's what I'm just about to say. You're welcome to come up and speak on that item, but we're going to have to do this all again on July 3rd.
My name is Joe Garcia. I live in Rhodes Ranch. This will be the 4th time that it's been postponed. We show up. They don't show up. Do we get the opportunity at some point during this meeting or after this meeting to state our case?
This is yours, Commissioner Brager, right?
I guess you're welcome.
Is the applicant
speak.
here?
I mean, if all of you are going to speak and then come back again July 3rd, that would be very interesting. But if I would suggest, because it's held, happy to always hear the constituents. Maybe 4 or 5 of you do the highlights, what you're thinking. I believe all of us have this letter, and I apologize that it's held again, but they want to work out some scenarios, and I think they would go from there. I can't speak for them, so I don't know if Mr. Gronauer wants to come down, which he is.
Are you asking if it's going to really be heard on the 3rd or if it's going to get held again?
Say that again?
Are you asking if it's going to really be heard on the 3rd of July or if it's just going to continue to be being held?
Well, the issue is that they're wearing us down, okay? This is a common technique. And so what we have here is that we show up.
We see a lot of
They
neighbors.
postpone it, and each time, the last minute, like within 24 hours.
Okay, well, let me do this. Mr. Gronauer's reputation is impeccable. I mean, it's not him. He's the lawyer representing the client, and I'm going to let him respond, if I could. Sure. So we can get Mr. Gronauer. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant on these matters. The reason for the previous postponements, and we've been working with the neighbors here, is we revised our plans to address some of the staff's concerns. We fixed those revisions. They showed up at a town board meeting stating they did not want this matter to move forward whatsoever. They brought up some private issues that are not not related to the entitlements for the decision itself, and we're just sorting out some of those issues. We're ready to go on July 3rd, and we'll be ready to go. We don't need to hold this matter any further from there.
Okay, so he is a man of his word. I can attest to that. I don't know what the issues are. I don't think
We'll be back on July 3rd.
Okay.
Okay.
But Mr. Gronauer is a man of his word. If he says they're going to hear it on July 3rd, he'll move forward on July 3rd.
We're ready to move on July 3rd. We will.
No, okay. Thanks, Bob. Go ahead.
If I can interject, if there is someone here that feels like they can't come on July 3rd, I don't want you to feel like you cannot speak. So that's important to me.
Okay, and what's the procedure on that? You complete the meeting and then you have an open forum at the end?
I'll take him now.
Oh, okay.
Because we approved the agenda. So I'm going to, Nancy? Well, no, we're not going to hear it. How many people, I don't want to say everybody can't speak. How many people would like to speak? Okay.
Then and I guess what I'm going to do then is, you would need to hear the item to know what they're doing. So to have 10 or 15 people speak and then come back again July 3rd we try to do it to where we are complimenting you, not having to come back. But if I would say, to be respectful, if there were 2 or 3, your high points, we have the letter. And if you want to do a meeting with me, I can have Mr. Shannon, I think is in the back, had come out. And I'm happy if you all want to meet. I would be happy to do that aside from this meeting.
We'll set a time to do that. We appreciate
Okay,
that.
that way that might be better than, and I would hear that, the commissioners would hear it on July 3rd. Mr. Shannon is right there. If you all want to go out in the hallway with him, he would set up a time that we could meet. Whatever they want to do.
If you want, if Mike here, he'll walk down the cafeteria with everybody, if you could all sit down and he can get the concerns. Mike, I'm sorry. Would that work for you? Okay. He will meet you out in the hall and wander down and, Yeah.
No, you can go with him right now.
I think all of you are in the loop as far as what our main talking points are, which is they can't annex the land.
We are.
There's excessive, ingress and egress, how are they going to get there if they decide to?
We totally understand it. We will work through all those on the 3rd, and Mr. Gronauer, on behalf of the client, has tested they'll be ready to go on the 3rd. In the meantime, Mike, standing right up there, who's going to wave his hand.
Remember, it's 1 o'clock on the 3rd. Don't come at 9.
1 o'clock on the 3rd.
We'll,
okay, we'll
take
be back.
you down to discuss it with you, okay?
And now, the advisory board, they're not going to do anything until, or maybe, I think they just held it subject to legal issues.
The town board.
Town board?
So we'll be dealing.
Mr. Shannon,
they held it because somebody said there might be litigation, so they held it.
Thank you.
They held it for, okay.
Thank you.
Nothing will be done to all of you folks. Okay. So that gentleman right there will talk to all of you, okay?
Yay, Mike.
Thank you. I'll give you a minute to. No, I know. That kind of emptied the entire left-hand side of the commission chambers. So yeah, you're there. Stay there. Okay. Okay. Ms. Amundson.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 19, except those items that were previously deleted. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. In addition, we have the following amendments and/or comments. Item 4, AR 18 4088, UC 38417, staff received 11 cards in protest. Item 5, AR 18 400091, UC 40517, staff has received 2 cards in protest. Item 9, UC 180281, staff received 2 cards in approval and 3 in protest. Item 10, UC 18293, the Laughlin Town Board approved per staff. Staff received 3 cards in approval. Item 12, WC 1840095, ZC 072517, staff received 2 cards in approval and 2 in protest. Item 18, WS 18322, staff received 2 cards in approval and 1 in protest. Item 14, WS 18285, staff received 2 cards in protest. Item 15, WS 18321, staff received 1 card in approval and 1 in protest. Item 19, ZC 18303, staff received 3 cards in approval. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff should request that the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately when the public hearing is opened. Additionally, items that are recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward and request the board remove the item from the routine action agenda and have the item heard separately. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval.
Thank you. Does anyone in the audience want an item taken separately from the routine action consent agenda? Any commissioners want an item heard separately? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the routine action items with the comments being read in on items number 4, 5, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19? Motion from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passed. I like your new format here, Nancy.
For the audience's information, anyone who wishes to speak on an item should move to the first couple of rows and be prepared to speak as each item is heard. If there are several speakers on one item, it's suggested that a single representative be appointed to present the issues. The next item on the agenda is item number 20. UC 18273, holdover use permit for a marijuana establishment, cultivation, waivers of development standards for the following: reduce the separation from a cultivation facility to a residential use, waive applicable design standards per table 30.56-2 for a proposed greenhouse building, design review for a proposed greenhouse building and other minor on-site improvements on 4.6 acres in a C2 general commercial zone, generally located on the east side of Papago Street, 350 feet north of Nickel Avenue within Sandy Valley.
Great. Good morning. I've got about a dozen cards on this one, so, okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. My name is Adam Fulton, and I am legal counsel for NOPA 5 LLC and GB Sciences NOPA LLC. NOPA has partnered with GB Sciences, and together they are here to secure your approval for a special use permit so they can build a greenhouse to grow medical marijuana. We want to thank staff for their review and recommendation of approval. Staff has been great in working with us, and we really appreciate their time. Today I have with me Kay Swanger, who's a representative of NOPA. We have Rob Bedsworth, who is assisting us with the architectural piece, and then Kevin Kate, who is the COO for GB Sciences. Today we're specifically seeking your review and approval of two waivers: one, reducing separation from residential use, and number two, the applicable design standards. And with that, I'll let Kay and the rest of the team continue with the presentation.
Welcome.
My name is Kay Swanger. Brad is my husband and John is my dad. They are the managing members of NOPA 5 LLC, and they've asked me to speak on their behalf today. NOPA is a 100% locally owned LLC. Brad and Dad have been Nevada residents since 1995 and 1968, respectively. They've been in business since 2010 and recognized by the Nevada Department of Agriculture since 2012 with a producer's license and a nursery license. In 2016, they were awarded one of 6 licenses for the production of industrial hemp. The farm in Sandy Valley has 9 greenhouses for indoor growing, and they also grow many items outside, including the hemp. Now, hemp is a strain of the cannabis sativa, which contains less than 0.3% THC. It does have the same terpenes and aromas as regular cannabis. However, there are no psychoactive properties. NOPA has always strived to be a good business operator in Nevada. Over the years, they have grown and sold produce in Sandy Valley and in Las Vegas. Along the way, they've always complied with the requirements of the county business license department, the comprehensive planning department, and the building department. In 2014, they applied for and secured approval to rezone the property from RU to C2 to help the business continue to grow. A second building was added to the property for food processing. And then something else also happened in Nevada in 2014. Medical marijuana laws were passed by voters of Nevada, and it became a viable industry. Since 2014, no fewer than 15 different companies have approached NOPA about partnering to cultivate medical marijuana on the property. But none of those companies were truly focused on the medical value of the cannabis plant, and all of those offers and conversations were rejected. Then about a year ago, a friend of Dad introduced NOPA to GB Sciences, and this time the conversation was really different. They are a publicly traded company known for their innovation in medical cannabis therapies. They hold 2 medical marijuana licenses in Nevada for production and cultivation, and those facilities are on Tico Street in Commissioner Sisolak's district. GB Sciences wants to build a pharmaceutical-grade greenhouse on the NOPA property to grow medical marijuana. And this is a great project for Sandy Valley. The population density in this area is 30 people per square mile, significantly different than in the Las Vegas Valley, where you're more likely to find 2,000 to 5,000 people per square mile. The median income in this area is under $40,000, which is about 26% below the median of $53,000 in Las Vegas, and residents typically drive into Las Vegas for work. After building this greenhouse, GB Sciences will create between 10 and 15 really good paying jobs with benefits, and they want to hire locally, which will make a significant difference for several families in the Sandy Valley. The NOPA property is the perfect place for this project. The property is surrounded by plots of land ranging in size from 2.5 acres to 10 acres, and there are only 11 occupied residences within the 660-foot radius circle that covers approximately 75 acres. No doubt this is different than many of the other waivers you've had to contemplate that reduce separation from residential use. It's good to note that the nearest home to where the greenhouse will be built is about 500 feet. And this graphic uses yellow boxes to demonstrate where houses are located compared to the NOPA property, which is in the middle. The red boxes represent existing greenhouses as well as the proposed structure. Several neighbors, including 9 of the 11 that are inside the 660-foot radius, have signed letters of support, and we have over 50 other residents that have stopped by the farm and submitted written letters of support for the project. They are all excited about the 10 to 15 jobs that will come with the project and the community improvements that will be funded by GB Sciences. And some of them are here to speak on behalf of our project today. Being more than 25 miles away from the nearest dispensary, residents in Sandy Valley are legally allowed to grow their own medicine. Since this will be a cultivation location and not a dispensary, residents may be abiding by this part of the law and can continue to do so. And since this is a medical marijuana establishment for cultivation, there are no financial transactions on this property, so there'll be no cash on site, and we have no concerns about theft with regard to money. And now I'm going to introduce Kevin, who will talk to you more about the cultivation facility itself.
Good morning, sir. GB Sciences has been operating here for about 3 years now. We are a publicly traded company.
I'm sorry, you've got to identify yourself for the record.
My name is Kevin Kate. I am the Chief Operating Officer of GB Sciences, Las Vegas, Nevada. We hold a cultivation license and a processing license here currently. So far, we have been operating for 16 months, duty-free and with no infiltration or strikes against our license. In addition to the lack of development of what we have with our operational finishing product that we have within NOPA Springs, our cultivation here within their greenhouse facility has a little different aspect than normal. We are a publicly traded company, and we are basically completely focused on medicinal use only. So oils and extraction use is our main focus. The greenhouse facility that we're looking at building in NOPA Springs is strictly for medical use. So it has benefits and lacks in both eras. So as we cultivate and as we grow, our production and our flower cycles are cut short by about a third, which stops a couple things. One, the terpene profile, which is responsible for most of the smell and interaction within senses and phytoterpenes in the cannabis industry, which most people identify as smell, scent, and taste. Those things we stop short about 3 to 4 weeks ahead of time because we are strictly cultivating for medicinal and oil use only. So about 2 to 3 weeks ahead of time, we cut the cycle short and we harvest. Those last 3 weeks that we have, those are usually the really rich terpene identifiable marks that we have that enrich themselves to create the sensible smell and noticeable taste and difference within the cannabis plant themselves. An important aspect of the way that GB Sciences cultivates the medical marijuana plant is in the timing of all of this. So as we cut that short, we still get the same THC benefit and CBD benefit medicinally, but we lose the actual sense of taste and smell, which is fine with us, and we don't mind that at all. We lose a little bit of medicinal value within the terpene sense itself, but cannabinoids, CBD, and THC itself, we can isolate and maximize within the first 6 weeks itself. The structure of our greenhouse is all completely done with state-of-the-art techniques. So we have air filtration, carbon filtration, and HEPA, which does a lot of mitigation as far as smell and cultivating techniques goes. The greenhouse is pharmaceutical grade, and we have built several of these before in different states. California is the first state we built one in. We've had a couple of techniques where we've always cultivated early, cut, demonstrated, and processed all of the plants before they actually reach the full medicinal value of the matured plant itself. So we get, medicinally speaking, we get the full benefit of THC and CBD, but we don't actually have to increase the CBD smell and THC terpene profile itself. Mm-hmm.
Real quick, I want to point out some of the highlights of the project for us.
Yeah, if you could, now, ask you to kind of stick to the zoning issue as opposed to the medicinal marijuana issue.
Yeah, let me point out some of the issues here to highlight this. So this right here, this slide is the view from the road. So when you're driving down the street and you look in, this is what is a current view from the street looking back. What's circled here is the greenhouse, and that's what you'll see from the street, okay? This next slide is a rendering of the aerial view with landscaping around it. You'll notice that the greenhouse is situated at the back of the property and is far from any other building, as Kay pointed out in her slide. If you were inside the property, this is what the greenhouse would look like. This is a view of a rendering of it from inside the property. This is what it would look like if you're inside the property.
Now, is it that one greenhouse right there? Is it the ones on the right, or which one is it? Just point
so it's the greenhouse in the back. Those greenhouses that are there on the property are already existing greenhouses that are currently there. They're used to grow materials for the local community through farming. Okay. So the greenhouse that is going to be installed is the one behind it.
Is that greenhouse there yet or no?
The greenhouses in front are already existing structures that are there.
The one is not. It's a rendering.
Yes. Yeah. So sorry. The rendering is the greenhouse in the back.
Yeah,
the greenhouses in the front are the ones that are there. I apologize. This is an even closer look up, closer view of what it will look like. These are the actual greenhouse materials that will be used to construct the property. So if you're looking up at the building, 10 feet from the building, this is what it will look like. The greenhouse will be approximately 1,500 square feet. It's going to be 156 feet long, 96 feet wide, and 24 feet tall.
Transportation is provided by the state of Nevada, and we have several different options to provide. Already being an existing cultivation license here, we have two options mainly. One is Blackbird, and the other is Focus. They both use the same similar type of vans, transportation vehicles. There's no 16-wheelers or semi-trucks. It's always the same type of cargo van or institutionalized vehicle like this. As far as the greenhouse goes, we will do one harvest approximately 4 times a year. So the timing of that transportation, it would be very spectacular and not common is the main infrastructure. And we will not have we won't have a 16-wheeler dropping off vehicles. It will be more so a transportation vehicle such as you see here doing the drop-offs.
Did the commissioners have any questions for us that I can answer specifically with regards to the zoning requirements?
If you'd share the security, that would be really helpful.
Okay, absolutely. Do you want to address
Yes, definitely. So security, we have several different aspects. One, we are required to have a third-party monitoring service. We hired a third-party service that is armed, and we have them 24/7 security. So at our infrastructure here in Nevada, in Las Vegas, the city of Vegas will have the same company doing the same security out at NOPA and it's a 24/7 armed security guard. We also have photometrics, which are a spotlight security that has lighting. So anytime that a light comes or a movement comes, we have a study where photometrics will shine a light, and it's minimal, but it does show up. The other aspect that's important to point out here is that we run our lights during the daytime, which is why we have a greenhouse. We take full advantage of having a carbon footprint that is very small, which is why the greenhouse exists, to be able to take a full advantage of the sun and have that be the main source of energy to be able to cultivate these plants. So as far as energy savings goes and security and everything else, nighttime is the main optics here, and every single nighttime light that's on is on very low photo optics that has been lit up for 1 candle foot per print at the ground floor to do photo security.
And I think it's important to know, especially Commissioner Sisolak, that GB Sciences operates in your jurisdiction currently, and they will use the same security compliance and regulations that they currently operate.
They don't
in
have
their
a
facility.
greenhouse in my district.
No, they don't have a greenhouse, correct?
Yeah,
but
they've got a great operation.
Yeah, they've got a great operation. So, and that's one of the reasons that NOPA was so excited to use to partner with GB, was because of the level of competency and what they're really trying to do with the medical community, as far as that's concerned.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yeah, unless you have any other questions for us.
Yeah, no, I've got a bunch of cards. Go ahead, Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Wonderful program. I'm so excited we're getting some greenhouses. We need to really take a look at that, especially on the hemp side of it, and you do a great job through GB Sciences. Is there one also in Nye County or green? Do you know of any other agricultural ones?
I'm
Nye
sorry.
In Nye County, I was told that there might be some greenhouses. I just wasn't sure. This is the first one we've had come before us.
I'm aware that there is a greenhouse. I don't know if it's completed, but my understanding is from some other clients I represent that there is a greenhouse being built right now in Nye County. I don't know if it's completed yet, but there is a large industrial greenhouse.
That's what I thought. Okay, and then I was told that 0.3% is how the state law defines the hemp, right? The restriction on that part of it. And then are you going to at some point be able to use any kind of solar to help you with keeping your energy down?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes,
good.
we have. It's been chasing the train since we've started.
Yeah, I can understand, but
yeah, being a facility that can take advantage of the natural optics that are around is definitely in our forefront.
Great. Good luck.
And it's also important to note, commissioners, that the lights will not be on at night, because it's a greenhouse, and so the lights will be off at night. There will be it's not like there's going to be a building out there.
There won't be a glow.
Yeah, there's not going to be a glow in the community.
I learned that the plants sleep, so that was what you had shared when you came
Correct.
back, so that was good.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 20. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 20, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. I've got at least a dozen cards here on item number 20. Can I just get a show of hands? How many of you are supporting the project? How many of you are opposing the project? Okay. Well, then let's just kind of go back and forth. Okay? Got it. Whoever would like to come on down, just start lining up. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Scott LaFotte. I'm a candidate for Lieutenant Governor, and I appreciate you allowing me to come and speak this morning. I've had over, it's really important during the campaign for getting me in here. I've had over 30 phone calls on opposition to this project. So I urge you to vote no. Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm John Pennington, and I'm part owner of No Paw Spot. I live at 3904 Wide River Street here in Las Vegas. And I'm very proud that we have over 60 people who have written letters of support to our project. And these are some of the important parts I would like to share. No Paw Spring has done many good things for the community in Sandy Valley. The things we have done for the community have not interrupted anyone's life. In fact, it has made many of their lives a little bit better. Our property is well maintained, clean, our buildings are attractive, and we have added a lot of landscape. Our property is a jewel in the valley, increases property value. The property on all three sides attached to us have given us full support in effort to grow medical marijuana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Karen Marshall speaking for Sandy Valley.
Okay, if you could pull that microphone down. There you go.
There you go. That better?
Thank you.
Okay. I'm back. Last time I was here, I was speaking for the silent majority. It's not as silent this time. We do have over 120 signatures here on the petitions that have been laid out in the post office and watched by the postmaster to make sure they're efficient. And then this morning I was given 3 more pages that were given to me that were taken at the general store so that a good match of the community can do that. I wanted to take 1 minute to introduce you to Sandy Valley. This is it. A lot of you have never been here. I know Commissioner Bregner's been there a lot of times. The little red spot in the middle is the little C2 zoned lot that occurred a few years ago. I think you all remember me from that. The pictures are the pictures of the houses that are in the area. You'll notice some of the other houses are, nicer and so forth. Our valley is growing. We're increasing the, money that people make, and people are building nicer houses. The most important thing you need to understand from us that are all against this is none of us are against this because it's marijuana. Not one person on the petition. It's not a question of marijuana. It's a question of location of an industrial type agricultural business in what is supposed to be a small stage elevated farmers market that no longer grows tomatoes or participates in that project there with people that no longer live in the valley on a permanent basis that own this company and the people that are also involved. So if you like what Sandy Valley looks like, this is where we all live. All the green things are all residents that are already there. This zigzag that goes through the black line, that's our main road. Commissioner Breger has driven it. It is our only paved road that goes through the valley. It zigzags this way along the California border. All of our residences are around, most of them except the ones that are close to California, are around that zigzag, correct, Commissioner Breger? They're all there. That's where they're clustered, okay? So that's Sandy Valley. I took the liberty of going online and finding other indoor type, they're not greenhouses, but they're indoor type, locations that are in Las Vegas. These are all the ones that are in manufactured and industrial and all that kind of stuff. There are several of them that I took a picture of. One on the other side. Same thing, they're all in an industrial area. This is the last picture I'm showing you here. It shows an industrial area for that site that's in Las Vegas, and it shows you where the residential is. It's on the other side of 215. The little red spot that you see here that I've marked with an X is an empty lot in this residential area across from this typical commercial industrial area where all industrial stuff is done. That spot is almost like representing us in Sandy Valley. If you want to put this there, that's what you're doing to Sandy Valley. It's just not in the right place. That's all there is to it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I give these to somebody, Megan said.
Sammy, or Mario, could you grab that from that lady? Please. Thank you. Make that part of the record. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Mark Gordon, the Muscle Relaxer. I live in Sandy Valley. I actually have a small business out there and do out-call massage. And this company coming into an area that has no real jobs is a wonderful thing. If we could get 5 to 7 people having great jobs out there that are going to last for a long time, we need that, and we really need it bad. They're not going to make any difference on the surrounding areas because it's a beautiful area. Their property is maintained. Somebody is always there. It's a wonderful place to look at and go by. You're not even going to notice it after a couple years for the structures and things like that, but we are going to notice the money coming in, the people having jobs and security for something longer than a weekend job helping remove weeds. And that is our biggest thing out there. We want jobs to come. We need people to do it, and they're great neighbors to be around. So we hope you vote yes.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Casey Johnson. I live in Sandy Valley 15 plus years. I have 2 daughters and 5 grandchildren. I have raised my children in Las Vegas and moved to Sandy Valley to have the country lifestyle. I have horses and dogs. I have 1 dog that has recently contracted epilepsy. I do use the CBD oil. I understand that it is a good product. This is not the issue that we have with this facility. Unfortunately, this is not the first time I've come to speak to you about our community. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. We are a community that wants to grow and raise families with small children, as well as a strong adult group that supports our school and other activities. Nopah Springs came to Sandy Valley under the premise that they came to grow fruits and vegetables, and they wanted a facility to can their fruits and vegetables to make salsa, jams, and jellies. This was great. Our community accepted them and was welcoming what they had to do for us. We were expected to have jobs that came off of this facility. Under the guidelines that you guys have came up with in 2012 about the Sandy Valley goals and policies, under that, this is not a facility that you have required for our community to have. I'm going to try to read this. It talks about the maintaining the rural areas. It says Sandy Valley land use is a single valley, homes built on 2.5 acres and larger parcels. The detailed area may show the pattern and design the residential area as residential countryside. This is what we all moved out here to save and have. My biggest concern is that there is not an infrastructure that will support this facility. Our police times are up to 30 minutes for responses on calls. Our fire department is a volunteer fire department. We don't have the water infrastructure in case there is a fire or any other emergencies. And the waste product is a big concern for me. What is the waste and how will it be managed? So this is something that is a concern for a lot of people in our community. We like the rural lifestyle, and we don't want to upset everything that we've moved out there to be there for. The job qualifications of the people that they want to hire is a very high. I have done research on it, and you have to have a lot of qualifications to become somebody that handles the products inside these grow houses. There are companies that subcontract employees and bring them in. I don't think anybody in Sandy Valley is qualified to do this kind of work. They wear hazmat suits, and I know Nevada is one of the highest and strongest people or states that has qualifications for handling this product. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Gail Marie Beckman. I put together a little newspaper in Sandy Valley called Happenings. As far as jobs, people are always saying, tell us what we can do, what's going on in Vegas, how can we get something? And bringing 10 to 15 jobs in Sandy Valley is very good. Also, as far as it not looking good or not looking, it doesn't look commercial. You go to any rural area and you have greenhouses. This just happens to be a larger one. It's not going to be an eyesore. The eyesores along the zigzag are the abandoned properties and destroyed places that people should be more concerned about. This is going to be something great for our valley, and I hope you say yes.
Thank you.
This is Constable Rogers from the Good Springs Township. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Sisolak. I'm here to speak against this project. I think you've already heard none of us are against having this in the valley. We have numerous properties in the valley that can handle this property without your interaction as far as changing setbacks and different situations like that. We believe this is just the wrong property. This is in a residential area. There are properties where there are no buildings around at all. They could buy acres if they wanted to so that they would have the room to grow larger as time goes on, which I imagine they will probably want to do. We are, and I'm personally concerned, these are hydroponic greenhouses. A lot of wastewater. We don't want that in our water table. As you probably all know, we get our drinking water from that water table. Nothing in this says where they're going to get their water from. Are they going to get their water from the alluvial aquifer, or are they going to get the one from the, I can't remember the name of it, but the commercial that we all use, commercial properties use at 1,600 feet below the drinking water aquifer? Which one are they using? It's not laid out. Security. This is a great concern of mine because we don't have a lot of Metro officers, and there have been times where they've called me in as backup, and as you know, I don't get paid for that, but I am a peace officer and I'm happy to help whatever is needed. I'm concerned about an armed security people and someone deciding they want to take these plants away. What's to stop the bullets from spreading all around the residential area? What type of barrier do they have, and is it going to be something that's going to stop bullets? As you know, block walls don't. A concrete wall would, solid concrete. There's just a number of other things. The school buses. We have 2 school bus stops right on that corner. You saw the zigzag, the paved road. The reason we have a zigzag is for the school buses to pick up children. That's why the county paid to pave that. Because as you know, paving roads is up to the owners, not up to the county. But the county paid for that so that we had a road for the school buses to go up and down and pick up the children. They're going to be standing in front of this location. I don't really care for that either. I could go on, but I think you get the gist of what we're talking about. There are plenty of properties that are available that will suit this people, and we would be excited to have them. Nopaw Farms has been an awesome neighbor in the past. We just think this particular product that they want to switch to is wrong for that property. Tomatoes, lettuce, processing of those types of plant things, which is what their original was for, we're behind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Noah Bennett. I live at 1113 Mercury Avenue in Sandy Valley. I've been there about 2.5 years now. I can see the property from mine. We're about 4 over. One good thing is I retired, which is awesome, but also they're going to bring jobs to the valley, so it'll help me supplement my income and help with my finances and stuff. So I think it's great for the community. I got a couple friends. They need jobs, so I can guarantee you I qualify for the position. We have already commercial agriculture out there, like Two Hawk, Sod Farm. I use both those places. They have traffic that comes in and out. With GB Sciences, they're not going to have the semis coming in and out, so it's going to be less burden on our roads. And then also, there's a lot of properties out there. People do not keep up with them. I know it's hard when it's 2.5 acres, but at least with the property now, they keep it nice. And I guarantee you with GB Sciences, from what I know about them, the property will even look better than in landscaped, and you have the trees, because I can see it, so from my house. And that's about it. Y'all know what's going on, and that's just a couple things, but I think it would be a great opportunity for the valley and provide some jobs out there for families to be able to support themselves. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
I'm short. Good morning. My name is Tiffany Ann Watson, a candidate for Assembly District 8, and thank you for having me. Though I do support this, I don't support it fully because I don't think enough research has been understood about the actual later on concerning with the water. We all know this is a desert, so where is the water going to come from? And if it's relocated closer to the homes, that's going to trickle down into. So I do not support it as of its written standards yet. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Diane Bedrin. I had a stroke. This side, it's dead. But I had a problem speaking. I went to the drugs, and it's working. I had talked. I want to Sunny Valley, go for it, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dana Knox Pennington. I'm Kay's
stepmother. I live in Las Vegas, and I just want to get up and speak on their behalf that they've put a lot of thought and research into this to be a good neighbor in Sandy Valley, and I really, really hope you'll vote for them. They really do a good job for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Morning.
Morning.
Hi, my name is Sherry Voigt, and my family has had property in the Sandy Valley area for 20 years. During that time, I've seen a lot and know a lot about the local people. This is a community that is desperate for employment and improvement. It's a community that at times is so poor that has just food stamps. They can only shop at the local store. They need jobs. And the development of the county coming in and building the gym and improvements to the park and all of that, you know, is progress. Progress, change makes progress. And I'm in full support of this. This is a greenhouse. This is not a big industrial thing with smokestacks and everything else, and it brings jobs. And that is not only jobs, improvement to the community. And out there in such a poor community that is, you know, a food share community that comes out there and helps these people, they need this. They need development of this. And I think it's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Judy Johnson. I've lived in the Valley for 18 years, and I did email each one of you about this program that, excuse me, that is we are talking about. We have a lot of people in our community that are handicapped or disabled. They're not able to go out and work like they say they give jobs. Over half of our valley is that way. And I'm that way. I can't work either. So, but I think it would be beneficial for the valley, but not where there are homes of families and children. And I have children. They roam the valley. I don't want them going out and getting in there. And I don't think that they realize, a lot of our people in the valley, that they don't understand. It's not money they would be going after in this facility. It's the product that they are growing in that community. And that concerns me a lot, because it should be away from where, like if there is violence, it's not around our residents that that live there, actually grow there too. But it's just, and I'm concerned on employment. A lot of our people, you really, if they are employed there, it's not there for the money. They're going to be there to get the product, and they're going to pack it in their bags. They're going to pack this, because we have a lot of people that, I don't know how you would say, they're closet people, I guess you would say, that they don't, whatever. But anyway, I oppose of where it's going. There's KMI, used to be the cat litter place. It already has water, it has septic, it has everything already on it, and the KMI is no longer there. That would be an excellent place for it. There are no homes around there. It's just, when you come down into the valley, it's right on the corner. It would be an excellent place for the facility. Or like somebody else said, way out in our hundreds of acres where there's nothing out there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. You already spoke once, right? No, the commissioner can ask you a question, then you can come back up. If I give you a minute, then I got to give everybody a minute. So I got to be fair here. So anyone else who has not spoken want to speak? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn it back over to the applicant and Commissioner Brager. Did you want to address any of those comments?
Yeah, I'll just address one quick issue that was brought up.
Okay, and then I may have some others just from the questions, so you can answer
Absolutely. So as far as the water is concerned, that was brought up. The water is being taken from the property. There are water rights there. It will not be dumped back into the reservoir, back into the groundwater. There's a reservoir that will circulate the water back in and reuse it. So that's not an issue for the property. I believe that that was an issue that was addressed. In conclusion, I just wanted to state that we will work with the building and fire department to meet all requirements and standards for development. We've appreciated working with staff council to get to the point where we're at, where we have received staff approval. This property is appropriate for the use. It was Zone C2 in 2014. It's appropriate for the use. I think one of the issues is that we spoke with the resident sergeant about the security issues. He was in support of this project as well. I know he's not here today, but when we spoke to him, he said that they would work with us, obviously. And the other issue that was brought up that I thought should be addressed is there is no bus stop in front of the property. There's no children lining up in front of NOPA to get on the bus. That doesn't exist. So, Commissioner Brager, did you have any additional questions?
No. I'm going to go from here. I'll take it over, okay?
Yeah, and then I will.
I appreciate the help, but I'll take it from here. I can always use the help. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you very much. One of the questions when they mention, and obviously all of them have the armed security guards and the way that you have the lighting in the system, but when they bring the school bus stop, and I know that we discussed that when you came into my office as far as the school district and what your thoughts are on that. I think that's a good question and needs to be answered.
Sure. So as we pointed out in the presentation, the actual greenhouse is set significantly back from the street. It's not like it's right on the street where if there were children there, which there aren't, but hypothetically, if there were children there, they wouldn't even see the greenhouse. The employee parking is in the very back of the property. It's a 5-acre parcel. And we showed the street view that shows that when you're walking past it, all you're going to see is the field in front that has all the fruit trees, a kitchen right there, another little building, and then in the very back you'll be able to see the top of the greenhouse. So it's not like you're walking. I believe one of the opposition showed pictures of some streets from Las Vegas, right? And they had some industrial photographs of the greenhouse. So that's not what this project is. This project is where the property is the greenhouse is all the way at the back of the property, and it meets in with the intent of Sandy Valley. It's a greenhouse. There are already greenhouses on the property. And so it's not going to be a situation where the children will even have access to the property. It's not a concern in relation to where the greenhouse is located. Yeah.
Okay. You can't speak when you're not on the microphone, okay? If you want to speak, you're welcome to come up and use the other microphone, but I've got to make a record here, so.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, then a couple things that one of the question that you had that I had Megan get is that you wanted to point out the existing agricultural is in California, the border, but the trucks do come through Sandy Valley to go there. I know that. So parcels on the map are owned for investment. So that's out there, that the parcels, some of those are agricultural in California. So that would be on the record. And that's what you wanted to state. I just want to make sure Megan got it right, which she normally does.
Question?
No, you've got to identify yourself for the record again, and then.
Okay, Karen Marshall from Sandy Valley. Okay, that was the question, that they are there. And if I can say on your comment that yes, those trucks go in and out of the valley, but they go in and out on Quartz, which is our main road,
right,
which is where all our commercial stuff is.
Okay.
You know, the store, the post office, and all of that stuff.
Absolutely, it is. Thank you very much.
So it's not in that area.
Okay. A couple of things, just so the commissioners know, because Sandy Valley is about 55 minutes from here, depending on traffic, and getting through the mountain, it makes a difference. There are 35 business licenses currently in Sandy Valley. Many are home-based businesses, but they are in residential areas. I think that's just equitable and to say. We have the Trails End store, which we know, the shopping center, the post office, the new Family Dollar store, which some are excited about it, some are not, because I know that some really would like nothing to be out there, but I think economically, I think it'll be a nice asset. The commercial businesses in the valley, we talked about the sod farm and the two Hawk Hay Ranch situation, which the California issue. And the numerous Sandy Valley residents do grow marijuana in their properties, and there are established rules, and I don't even like to go down that path, that are not always being followed. And this site will be. I do need to be equitable about this on both sides. I hear what the nays are saying. I hear what the yeses are saying. Staff approved it. Between the security, not having the water come back in, you're not against it as far as a marijuana facility, but against it as the commercialist type, use, and that you feel like it's not in the right place. So I appreciate all that. I believe that your security armed guards go through training. I'd like people to be comfortable with, if this passes, I'm only, depending on my motion, one vote. There's other commissioners that might feel different. And the map that was up that shows the houses is, I want to be really equitable. They aren't as close as it looks on that map. They are. I've been out there, I don't know how many times, tens of hundreds of times. And I'm not going to go back and forth with all of you, but I don't want the commissioners that haven't been out there to think they're neighborhoods. They're not. They are, some are 2 acres, some are 1 acre, some are 5 acres, some are 10 acres. And I think that's fair to say. I'm not disputing that they're not out there. There are homes, there are people. I care about what you think. I also follow the legalities of the law of what they're doing. So I don't think I have any more questions or comments. If any of the commissioners do, Rob, anything that I could be missing as far as legal issues that you feel deserves some comment or something to say before I make a motion?
No, I don't see any legal issues.
Okay, and that's very, very important. Commissioner?
You want to make a motion and then
I could do that. My motion, and I do have one more question. I don't see the need for you to grow. I think for how it sets on the property is what it needs to be. If you grow, you probably then would need to go somewhere else. So I would put a condition on that what you're showing us is what it would be and that it would be no larger. I think that would be equitable if this passes to the neighbors. I would make a motion for approval with a condition that what you're showing us is how it's maintained. The water is not being back on the property, that I had something else I was going to say, that the security is maintained 24 hours, 7 days a week, that the trees that you're planting are going to be along that whole border to create the buffer, and that they are mature to our standards of what we put into our standards out there. And that would be it at this time, since we have, staff and all of that.
No, we can't. No, I already had the public hearing, so that's closed. So I'm not taking, unless she asks you for a question, another commissioner does. And I'm done with you guys too.
I'm going to do this out of consideration I appreciate what you do and how you work out there. If it's some friendly amendment that.
Okay, whoa. I can't have people hollering out from the audience because they've got to make a record of this whole thing, and they're not getting names associated with comments. If the commission wants someone to speak, she's welcome.
Out of respect for your position, if you will be 20 seconds and share what that is, I would listen to it. Because I don't want to do the tit for tat. We have people that want it, people that don't want it.
The friendly amendment has to do with.
You got to identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Constable Gary Rogers of Good Springs Township. My friendly amendment has to do with if they have to grow and move to another property, I would like it added in that this property has to meet all the rules without changing. In other words, the next property needs to be suitable.
You know what, sir? They would absolutely have to come
in. Well, this one they should have been too. So that was why I'd like to see that in your amendment. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Rob?
I don't understand exactly what he's asking for.
He's saying if they go somewhere else, they'd have to follow all the rules of what this one is doing, which we would do. It would be a new hearing, a new business, a new everything.
They'd have to do that anyway.
Exactly. They would have to do it anyway.
Yeah, I just would not like them to get a piece of property and come here again. That's all.
I get it. We would follow all the rules is what I want you to know.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner, we have a motion. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I believe also, just to note for the record, in looking back at, there's also no signage that's going to be required for this. And I think that minimizes the impact on that part. And then I think the landscaping component will actually kind of make it buffered to some extent. And then, let's see. And you do have letters of support from the contiguous and property owners, correct? Okay, correct. So I think and I respect, you don't want to change your lifestyle. I completely understand that. I think this would actually be less intrusive than what you're thinking about in the long run. But okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've got what, is this for medical application, cultivation only?
Yes.
That's what the, we don't have a distinction on
doesn't say that
cultivation.
here, yeah.
We do not have a distinction any longer. However, they would, that's the license that they would have. So we don't, in our code, do not have a distinction.
But just to interject, Commissioner, if that's okay, they stated it is only medical, and I will state that in my motion, that it can only be medical, can never change to recreational. I'll put that as part of the motion.
I guess the concern I got, Rob, and just walk me through this if you would, nowhere in this application does it say medical.
You can add that as a condition if you want, if that's a representation, and you can add that as a condition. It's medical cultivation only.
I'm sorry, and I just did. This can only be a medical, and it cannot be a recreational facility. So it'd be part of the motion.
Okay. Counselor, do you understand the motion?
Yes, I understand. And that's what we've represented and worked with the commissioner on, that it will be for medical purposes.
We have a motion from Commissioner Brager. Are there any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item 21, UC 18286, use permit for a marijuana establishment, retail marijuana store in conjunction with an existing dispensary within an existing commercial building on 0.9 acres in an M1 light manufacturing zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the southwest corner of Spring Mountain Road and Procyon Street within Paradise.
Mr. Brown, good morning.
Good morning. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's general manager, Matt McClure. We're requesting a use permit for a retail marijuana store in conjunction with an existing and operating dispensary at this location. I'd like to submit for the record several letters of support from our surrounding neighbors.
Well, this one's already has the other part of it.
We ask that you follow the recommendation of both staff and the town board and approve our application.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 21. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 21, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Item 21. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on number 21. Turn this over to Commissioner Brager.
Okay, thank you very much. I feel that you've met everything you're supposed to. I'd make a motion for approval. And the only reason is because I know I say I don't want more. This is already an existing dispensary.
That's correct.
And so that's the only reason that I'm going down this path. You look perplexed.
Okay, you have a motion?
I made a motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Brager. Questions?
Thank you. Don't.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
And this is for staff, so I'm just wondering, why do they have to come back through the process if it's already existing? I'm confused.
They're actually two separate uses. One is a dispensary, the second is retail. So if they have an existing dispensary, they have to come back in to add retail to it because there's a different way of looking at both of those, and that's what the board instructed us to do.
Recreation. Am I right? It's currently medical. They're adding.
It's currently medical.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it just seems weird a year and a half later that we're redoing this.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion? Please cast your votes.
Sorry.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next are items 22 and 23, which can be heard together. Item 22, UC 18313, use permit for proposed marijuana establishment cultivation within a portion of an existing office warehouse building on 3.6 acres in an M1 light manufacturing AE 65 zone. Generally located on the west side of Valley View Boulevard, 120 feet north of Ponderosa Way within Paradise. Item 23, UC 18314, use permit for a proposed marijuana establishment production within a portion of an existing office warehouse building.
Good morning.
Morning.
You wanna go?
My name is Dane Roney from 10323 Hardy Falls Street.
With Live Free Wellness, we're relocating our current approved cultivation and production facility to a building located less than 100 feet away. Staff states the proposed building is professional and suitable in appearance, and adverse impact on adjacent property is unlikely. Staff recommends your approval. We ask for yours as well.
Thank you. Does that complete the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, at this time I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 22 and/or 23. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 22 and/or 23. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on 22 and 23. This is in Commission District A. I appreciate meeting with you and explaining this to me and Tiffany as well. I'm going to recommend approval per staff if approved conditions. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner Giuliani.
To staff, help me understand, nothing is open for any new licenses or state drawn or any of this at this point with what we're doing on these reviews here. Nobody's getting any unfair advantage at some point regarding
Not that we know of.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. And so I guess I'm asking a different question is, so the law says two things. One, if you have an existing facility, you can apply during this time, and if you have, if you were part of a cultivation or whatever, then you can apply at this time. So is this putting people in the queue that wouldn't normally be in the queue because now they're existing? I mean, I'm asking.
Actually, I don't know. The thing with the cultivation, production, and the labs is there really wasn't a limitation on the numbers of them. The concern was always with the number of dispensaries and retail stores. So that's where the limitation was. So we weren't trying to keep track of all of the approvals or whether people are moving in that with cultivation and production.
Okay, it's just interesting to me because I don't know a lot of cultivators, standalone cultivators out there that are actually surviving, right? Most of them are upside down still. So I'm just wondering if people are using it to game the system to get in the process. So I'll pay close attention.
Okay. Next item.
Next item is item 24, UC 18323, use permits for the following: high impact project, a recreation facility, event center, music venue with accessory commercial, convention facility, exposition hall, fairgrounds, banquet facility, retail sales, restaurants, on-premise consumption of alcohol, live entertainment, theater, kiosks, food carts not within an enclosed building, outside dining and drinking not in conjunction with prescribed uses, outside on-premise consumption of alcohol not through primary means of access from the interior of a prescribed use. Outside displays, uses not within an enclosed building, deviations as shown per plans on file. Deviations for the following: alternative landscaping and screening, and all other deviations as shown per plans on file. Waivers of development standards for the following: increased building height, reduced on-site parking, non-standard improvements within the right-of-way. Design reviews for the following: a high-impact project, a convention recreation facility, event center, fairground, pedestrian bridges, accessory buildings, and structures in conjunction with an existing resort hotels, the Link Harrah's and Flamingo, and commercial retail dining and entertainment center, Link Promenade, on approximately 29 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the west side of Koval Lane, 900 feet north of Flamingo Road within Paradise.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Alyssa Naveworth of Brownstein Hyatt, Barbara Schreck, 100 North City Parkway, Suite 1600, on behalf of Caesars, the applicant. With me today is Steve Jones from Pinta, Karen Steenkamp, who's the Vice President of Design and Construction for Caesars, Carlos Hussein, who's the Vice President of Government Affairs, or as I refer to as Carlos, Rex Evans from Friedmutter, John Wakenhut from Kimley Horn, and Amy Sabo, who's the Vice President of Development and Chief Counsel, and they're all here to answer any questions that you have as we proceed. We're here today with an exciting project that will once again place Las Vegas on the forefront of hospitality and convention services. The proposed project will bring 550,000 square feet of convention space to the Las Vegas Strip and will house the world's 2 largest pillarless ballrooms. The application before you is a use permit and design review for the convention center. The Forum is a one-story convention and recreational facility that will be located directly behind the Link Promenade and Hotel. As I said, the facility includes approximately 304,000 square feet of ballroom space with an adjacent 107,000 square feet of outdoor plaza space, which may be used as overflow convention facilities and other special events. As I said, with me is Karen Steenkamp, the Vice President of Design and Construction for Caesars, to walk you through the design specifics of the site. However, before we proceed, there are a number of elements of the overall project that we wanted to address in advance. From the commencement of this project, it's been a priority for Caesars that this be an additive, positive project that enhances the Las Vegas Strip and the Las Vegas visitor experience. To that end, Caesars has reached out and met with its neighbors, residential and commercial, over the past month to answer any and all questions regarding the project. In particular, 3 primary issues were addressed and a 4th issue that we'll raise, which has been recently addressed today. First, Caesars has placed a high priority on developing a thoughtful and innovative way to move visitors in and out of the Forum, while minimizing the impact on surrounding neighbors. As the traffic study indicates, the majority of visitors to the Forum will be moving from the Las Vegas Boulevard and will be returning in the same direction. To facilitate this movement, Caesars will be building a pedestrian bridge from the Link Promenade that will safely convey pedestrians to the Forum. Caesars will further enhance the existing monorail station and connect that station to the product. The proposed meeting center also features significant pedestrian improvements, RTC stops, and a designated TNC area. Parking for the area includes 800 subterranean parking spaces and 318 surface lot spaces. We're requesting a 4.4% parking waiver to accommodate special events. Based on the site, there's really only necessary 0.4% parking waiver or 30 spots specifically. Second, Caesars has focused on contemporaneously addressing the flooding issues on Koval Lane while constructing the Forum. As part of the project, Caesars will widen the culvert inlet east of the Link Promenade. This will capture a much higher percentage of the water flow that currently travels down Winnick and across Koval. This will be a substantial improvement to the water flow and its impact on the traffic conditions in that area. Third, Caesars has worked diligently to address sound concerns associated with the area. Once completed, this building itself will greatly reduce sound impact to residential neighbors. Additionally, many of the events that were previously held in temporary structures on the back lot will now have a home inside the Forum. Moreover, this application does not request a sound variance, as Caesars has committed to keep the sound associated with any event in the outdoor plaza to within the Title 30 prescribed sound limitations. Finally, in the recent days, we have been working with Sands Corporation and the Venetian regarding the impact of the project to the shared lane that is Kruger Lane. We have not yet reached a resolution on this issue. We have thought about various issues, whether or not it's reversing the flow during peak times, changing exits vis-a-vis the diagram. The design and construction teams for Venetian and Caesars have met within the last 24 hours. They met again this morning, and they're going to continue. We are committed that they will continue to meet until we find a positive resolution. We have agreed to some specific language to that as a condition of the approval. Sorry, this is very small, and I am very blind. Okay. As we would agree to the following language, as a condition to the approval of this application, Caesars is required to work with the Sands to come to a mutually agreed upon solution to address the issues of ingress and egress of the Caesars Forum truck or other Caesars Forum delivery traffic along Kruger Lane in a manner which will not substantially adversely interfere with the free flow of the traffic on the shared roadway. And now it is my distinct honor to turn this over to Karen Steenkamp, who can walk you through the project itself.
Hi, as Alyssa said, I'm Karen Steenkamp. First, let me orient you with the site itself. The facility is proposed in the area east of the Link Promenade. This is the Link Promenade to orient you on here. Kruger, Koval, and Winnick. Winnick along the bottom. Access to the site is provided by multiple driveways from private drives, 2 access points from Koval. We propose to realign Winnick to create a traditional 3-way intersection. Through here. That mitigates the existing congestion where there's a 4-way stop. This should help alleviate current issues that exist and enhance the pedestrian safety by moving pedestrians to and from the project via the bridges located here beneath the wheel and over here via the monorail station that currently exists connecting Lincoln Harrah's. As Alyssa indicated, the majority of the parking will exist underneath the Forum itself. We have subterranean parking in this portion of the building. The entrance to the parking is off Koval, where we'll be installing a deceleration lane. We've also dedicated an additional 10 feet of land for potential future expansion widening of Koval. The proposed facility has an area of 550,000 square feet, which includes 304,000 square feet of ballroom space with supporting back-of-house areas. As she stated as well, we have two of the world's largest column-free ballrooms here. These are the two smaller 50,000 square foot ballrooms. The building elevation on Koval Lane is 55 to 65 feet in height. The ballroom spaces can be divided into two grand ballrooms, and we have two smaller ballrooms that can also be divided into many smaller meeting spaces. This space is finished ballroom. We propose a 107,000 square foot outdoor events plaza to the southwest of the building, with a request for uses which will allow these open areas to be used for special events or promotions in conjunction with the facility. The proposed facility will be connected to the existing Las Vegas monorail station and Link Promenade by the proposed pedestrian bridges, and the outdoor plaza is designed to be located away from and buffered from contiguous residential parcels. The surface parking areas are directly south of the building and may be periodically used for temporary outdoor tents. Service areas, which include loading and unloading, are to the north of the building. And with that, I'll introduce you to Carlos Lassagne.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. First, let me identify myself, Carlos Lassagne, Caesars Entertainment. I want to thank staff. Particularly, I want to thank Nancy Edmondson and Sammy Real for the countless hours they have held our hand and worked through this project, as well as the commissioners, giving us the time that's necessary. This is a really, really great project, and we're excited about it for many reasons. And it starts with 4 letters: jobs. A lot of jobs. We're talking about 1,000 jobs, construction jobs, and almost 500 permanent jobs going forward. But I'm particularly excited about the fact that we're going to do a carve-out with Penta Building Group that we're really happy to have on board, guiding our construction initiative, with regard to the apprentice thing. Far too long, we have not addressed the issue of trades, and Caesars is committed to enhancing that. So to that end, we will look to, as a goal, of bringing on 20% of apprentices as well. Also, with regard to that, I'm really excited, and the gentleman is here today. I asked him to come, Mr. Shondell Newsom. Penta has retained him in some new marketing to our outreach for minority business enterprises, WBEs, veteran business enterprises, small business enterprises, about any business enterprise that you can possibly think of. Shondell is going to handle that outreach. And Shondell, I welcome you aboard. This is a really great project. One of the things we learned when we initially opened up the link, we did not do our due diligence with regard to outreach, to reaching out to our surrounding neighbors. We learned from that. And to that end, we've done a great job of reaching out to our stakeholders, our neighbor stakeholders, the Meridian, the Hilton, the Holiday Inn, these timeshare groups, what have you, and certainly Park Towers. And I think it meant a lot that we included them from the very, very beginning. And so we've done that. We've learned our lesson from that. And to that end also, we reached out to our stakeholders in the business community. Some of our representatives are here today from the Venetian Sands Group, as well as Wynn. We've done that. We think this is a great project, and I'm going to recommend, I hope that staff recommends, and they have recommended, that this project be approved. And this is a really good thing. This allows us to get into an industry, the meetings industry, that we weren't able to do. You know, the 10 to 15,000 convention that comes through. This is not competing with the Sands. This is not competing with the Las Vegas Convention facility. But this has a niche market that we're able to address. And so then we hope that we garner your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do you have a recommendation on the project?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I'm just kidding.
My
I'm just
apologies.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
I love that completely.
I'm just kidding. Thank you.
We're open for any questions.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yep, that concludes
Great.
our presentation.
This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 24. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 24, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Item 24. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 24, turn it over to Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. So the language, Alyssa, that you read from the SANS, can you reread that, or do we have that in writing so that we've got it? Nancy has it, okay.
Nancy has. Do you want me to?
If you don't mind, please.
Okay, no problem.
While you're looking for that, could someone just make sure, do we have enough employee parking? Because you're going to have, I don't know how many people you're predicting on that property for serving them.
John, do you want to come up and address the parking issue? This is John Wakenhut from Kimley Horn.
John Wakenhut, Kimley Horn, 6671 South Las Vegas Boulevard. We've prepared the parking study, and there is a deficit of 30 parking spaces that we're asking for a waiver for.
Okay.
And so
That's the
that's all
4.4%
included in
all total.
the properties, yes.
Okay. And then on the, while Alyssa is looking for that, I think you described the weight of the subterranean, that there's no problem engineering-wise with the weight of the ballroom and everything on top.
It's been, we have our structural engineers that have.
Yeah, I think the
completed
yard
that
seats something for like 50 years, I was reading in my backup, but, okay, so you'll have 2 pedestrian bridges, improvement to drainage, which is a huge issue there, so you don't feel anything will be going into your garage like we've had at the old IP back in the day?
So let me actually bring out, yes, this is it. Again, I'll have John walk you through this. What this rendering shows is the shrinkage of the floodplain post-engineering with the culvert on the actual parcel that runs along the forum. So do you want to walk them through this one?
Sure. The blue outline is the current floodplain, and it's along the Winnick alignment, the current Winnick alignment, but as you can see, it spills out over through the parking lot and up and down the Koval and Winnick intersection. Part of the improvements is realigning the Winnick and Link intersection. And on the corner here is the plaza, which is going to be elevated with a retaining wall. So that redirects the floodplain into this green zone here. And along with that, we're going to improve the inlet structure, which increases the capture capacity of the wash that's coming out.
Yeah, because that was too small, if I remember correctly.
It is. And so we're making improvements to that to reduce the size, and now it's contained into the street of Winnick.
Okay, so I'll go down Winnick, which will now carry traffic three lanes, correct? Or 2 lanes?
On Winnick, it's 2 lanes in each direction and a center turn lane.
And so then the water will dump into the street, and then what's our capturing there so that Kofall's not impacted? Does it drop down subterranean?
No, it doesn't. It still goes into Koval, but it's much reduced.
I hope so.
With the limits of the inlet structure, we've expanded as much as we possibly can. I think it's a 10% increase, so it captures 80% of the flow that's coming out of the Link Garage. And currently, we're preparing a design study to improve that section of it from there upstream through the garage.
Okay,
which
so
would
you're
completely
getting there.
eliminate-
You're not. This project itself won't finish everything that you need to do on the flood
This
side.
helps it, but not completes it.
Okay.
This will substantially benefit the flooding that is currently impacting Koval.
Right.
The upstream flooding is a separate engineering question that Caesars is currently working on with Kimley Horn.
Yeah, because the Cromwell has still the issue with that flood part. The turnout, maybe the other map that you can put up. Thanks, John. The decel lane. Is there a bus stop near there that would need to be accommodated as well? Do you know offhand? I'm trying to think if there is one.
There's a bus stop here, and so what we've designed in is the combined decel and bus stop per county standards.
So you won't have a conflict?
No, there's an existing one there, and then we're also adding the length to the decel lane plus the bus pad per current county standards.
Yeah, so the bus can pull out.
Yes.
Correct. I mean,
That's
because
correct.
Koval's a mess, as we all know,
No,
and it needs to.
That'll take place in this lane right here.
Okay, and then, let's see.
Commissioner, can I give you the language?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So as a condition of the approval, Caesars is required to work with Sands to come to mutually agreed upon solution to address the ingress and egress of Caesars Forum truck and other Caesars Forum delivery traffic in a manner which will substantially adversely interfere with the free flow of traffic on a shared roadway.
Which will not substantially.
That will not, I'm reading what they wrote, but it's not substantially, and that's Kruger Drive. And that's the big concerns that Sands has. They don't want Kruger Drive the traffic to impact what they do on a day-to-day basis.
So who owns Kruger's? You said it's private.
It's a private, they have a private access easement, I believe it's since the early 90s. The agreement has been there. In speaking with Sands representative last night, we can't require different agreements than that, but I did recommend that we do have some sort of language that requires that they work together because we don't want to impact an existing
right, and then
facility.
have backup and traffic going down the other part.
Because it would eventually impact Koval.
Yeah, and I do think, I appreciate everybody reaching out to the Meridian and Park Towers and all the residential, but next time let's remember our neighbors directly to the immediate area.
We actually did reach out to them and the WIN. And we also reached out to Hilton Grand Vacations, Holiday Inn, all the businesses. Just happened theirs ended up being the last of timing,
Sometimes these happen, but
Achilles
you'll
heel,
all come together and sing Kumbaya at some point. Okay, and then the four-way stop finally goes away because that's a mess by the wheel, right? Yeah, good. That'll actually help your people a lot. And then you'll have two pedestrian bridges crossing over so you don't mix them into the traffic flow, correct?
That's correct. So, one of the major traffic issues not impacting our neighbors, but certainly impacting ourselves is this area. So straightening Winnick will be one way that safety will be enhanced in that area. Then there will be a pedestrian bridge that goes behind the wheel over into the events plaza that will be, move people in and out.
Yeah, because there's a conflict now. I mean, I've called Carlos in the past when I've been there and said, "Oh my gosh, you got a real problem there." Okay, so that'll be good that'll be fixed. And then is this mostly conventioners that you're predicting for your specialty market then that you're looking at?
Yes, exactly. So the event that spurred the idea for this type of convention center was a 15,000 person sit down dinner by Amazon. Actually,
right, we talked
the
about
convention was held at Sands, at the Sands Convention Center, but they needed a contiguous space to actually seat that many people, and they tinted the back lot of the link, and they realized that there's a niche demand for that, and that is something that would then be complementary, not necessarily competitive with LBCVA or others. One of the distinguishing factors of this facility, in addition to being the world's two largest pillarless ballrooms, is that it's also fully finished banquet space, and so it's not like a traditional convention center space. So it's just a supersized, extra large ballroom.
Is the food brought on site, or are they preparing there?
I believe the food is going to be.
It does have a kitchen. I thought it did on the original plans. Okay. And do you have? Because if some are further away where the pedestrians can't walk, do we have a place for you? Because some will bring chartered buses, probably, I'm going to guess. Do you have that flow in here anticipated?
Yes, that flow, the drop-off is in this area right here. There's also going to be a connection to the monorail station that will be enhanced, so it's actually going to be weatherized and drops directly into the actual convention facility.
Okay.
So the entryway is not only the pedestrian bridge on this side, but then the monorail station itself, this is a multimodal transportation hub coordinated with the RTC.
Right.
And then, of course, traffic, which is we believe to be a much smaller percentage of what is actually going to occur in this, that vehicular traffic would enter off of Koval Lane.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions. Just a note for the record, if anybody else, I'd make a motion to approve with the additional language read in by staff and by Alyssa.
Thank you. I've got one question of Carlos, I guess. How many jobs, the four-letter word jobs he's talking about? I mean, that's
I can actually
preeminent issue to me, so.
I've been summoned, so I'm here. So 1,000 jobs, construction jobs, and somewhere between 450 to 500 permanent jobs. And again, 20% of the workforce we're looking to dedicate to the apprentice program. So we've been working very closely with the unions.
I really appreciate the outreach with the apprentices and with the minority businesses as well. So we've worked together well. I think it's great to get some minority contractors hired, and give an opportunity to start growing some of these smaller businesses and your outreach. So I appreciate that. That's a lot more people working. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. If there ever was a time to be in construction trades, this is the time, and this is the market to be in.
That's right.
For sure.
Hopefully, every one of them are working. That's the hope. Everybody in the field. So we have a motion from Commissioner June Kiliani. Is there, Commissioner Weekly?
And then I have one question for John to come back up, if you don't mind.
I just want to say before Commissioner June Kiliani gets to her question for John, that I think this is it's a great project. But let me just say this first. Last commission meeting we were here, and I see my friends here from the Sandsplots, so Venetian. I'm just covering it all, make sure I didn't leave anyone out. Where we approved an amazing facility that's going to go in this quarter, and to have MSG, can you just imagine? 2020, when the show lets out Commissioner Sisolak, and I don't know if it's going to be Beyonce or if it's going to be Springsteen or who it's going to be. But where's the after set going to be?
We're talking about Springsteen.
Right. We're putting our bids in who we want to be the opening act, right? So can you imagine, just being a native Nevadan, this is pretty exciting to see our community grow the way it is. And there are so many exciting things that are happening here. But one of the things that it's my hope, Mr. Lassane, as we talk about jobs. We've had that conversation a gazillion times with the entire industry here as we grow our community. It's my hope and my prayer that we get training out there, that we make sure that people that live here benefit from the jobs. I am so sick and tired of driving up and down the street, looking at all the construction sites, and I see so many out-of-state license plates. And not that I'm anti people from out of state looking for work. It's just I know so many people that live here that need work. And for us to make sure that we do our very, very best, Mr. Newsom, with getting the word out to all communities around all of Clark County, that there are opportunities out there to be a part of this new skyline that we're going to see that's taking place in our communities. And so, Commissioner G, congratulations. Another great project under your belt. Thank you to this commission and to the staff for working with these applicants. Regardless, sometimes it gets a little frustrating with the competition that goes along, but this is really refreshing to see that you all have come together and have worked out the differences. And I can say from an LVCVA standpoint, I know that there are some questions in terms of who should be doing what, but at the end of the day, I can tell you by the time all of this stuff is built, CES, which they're anticipating, their 2020 show is going to be through the roof. ConexCon is going to be so amazing that right now we, and Commissioner Brown can attest to this, we're getting so many concerns from around the world. People want to come here, and it's a fact. We can't accommodate them, but we're going to be ready. We're going to be ready. So to all the partners, from Sands to Caesars to Wynn to all of the partners, this is what helps, and I rest on it, and I stand on it. Teamwork truly makes the dream work, and for us to work in these silos and everybody wants to do their own thing, we lose. But today I see a win. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. John, could you put up the flood map? Just one more question. Thank you. Go out to the Koval piece where it will drop off of Winnick. Is there going to be inlets there, or are you just doing what they call the
inlets there?
Are they sized adequately, though? I would ask you to look at that.
Plans to improve that area. We're concentrating on the
Yeah, because you don't want to create a sheet of water that goes across Cobalt, because you know what that area is like when we get flooding. So I just would want to make sure that, and Eric, maybe to civil or something, that the inlets are adequate, even though you're reducing the CPS or CFS or whatever they call it. CPS, that was
yeah, Commissioner, it's not a factor of inlets. I think it's a fact that the existing facilities just can't handle any more water. So there are inlets, but when it's at maximum capacity, there's nowhere for that water to go but over Cobalt. So until there's, we're getting pieces at a time and to get there, but this isn't going to solve the over Cobalt at this point. During an ultimate 100-year
Right,
event.
during 100 years.
Anything below that, it's making it much better, but the big storm's still going to be the big storm.
And this analyzes the 100-year storm, so this is what we're
Okay, we'll monitor it. I mean, it affects your property, it affects everything. So, I mean, we don't want to make it, I know you're trying to make it better, but we just need to be cognizant that there still will possibly be some problems.
It was
there.
so Caesars looked to solve for the 100-year storm, but it was an engineering impossibility to get to 100 years, so they got to the 50-year storm. It will substantially reduce it, except for the 100-year situation, which is
okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly, I just want to respond to one thing that you said as it relates to jobs, and to Carlos and Trendell. I walked this week the stadium site and the Resorts World site, and I'm telling you, I walked the parking lots, and those are Nevada plates on those cars. So I know we've got your commitment to keep hiring Nevada people, which is the most important people. You know, we want to put our folks to work, which for both the 1,000 and the 500 jobs and the apprenticeships. So it's important to all of us. And I did check the license plates, and I'll be wandering through your lot as well at some point. So appreciate you. Thank you. So we have a motion from Commissioner.
I have one more. I'm so sorry. Shondell, you're here. Could you make sure that you keep us periodically updated on the apprenticeship part of it, like how that's going? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Commissioners, next are items 25, 26, and 27, which can be heard together. Item 25, BS 18311, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Tropical Parkway and Corbett Street alignment and between Jensen Street and Grand Canyon Drive within Lone Mountain. Item 26, WS 18309, waiver of development standards for the following. Allow single-family residential lots to access a collector street, Tropical Parkway. Allow single-family residential lots to access a collector street without a circular driveway or on-site turnaround. Off-site improvements, curb gutter, sidewalks, streetlights, and partial paving. Design reviews for the following. Single-family residential development, increased finished grade on 5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the south side of Tropical Parkway and east side of Jensen Street within Lone Mountain. Item 27, TM 185-00065, tentative map consisting of 8 single-family residential lots on 5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing Pinnacle Homes in this matter. As I can show you on the overhead here, we have approximately 5 acres of property. We have Tropical, which is to the north, and we're down to the south is Corbett, and to the west of us is Jensen. This 5 acres, we're coming in for an 8-lot subdivision. It is at 1.6 units to the acre. As we came through on the project itself, we had a couple of neighborhood meetings, and I want to show you the site plan itself. Initially, we had a neighborhood meeting prior to the town board. We had a town board meeting that the town board recommended approval of the applications, and then we had a subsequent meeting with the neighbors to fine-tune some of the conditions that I'd like to go through and some of the things I'd like to discuss fairly quickly. One of the things that I want to clarify is, as you can see here, we have lots 1 and 2 that face out on the Tropical. There is a waiver development standard number 2 that we would like to withdraw without prejudice. There will be a condition on here that we've accepted previously for another development for Pinnacle Homes that had driveways facing out onto Tropical Parkway. And I'll go into that condition later on, because the key here is Pinnacle Homes does not want to do a circular driveway out onto Tropical, but they will do a driveway where you're going to be able to have turning radius on the property itself to get out onto Tropical. And the town board did recommend approval of what we were doing, and they accepted us our withdrawal without prejudice for item number 2 on the waiver development standard. With respect to the conditions that we want to impose on the project based on our discussions with the neighbors, the first condition I'd like to add is that the applicant is to comply with the utility company requirements for the development of the property. One of the neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, had some concerns. There's a power line that runs along the east property line here, and they wanted to make sure that we were working closely with the power company with respect to the existing power lines that are in the area. So that's why we put down condition number 1. The second condition deals with the block walls that are located. There's existing block walls with the 4 lots that are located here. The discussions in our neighborhood meetings in this area here where Mr. and Mrs. Jones wanted us to tear down their block wall and build a new wall in this area. And then subsequent conversations, I'll read a condition, is where we're going to come in and just put a condition on here if the other 3 properties of the 4 that want to come in and have us to tear down their wall also, we'll provide them notice, but if they don't approve of it within 7 days after we send the letter, we're going to then just build a secondary wall or an adjoining wall right up to the existing walls itself. So the condition that I have here for condition number 2 that we'd like to add is that the applicant will construct a new block wall if the eastern adjacent property owners agree to have a new wall built on the adjacent property line. And this means that the existing common wall would be removed and replaced with a new retaining wall and screen wall. And again, that's for just these 4 lots that are located here. Mr. Wyatt will contact those neighbors to confirm if they want their wall, the existing wall, to be removed or not. And if not, then we'll just move forward with building a secondary wall up adjacent to their wall. And with that, I know there's some concerns at times. We talked about this at the town board, that we would make sure we'd fill between the 2 walls if we had to build a redundant wall there, and we would cap that in between the 2 walls too to make sure nothing gets in between the walls itself. The third condition that we would agree to, and this is to address the gentleman who lives here, his concern was with some grade elevations here of the street and on the lot pads itself. So I'm going to read this condition. It says the applicant will work with the City of Las Vegas engineer to reduce the elevation of the sewer to the furthest extent possible. Resulting sewer elevation will dictate street and pad elevations on lots 3 and 8. So the concern here is with the grading of what we're doing here, obviously we have to get the approval to see as low as we can get here with the city's engineer here from a sewer standpoint, and then based off of that, how low we can go will determine what the ultimate elevations will be for the street and for pads 3 and 8. And then the last condition is what I started out on lots 1 and 2, is that we would ask that there be a 3-point turn pocket is required for the driveways located on Tropical Parkway, and that would be for lots 1 and 2. That being said, I want to thank the neighbors. We've had long conversations with the neighbors, many emails going back and forth, but we spent a lot of time working with the neighbors, especially the 4 that are along here, along the east portion of our property, and I do believe by addressing these conditions to have them incorporated into the record that would be adequate, that we would get their support. And then there's one thing that the Joneses have asked me to clarify for the record, that we don't have to put that as a condition, but Mr. White has already told them, is the existing wall that's there that we know we're going to be taking down, they have some stucco on the inside of their wall itself, and then we'll be adding new stucco to the inside of their wall and working with them on some minor landscape issues also. But I told them, actually they asked through email, that we make sure we make that part of the record, and I just want to make it part of the record so in case anybody comes back, they could always listen to the tape and understand what the intent was.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing on item number 25, 26, and 27. Is that right? Anyone wishing to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nancy, do you have a copy of the additional?
I do have a copy of the additional. However, Mr. Gronauer modified the additional conditions that he forwarded to me, so I would like to read number 2 to him. Applicant will construct a new wall if the eastern adjacent property owners agree to have a new wall built on the adjacent property line. The existing common wall will be removed and replaced with a retaining and screen wall. If a redundant wall is preferred by adjacent property owners, applicant will cap the walls for safety.
Do you agree with that? Revised?
Yes, I had to make that change late yesterday, so I apologize.
I would move for approval, subject to the additional conditions.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brown. Mr. Grunow, you understand the motion?
Yes, I do.
Any questions on Commissioner Brown's motion? Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you, and I want to thank Sue Baker and your staff for working with us on the conditions and with the neighbors. Have a good day.
Sue Baker, over there to our right. Motion passes.
Next is item 28, WS 18215, holdover amended waivers of development standards for the following: increased building height, reduced throat depth for a driveway which is no longer needed, design review for proposed expansion to an existing distribution center on 4 acres in the MD Design Manufacturing AE 65 zone, generally located on the east side of Windy Street and the north side of Arby Avenue within Enterprise.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joey DeBlanco, 2251 North Rampart Boulevard, here representing the applicant. What we have here is LMG Audio Visual Technology Company. They just want to expand their building. They just want to do an addition. On that addition, we're only requesting that half of the addition be raised 10 feet above what's required by code. So half of the building's at code, the other half is above code. Now, the reason why they want the building raised is so that they can have representative distances for their audio and lighting that reflect the actual distances in the casinos, in the showrooms, and in the stadium. So I think this is an easy application. I'm here to answer any questions, and hopefully you like what we've done.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time I'm going to open the public hearing, item number 28. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 28, please step forward to identify yourself. For the record, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Tom Savelli. I am the Facilities Director for LMG, and I just wanted to take a moment to see if I can give you a clear picture on what we're doing. We are building, if this is approved, a rehearsal studio for artists where they can come in and we will actually build an arena-size audio-video lighting rig where they can rehearse in Las Vegas, because now most of them leave. They go to Phoenix or California to do their rehearsals. This will allow them to come here, stay here, and rehearse. And that concludes what I'm trying to get. Thank you.
So you're in support of the project?
Absolutely.
Okay. Commissioner Brown wants to know where your accent is from.
I'm afraid to say. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, Commissioner. But I enlisted in '74 and stayed in for 25 years. Haven't been back since.
Thank
and
you.
I also want to just thank Tiffany.
Oh, come on.
I'm pretty new to this, and she was really great. Thank you, Tiff.
Thank you, Tiff. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak during public comment? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and I appreciate you working with Tiffany on this one. I'm going to recommend that this is in District A. I'm going to recommend approval per staff if approved conditions. Any comments? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Next are items 29 and 30, which can be heard together. Item 29, WS 18324, waivers of development standards for the following: waive required trash enclosures, alternative landscaping, design reviews for the following: a multifamily residential condominium development, increased finished grade for a multifamily residential condominium development on a portion of 6.5 acres in an R3 multiple family residential zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the southeast corner of Las Vegas Boulevard South and Barber Lane within Enterprise. Item 30, TM 185000069, tentative map consisting of 82 condominium units on a portion of 6.5 acres in an R3 multiple family residential zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant Lennar Homes. This property is a 6.5-acre parcel located on Las Vegas Boulevard. Just to the north of it is Barber Lane. on your consent agenda, just at the last meeting, phase 1 of this project was approved on this long skinny parcel. This portion is phase 2. It'll be all one community with a shared HOA and shared amenities. This is the site plan, if we could zoom out a little bit. Previously approved on both of these parcels actually was a project for Cal Atlantic that was very similar to what we have before you today. The change was when Cal Atlantic was acquired by Lennar. Lennar is now coming in with a different product type. The good news for you commissioners, there are no rooftop decks on this product type, so this is still a townhome product with lots of open space. We have 4 times the amount of open space required. We exceed the parking requirements. This will be a for sale product, so it'll be an entry-level product for new home buyers, and there's a huge demand for that. We think this will be a good product for the area. Your town board recommended approval. We appreciate staff's recommendation. We're in agreement with all of the conditions, including the additional trees along the south boundary, and we would very much appreciate your approval today.
Does that complete your presentation?
That does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This time I'm going to open a public hearing on items number 29 and 30. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Got to wait for Eric here, I guess. We can play the Jeopardy song right now. Okay.
We have a piece that's shown as not a part, and we're wondering if it's part of it and how we're going to map it. That's.
I think it's resolved.
Okay, I don't know what the problem was, but it's apparently been resolved. I'm going to recommend, this is also in District A, I'm going to recommend approval on 29 and 30 per staff if approved conditions. Okay? Is there any discussion on that motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next are items 31, 32, and 33, which can be heard together. Item 31, ZC 1842, amended holdover zone change to reclassify 20 acres from RUD residential urban density zone and C2 general commercial zone to RUD residential urban density zone, previously notified as R2 medium density residential zone in the CMA design and MUD 3 overlay districts. Waiver of development standards for the following: increased wall height, previously not notified; reduced street intersection offset, which was previously not notified. Design reviews for the following: single-family residential development, increased finished grade, generally located on the south side of Bedora Avenue and the east side of Torrey Pines Drive within Enterprise. Item 32, VS 18292, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Bedora Avenue alignment and RB Avenue and between Torrey Pines Drive and Bronco Street. A portion of the right-of-way being Bedora Avenue located between Torrey Pines Drive and Bronco Street, and a portion of the right-of-way being Torrey Pines Drive located between Bedora Avenue and RB Avenue within Enterprise. Item 33, TM 18500060, tentative map consisting of 165 single-family residential lots and common lots on 20 acres.
Good morning, Mr. Kempfer.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Kempfer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. I appreciate very much that we're taking items 31, 32, and 33 together. There are several aspects to these applications. Vacation and abandonment that both staff and the town board recommend approval on. A conforming zone change to RUD. Half of the property is already zoned to RUD, the other half is zone C2, but all of it is master planned for residential high. And at 8 units an acre, just over 8 units an acre, we're well at the bottom of the range. Staff and town board recommend approval. We have a waiver to allow a 6-foot 8-inch block wall to provide additional privacy for neighbors, and staff and the town board recommend approval. We have a waiver to reduce a street intersection offset from 125 feet to 113 feet, and again, staff and the town board recommend approval. The design review and tentative map, our plan meets the density of the RUD zoning. All of our lots will exceed the required RUD lot size, appreciably in fact. Our development meets all parking and open space requirements, and with our agreement to provide sidewalk on one side of each interior street, we hopefully have addressed the only issue of concern that was raised both by staff and the town board. Now, what we intend to do, and we have given the staff what I'm about to read to you, the developer will install a 4-foot paver walkway on one side of the street throughout the interior of the subdivision. The walkway will be installed with the front yard landscape package provided by the developer. The walkway will be located on the owner's private lot. As with some private streets and amenities, the sidewalk will be maintained by the homeowner and enforced by the HOA. Now, consequently, with the addition of sidewalks on one side of the interior streets, we hopefully have received staff's support, and we would respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Kemper. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 31, 32, and/or 33. Anyone wish to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. This is also in District 8. So, paver sidewalks? You can use pavers?
Yes.
Does that cause a problem with seniors and their walking? I know I could just speak to the fact that my mom has trouble on pavers as opposed to a flat surface with it when she uses her walker.
Yeah, it depends on the type of paver. Some are much smoother and tighter than others, and it really just depends on the maintenance of the pavers. If they are installed well and kept up, they can make a good surface, but there's so many varieties that it's hard to answer that blanketly.
We can work with your staff, Chairman, on the kind of paver to be installed. I understand the concern you're raising. We're trying to make it aesthetically.
I get it, and I want it aesthetically pleasing and obviously for the residents, but sometimes they bump up a little bit and then you're pushing a walker. It's hard.
By the way, you don't have to be your mom's age. I find myself tripping on sidewalks right now, which is sad. So.
I'll tell her that. It'll make her feel better. Not that you trip, but just that it's not just her. So okay, I'm going to recommend approval per staff if approved conditions, but ask you to work with staff on the type of pavers and get them in there tight, you know what I mean, where there's not a up and down kind of.
Mr. Dunford's in the audience.
You know what I mean, Mark? Okay.
And Commissioner, we're going to add the condition that Chris read into the record as well, correct, about the sidewalk on one side?
Sidewalk on one side, absolutely. So I'll recommend approval with that additional condition being read in the record. Any questions? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know it irritates you a little bit, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to thank Tiffany again, if I might, because she did work with us in this, and I appreciate it.
We appreciate her. Thank you, Mr. Kemper. Appreciate it. Next item.
Next item is item 36, ZC 18300, zone change to reclassify 0.6 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential AE 65 zone to C2 General Commercial Zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: requirement for sidewalks or buffer around the building footprint, non-standard commercial driveway. Design reviews for the following: vehicle sales, vehicle maintenance facility on 0.6 acres, generally located on the west side of Nellis Boulevard, 100 feet north of Holt Avenue within Sunrise Manor. Commissioners, I would like to clarify the staff recommendation. Staff recommended approval of the waiver of development standards and the design review number 1, and denial of design review number 2 and the waivers of development standards number 2. The waiver of development standards number 2, we neglected to put that in the agenda. That we recommend denial.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, Hector Camacho, 1501 Northeastern.
Okay, did you want to make a presentation or talk about what you're doing, or have you talked to the commissioner already?
Yes, that's a building I want to get, for a minor auto repair and auto sale.
Okay.
There's not much I can.
Okay, that's good. I'm sure she's going to walk me through this. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 36. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 36, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 36 and turn this over to Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is truly an infill project. We're trying to clean up along the Nellis corridor, and I support staff. Mr. Camacho, I know you and I have had conversations, but I'm hell-bent on not giving you the waiver to number 2 because I just think that it will be better for the ADA access and all of the longer term. So, Mr. Chairman, this is an auto use. Mr. Camacho has been a good steward in District B. This is about his 3rd project that he's done with us, so I'm happy to support him with staff's recommendations.
Okay. Did you understand the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner. With her denying that one, we just need to add the condition that they will get NDOT approval or concurrence with their project.
Okay, that's fine.
We have a motion on the floor with an amendment by Eric from Commissioner Kirkpatrick. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. And that was up, Cindy. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item 38, AG 18900-344. It's a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners consider whether an extension of time should be granted for the construction of the Southern Highlands Sport Park, and if residential permits should be held within the Southern Highlands Master Plan community, and direct staff accordingly. Commissioners, based on the development agreement and an approval by the Board of County Commissioners, the park needed to be completed on May 31st of this year. If it was not completed, the development agreement required that the county stop issuing residential building permits, and residential building permits stopped being issued for Southern Highlands on June 1st. The applicant has come in to request an extension.
Mr. Kempfer.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Kempfer here on behalf of Southern Highlands. A couple of things I'd just like to state for the record. One, with regard to Ms. Edmondson, there is no alternative that she had. She did exactly what she was required to do by withholding those residential building permits. I know there have been people who have called her suggesting that, and in their minds, rightfully so, that it's created then some problems, but the fact is she did what she had to do, and those of us at Southern Highlands very much respect and appreciate that fact. So that's number one. Number two, I thought the purpose of today's hearing was to extend the period of time I put in my letter July, but June 30th, and then allow during the period of time that permits could be issued subject to the park being completed on the 30th. The reason for that request is that although this involves Southern Highlands, the bottom line is the home builders, not Southern Highlands, who are penalized by the withholding of permits. I was going to mention how much park has been done and how much will be done over the next couple of weeks. But if it's not possible today, if it's not possible to extend that time or to allow for those permits to be issued because either this item was not noticed correctly or we have to have a more formal amendment to the development agreement, then I would ask that we do what has to be done so that I have an item in front of you that you can act on and hopefully extend it and allow the permits to be issued. So I could otherwise go further into that, but I don't want to if in fact there's no remedy that we would have today. I would just as soon delay this for 2 weeks until we could discuss a possible remedy for this. And I do want to say one more thing. This is not a fault. This is not a situation where anybody is at fault. Things just took longer. It took longer to submit. It took longer to review. It took longer to reply. And as a consequence of that, the time ended up being longer than May 31st. So anyway, those are my comments. And if we could move forward, great, but if we can, I'd ask that we hold it for 2 weeks so that we can properly notice what has to be noticed to get done what we think should be done. Thank you.
Okay, it's Commissioner Brager's district, so I'll let her say something, then I'll go to you next. Were you going to speak, Mr. Borgel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
We understand and support Mr.
Could you identify yourself for the
Greg
record, please,
Borgel,
Mr. Borgel?
300 South 4th Street, sorry. Understand and support what Mr. Kempfer said. I'm here on behalf of a small developer, Mo Seebeck of Paragon Place Development. 2 clarifications and then 1 request. Agreeing, meanwhile, that if we can solve it in 2 weeks, that would be great. But first of all, in terms of a clarification, the suspension of the issuing of permits, I assume and hope, does not prevent the submission of permits to get a place in line. And secondly, that it does not prevent staff from reviewing those permits that would be in line. We wouldn't want to encounter a situation in 2 weeks where our permits have been put aside and now the process of reviewing them has started. So those are the 2 clarifications, and I think I'll pause and see if there's any response to that from staff or attorney or anybody.
Well, I'll wait till you made your comments, and then Commissioner
Okay,
Brager
then
will get
I'll go to my third point, which is just slightly more complex. In representing Mr. Seebeck and his project, the project in question is this little pocket here in the very middle of Southern Highlands. The property has not been in Southern Highlands. It is an out parcel of Southern Highlands, or has been. In discussions with staff, it was agreed that they would bring the project into Southern Highlands because it's surrounded by Southern Highlands, it benefits from Southern Highlands, they, it was felt, should be a participant in Southern Highlands. Toward that end, they submitted and signed a supplemental agreement to bring that parcel into Southern Highlands. So we are in a position of not knowing today if we're in or out of Southern Highlands. When we talked to the former major project staff of the planning department, they were unable to say if this agreement has been recorded. Our request would be that staff determine that for us, and if we're not in, we're going to ask that we not come in until this matter is settled. If we are in, we want to join in the process of getting it fixed.
Nancy, are they in or out?
They're in. They came before the Board of County Commissioners for a waiver of the requirement for the PFNA, and then that same day they were approved for the supplement. It has been signed by them. It's been signed by the chairman. Whether it's been recorded is not the issue. We do have a backlog on getting things recorded.
Okay, so you're in.
Mr. Chairman, all due respect to Mr. Borgel is not part of the Southern Highlands presentation team. Those comments were made on his own and not part of my particular presentation. I just want the record clear on that. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Kempfer. So, Commissioner Brager, I'll go to you, and then Commissioner Giuliani.
I'm going to go to Rob.
We'll go to Rob.
Well, the first issue raised by Mr. Borgel was whether or not the permits can be processed but not issued. The agreement says they cannot be issued. So yes, they can be processed during this time. They just can't be issued, for that clarification.
Okay.
So there's 2 issues before you. Number 1, grant an extension on building the park. And then number 2, if you grant the extension, do you want to continue to hold building permits, freeze building permits, or do you think that they should be allowed to be issued during this if the extension is granted? So there's 2 issues for you to consider. And it's properly before the board right now, so you can make that decision.
Okay. We'll go to Commissioner Brager and then over here.
Okay, and I think your request kind of puts us, or myself and the board, in an awkward position. I'm going to have to stand by the agreement that we have for the May 31st. I don't think there's any waivers. I don't think there's any way to do that. I don't know if the hold accomplishes anything, because what would the hold really be for? To finish the park? Because you have the 25th or the 30th. There's a few things that need to be checked on. I would suggest the depth of the earth, since we're talking about this, be checked quickly, because that could hold you up if that's not 6 inches. There's a lot that has been done. I know I have a document with lots of extenuating, this one doing that, this taking this long and that long, and I appreciate that, but I feel like I need to be a person of my word. Sometimes it benefits you, sometimes it doesn't. This is one of those that unfortunately harms someone other than, per se, Southern Highlands proper, but the builders and developers. But everybody knew that 5-6 months ago and 10 years ago and 5 years ago. And so I don't even like saying all this. I think you know my heart or personality. It's not fun sometimes to sit up here, but I just need to stand by what is in our development agreement.
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond, I fully understand that the whole issue is whether or not we would amend that agreement to allow an extension of the park date. That would be the purpose of what we were. You have the right to say no.
Right.
We're not going to.
Well, obviously we want the park finished, but Rob, I'll let you. How would we do that without
Well,
any complications?
You can grant an extension to build park today.
Of course.
If we went through an amendment process, we'd have to introduce it and have
6
to come
weeks.
back. It's going to take at least 6 weeks. So I think that's properly before you right now.
I'm happy to make a motion that says we extend the park to be done, and I need to know is June, I don't want to come back here again. Is June 30th a solid date? You think that you're going to meet our punch list, you're going to meet the dirt situation, you're going to meet the sod or the grass or whatever you're putting in, the green area being put in. I don't want to be here and first meeting in July, I guess is what it would end up being, in the afternoon to do this again. So I'm happy to, and we'll get to public comment in a minute, Mr. Kozar. I don't need to make a motion yet. I don't mind listening to Mr. Kozar. He's come to many meetings. But we can extend the park being finished, but I think the end of June, I'll be shocked. I think you're putting yourself in a position to not have it done unless somebody goes out there today and tells you about the dirt, because we've been out there. I've been out there. My liaison's been out there, and that's where I'm at. I would extend the park, but I cannot remove the permit issue.
Well,
so if you want to go to public comment,
well, then
you can.
So you're saying, Mr. Chairman, if I might ask a question, so you would extend the period of time to complete the park, but permits would not be issued during this period of time?
I feel like I have to stand by my word.
Then I would respectfully ask that you not set a date for the completion of the park.
And I think you're safe to do that when it's done and you see you're 2 weeks out. I think you would come in and I don't know if you'd have to come in again. Would they come in again? You wouldn't come in. You just let us know it's done. We would remove that permit restriction and everybody be happy in Southern Highlands.
Now, the only thing I want to caution everybody on is just like every construction project, there are punch list items where somebody says, we want a tree there or we want this or that. That's never in a project treated as completion. Those things are items that always happen in a project. Are you saying that those items are not going to be, unless all of the punch list items are done, it's not being treated as completed?
I think that Southern Highlands has done 7 or 8 parks. I think you have the ability to know when it's literally completed and that it is done, and that punch list, they can start, there's things they could tell you now that are probably need to be looked at. And Rob, on the punch list, what have we done in other situations? I want to make sure I follow the legalities of our ordinances, our laws, and how that works for them.
Well, there would be a certificate of completion, so that would be the time.
That's what they would need.
Yes.
Okay, so once you have the certificate of completion, you'd be good to go.
And again, Mr. Chairman, I assume that we can count on from this point forward the ultimate cooperation of everybody on staff that we've had so far. And we've had great work by Justin Williams and Terrell Carroll, top flight people, and we appreciate them very much. Everybody has to work together to get this done, and we pledge on our side to do that, obviously.
Okay, and just so people are comfortable, the no date, the reason I'm comfortable is because the permit situation, if we had a date and we're back here again, I just think it's not comfortable for everybody. And I think that you all know what you need to do. And I would suggest that if you think there's some items that could be a concern, that you would jump on those right away. And as far as I think I would go out there and measure that dirt today. That's what I would do.
Since, Mr. Chairman, again, since this involves Southern Highlands so directly, Mr. Mark Bulldog would like to say something on behalf of Southern Highlands, if he might.
Sure. I'll do that. Then I got Mr. Borgel.
I just want to summarize my understanding, and I'll get away from the microphone.
I got Mr. Kozar coming too. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
We can submit and process all forms of applications for our little project, but actual building permits for the residential construction will not issue until there's a certificate of completion on the park. Is that where we are?
That's where we're at.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mark Bulldog, Olympia Companies, 11411 Southern Highlands Parkway. I represent the owner. I just want to clarify on completion. We are committed to have this thing completed as soon as possible, first-class facility. Like Mr. Kempfer mentioned, there is a punch-out process, and that involves both us and our contractors and also the county going through identifying items such as broken curbs, maybe a tree in the wrong location, things like that. And these things sometimes take a few months. My main experiences with these are on infrastructure projects, roadway projects, where we're getting bonds released and things of that nature. And sometimes those take 3 to 6 months. We make a call. The official shows up, a week or two later. We do the thing. We make the work. They come back. And in our eyes, at the end of this month, we have it complete. We'll have a fence around the grass to protect it for a grow-in. Your Parks Department wants at least a 30-day grow-in. But if you guys insisted that we open it, we would take the gate down immediately and let people start playing on it. We would ask that we not be responsible for the grass because the grow-in period would have been waived. But we think we're going to be complete at the end of this month, like in June, like we said. But to have it accepted by the county, the time from the completion where we're looking at it, where people can walk and play on it, to the time they actually accept it is, can take some time. I just want to clarify that item because we were saying complete. We'll take down the fence to let people play on it, but usually that punch-out process takes some months, and we shouldn't be held up during that time.
Can I interject? They have an on-site meeting with county staff every 2 weeks, so I think they know that if there's going to be an issue, they're going to know at these on-site meetings that they have every 2 weeks. That is just my point.
Okay, I've got Commissioners June Kiliani, Kirkpatrick, Brown, and Mr. Kozar. Why don't you come on down before I do Commissioner questions? No, that's okay, because they might have comments on what you have to say. So,
Mike Kozar, Southern Highlands resident. As you know, I've been here for 2 years now on this Southern Highlands development, these parks, and I warned that this was likely to happen. This should not be a surprise. We had a year-long review where we were going to monthly go over update statuses. There is a management project that should have known long ago that this was not going to happen. We should have stopped even back in March. I recall this group standing before you with staff's concurrence saying that everything was on track. This was in March. And here we are, months yet away. So this should come to no surprise. I'm not going to go over the history. You should be very familiar with it. We've stopped them before and had them come right back. We've had numerous failures on the part of this developer to meet his commitments with regards to this park. I'll have other comments at close that have related to the development agreement. I've asked for an audit, et cetera, et cetera. This has just been a mess, and I think I'm glad that we're stepping up and saying enough's enough, but we should have done that a long time ago. Okay, and I think we now recognize that. Last point I would say, it's unfortunate that other contractors and other builders have been caught up in this. However, I will point out to you there is a financial advantage to Southern Highlands as a result of that arrangement, in that the RCT tax now goes in their bucket. So the RCT tax associated with each of those homes is now being transferred over to Southern Highlands and to be used to offset his costs. By the way, I'm not even sure what the costs are to this project. I've been asking for a while, what is it? What is the approved cost of this project? And I can't get a straight answer from the administration, even though I put in a 239 request looking for that data. So there's a lot here, folks. And I appreciate somebody standing up and saying enough's enough. I'm not clear what the technical issue of not having a completion date is all about. I mean, is there a technical loophole here that we're looking at? Why do we need to change it? It's on the contract. They violated the contract. We don't have a bond, which was released. They didn't have a bond, which is unusual. We're doing that to begin with. Why not just leave it the way it is and let them deal with the consequences of failing to meet their contractual obligations? Thank you for your time. Unless there's any questions for me.
No, I don't think so. Is anyone else from the general public wish to speak on this before I go to commissioners? No. Okay. Patrick, then Brown.
Thank you. Does anybody have pictures of what we're even talking about?
If any what?
Pictures.
Does anybody have a picture of where the park is today? You remember talking about the park, but you mean how far along it is?
Yeah.
It's actually, I don't know if they have any, but it is very, very far along. I will tell you that. So that I can let maybe Mr. Kemper has a current picture. Sorry, it has a current picture. I'm not certain. I've been by there.
Mr. Chairman, in
Yes,
answer to the Commissioner's question, we have the Ramada metal shade structures. Picnic areas are done. Playground shade structures are done. The playground area with equipment for tots is done. The playground area with equipment for preteens is done. The walking and exercise trail is 95% complete. The restrooms are done. The chain link fencing surrounding the park is done. The protective soccer field nets are in. All site lighting is in. The parking light lighted and landscaped. And these pictures here, if you go to the overhead,
There's pictures, okay.
this is the, could we move it back just a bit?
Now, when were these taken?
Week ago, week and a half, about a week ago. Now, everything that's brown is going to be green, and that sod goes in on the 11th, Monday. I know we had the thing about the rock. We asked about that. What it is that rock was at the grade. All of those rocks are removed, and then the fill is put on top of it. I am being told that the sod with a 6-inch base at least is going to be started on the 11th of June and will be done by the 20th of June. So that all of the sod will be done by the 20th of June. The basketball court needs a little extra work. The splash pad has one extra layer that goes on it, and it's done. And the landscaping, obviously, which you save to the end, general landscaping has to be done. But these are the restrooms, the Ramada shades, the splash court, the basketball court. There's quite a bit of work has been done. It's not that people have been sitting around not doing anything.
Well, let's not go there. It's been 2 years that we've been discussing this. So, okay, so the sod, it takes what, 45 days normally, I think, for the root structure to actually.
No, it takes. It's recommended 30, but it will be available as soon as it's laid down if you want it. As soon as you can play on it, as soon as it's down, you can give it a week, and then you can play on it if you want.
And then I know Commissioner Brown wants to speak. I think that some of the things are, this is things that I think we normally do, Rob. Substantial completion per RPM, that the punch lists, our normal course of business will occur. And I believe there's a 90-day warranty period before we accept the park also. So I think those are things that I think the commissioners probably already know, but just in case, that I think that is an important factor that does make a difference. That I will state on any of the parks, and I feel like this is equitable on both sides of this, I'm standing to what I think is right, that if you go by their parks and grass, and all the times I've gone to any events, are really in good shape. I know they want this to be right. I know there's been some glitches, but I think those comments I just made should give some the community and us on that 90-day period of the things that they would need to do to finish some of the punch lists. I mean, in the housing industry, you have a year, and people still move in and get the completion, but you still have things that occur that show up in a project that need to be fixed. So that's where I'm at right now. But anyway, I know others want to speak.
Thank you. That was where I was going to bring up too, because the gentleman made it sound like this is unusual. We approve regularly, substantially complete, but I took it like, oh no, just give us a date without certain. I do think you probably still need to deal with a date of some sort.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I'm more confused than ever because I don't see a lot of clarity here, because the the conversation is much different than, which I'm glad you brought the pictures up, because for me, I wanted to see what you've been doing so far, and I also want to know what, if there was an extension, what is the clawback? How many permits are still outstanding? What does that look like? Because most developers knew when they bought into that development agreement what the expectations were, and so did the residents. And so the residents are a little short on time. They've been waiting a very long time. So I guess I'm asking, and I think they've done a lot, Commissioner Brager. So are you saying that you would give the extension to finish the park and then add a substantial completion as referred by RPM is then when the permits would go on? I'm confused.
Rob, no, I don't think she's going to issue any permits. Rob, go ahead.
Okay, here's what I think where we're heading now. That the residential building permits will not be issued until the time that the applicant achieves substantial completion as determined by Clark County, the Parks Department, or Real Property Management. After which there will be a 90-day period for them to complete the punch list. During that 90-day period, building permits will be issued. If the punch list is not completed in 90 days, then we can bring an item back before the board and we can determine what action to be taken at that point.
That's how we normally do it.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could answer Commissioner Kirkpatrick, I actually had in a full presentation to address what you had asked. In the next 30 days, we anticipate anywhere between 20 and 50 permits. And there are 2,500 residential permits still available to be issued. So I wanted you to know that. So that's the cap that's allowed at Southern Highlands. So.
Thank you. And Commissioner, that's just what I was looking for, because what I don't want to see, these residents have waited a very long time for this park, and I don't want it to be rushed just for the sake of somebody getting it done. I mean, not a lot of people are going to be playing on the grass anyways during the summer, but I would like to see it nice and ready for soccer and everything that starts up in the fall. And I'm comfortable with what Rob said, as long as we have the backstop and we don't have to wait 6 weeks, 6 months to bring it back before us. I feel that Southern Highlands feels the pressure and is under the gun to get things done, and I believe that they understand the importance of that.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. And Commissioner Kirkpatrick clarified my question, Rob, and I think that's the issue. So the normal course of business, when RPM would issue substantial completion letter, that triggers permits to be issued.
Yes.
Okay. So
no issue.
If
right.
Granted.
It's essentially the same terminology. Granted, issued, basically the same thing.
Okay, so if I could attempt to summarize this, Rob, and correct me if I'm wrong here, there will be no permits issued until the county and the Parks Department, RPM, whoever, issues a certificate of significant completion on the substantial completion on the park.
Right.
In the interim, any developer can submit permits, but they cannot be granted until the park is issued at substantial completion.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And they don't have to come back here. This will just be done administratively when the county, Parks Department, and RPM says to the developer, okay, it's substantially complete, then they can start issuing permits again.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Bragg.
Correct, and the only way it would come back here is after that 90-day period, if there were substantial items, not just, things like a nick in the curb or something like that. I won't say anymore.
Okay. It's up to Commissioner Brager.
But Commissioner, may I ask you a question? But I believe when the 90-day warranty period, there's an expectation we don't take it until there's no problems. So
That's my
isn't that the process? So at that point, we would know if they didn't get to that 90-day 100% complete, then the clawback would go back into place.
That's correct.
without any notice to anybody, so people would be having to watch their own personal calendars, correct?
Well, can I clarify, Commissioner? You
Please.
say the clawback would go back in effect. What I was talking about is if the punch list is not completed in 90 days and we feel there's significant issues, then we'll ask the commission whether or not to bring an item back and discuss it then. We will not automatically stop issuing permits if that's what you mean by the clawback. I didn't understand quite.
What do you mean by the clawback?
Exactly what I said, what I mean by the clawback. I mean, that was the safeguard. That's why I asked how many more permits would be out there. So, I mean, I get it, Commissioner, if you want to bring it back, but it just seems like at that point, that day, then it should be effective, right?
Usually with the punch list, it's going to be real minor issues, and I don't know if at that point, if the board would be wanting to not issue residential building permits at that point, because there's going to be pretty minor issues, but it's up to the board if you want to do that after 90-day period.
But that's not what I'm saying, Rob. Here's what I'm saying is when we're saying substantial, so really when anybody gives you a TCO, gives you any of that, and we turn over a park, it's 99%, right? And you're just going back and you're touching up the little things, right? You're fixing the water fountain that didn't turn on right. And in this case, on top of that, there's a 90-day warranty period, right? Which before the county takes the deed and says it's mine and I'm responsible for it, that 90 days has to happen. So I'm saying during that, once we take it back, we're not going to take it with any outlying things, I promise you. The county is not going to take it if the water fountain doesn't work. The county is not going to take it if a sprinkler doesn't work. I've been on this side with the county. We don't work like that. So I'm just saying that when you get to that 90 days, there's an expectation before the county takes it and puts it in our portfolio. That's 100%. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I agree with that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's on the same page up here? Okay, so is that in the form of direction or?
In the form of a, how do you want that, Rob?
In a
Motion or
motion.
direction? In a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, that was, does she need to restate the motion?
I can restate it if you
Why
want.
don't you restate
We're
it,
granting
please?
the extension to continue construction on the park to the point of substantial completion. During that time, up to the point of substantial completion, no residential building permits will be issued. They may be processed, the applications could be submitted, but they will not be issued during that time. Once the Clark County, the Department of Parks, Real Property Management, or other department issues a letter to the developer saying that substantial completion has been achieved, then at that point, building permits may be automatically issued. At that point, there will be a 90-day period where the applicant or developer will be expected to complete the punch list. After the 90-day period expires, if the punch list is not completed, then staff will decide and consult with Commissioner Brager whether or not we want to bring an item back to discuss those issues.
Everybody good?
You good?
I'm good. I just need, because I feel like they will do what they need to, and we'll be going out there. They'll be going out there. Mr. Kozar will watch it. So I feel like there'll be enough eyes on the project, and that our departments will get out there to make sure that, I just politely want to say that we don't push them past the 90 days because someone can't get out there. I think we do need to adhere to doing our very best. I know we're busy and it's the months that a lot of things are happening, but that would be pretty equitable to make sure that, that we're conforming to our own rules.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor stated by our legal counsel, Mr. Rob Warhola, on behalf of Commissioner Brager. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. Next item.
Next are ordinances for introduction. Item 39, ordinance 18-900-305 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to consider adoption of development agreement with Central Warm Springs Corporate Center LLC for an industrial complex, Warm Springs and Myers. We request this be set for public hearing for June 20th, 2018.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for June 20th, 2018.
Items 40 through 43 are ordinances for introduction. They can be introduced together. Their recommendations that the Board of County Commissioners introduce ordinances to amend the official zoning map classifying certain properties as approved by the Board of County Commissioners through various zone change applications on March 21st, 2018, April 4th, 2018, April 18th, 2018, and in Assessor's Books 139 and 176. We request that items 40 through 43 be set for public hearing for June 20th, 2018.
I'll introduce the ordinances for items 40, 41, 42, and 43, and set those for public hearings for June 20th, 2018.
Go up and save Jennifer.
Last is public comments.
That is completes our agenda. This is the last time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Mr. Kozar, thank you.
Mr. Kozar, again, Southern Highlands. It's unfortunate this is the only forum that I really have except to come here at 3 minutes public comments on this issue. One, with reference to this commission specifically defined completion of this park as children playing on it. I ask you to go back, take a look at the tape. That's exactly the words that were used by two of the commissioners here. Substantial completion should mean kids playing on that grass, okay? Which I seriously doubt. It sounded to me like this commission was looking for ways to allow this to continue to move forward, and you have no other hammers here. Permits is it. You have no bonds. There's nothing else you can do to this. And after a repeated history of failure, we find another loophole. I asked for this whole development agreement to be audited. 2011, big audit, lots of controversy of whether it was reasonable audit. Three of the commissioners here, and you've all got letters from me stating this issue, have asked for this audit. Technically, because it's not an item of agenda, and apparently no one's asked for an audit from the commissioners, no audit has been done. Even though numerous commissioners, Commissioner G most recently suggested, gee, has an audit been done, as if she was saying, I thought one was going to be done. We got the 2015 amendment, still unexplained as to why we gave away $8 million plus of infrastructure for this very project. That is not an intense use field we're getting out there, and I want to know why you gave away developer money on this issue, then turn around and build a $16 million project 4 miles away using public money that looks almost identical. There are numerous issues related to this. Easements. You've issued money to the developer in the way of credits back, and you still do not have easements for the issuance of those state tax credits. I just looked. It's not recorded. There's nothing there. There's no approval. Where is it? What's going on? There's lots of things here I'd ask for an audit, clarify, so if I'm wrong, we can get it out and we can air this thing out. But this thing needs to be reviewed, and I sure hope it would occur here shortly. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you can pull that down. There you go.
I had watched the meeting yesterday, but today I had to come down to go to the assessor's office, Melissa, and the recorder's office, and that was Carolina. And mainly it's all over the different things with our homestead exemption and stuff. Getting older now, trying to get everything ready and in line for my kids to take over. I have never been so impressed with your offices, how this place is run. I haven't been here since 1996 when I filed that homestead exemption. There was nothing around, and I had a hard time figuring out how to get in here. I ended up coming in through the back of the building, and the recorder lady gave me a map. I said I was going to call Carolyn Goodman and say, you want us to all come to Smith Center, but how do you get to all these other things without going around and around and around the loop? But I found my way here. I am so impressed with the assessors and the recorder's office and generally how you all do your jobs. I don't think anybody gives you credit. Can't be easy to be condemned the way you are all the time. I watch every commission, every planning, every city council. I never miss a meeting. I enjoyed last night's rather. That was spirited. But I just wanted to say thank you. As a tax-paying citizen, I've lived here since 1978, owned our home since 1996, over on Flamingo, on Viking and Sand Hill in that area. And I just love Las Vegas, and I think you guys are doing terrific. Just keep up the good work. I can see how you all work hard, so thank you. It's been an experience, but I probably will never be back again, but I will watch you on TV.
Thank you very much for your comments. It's a great way to end our meeting. Anyone else wishing to speak during public comment? Mike, we got to get that one in the paper. Get that whole story in the paper there. That's what he's smiling, you know. Yeah. I appreciate it. He's right up there. You tell him. Anyone else? Oh, good. Entertaining and spirited. We appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during public comment? Seeing no one, we are adjourned.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton, administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. From a white elephant basking in the desert sun, as it was described in an early newspaper account, to the hub of one of America's busiest airports, McCarran's fabulous growing terminal has kept up with spectacular growth since its opening in 1963. On March 15, 1963, McCarran Field opened its new multi-million-dollar terminal building. Derided as a white elephant basking in the desert sun by a local newspaper, it was the original part of the main terminal at McCarran International Airport today. The first major enlargement of the terminal came between 1970 and 1974. Because of growing passenger use, from 1.4 million arrivals and departures in 1963 to over 4 million in 1970, the enlargement added today's A and B gates. This was the era that introduced jetways, those ubiquitous walkways from the terminal directly into passenger jets. Previously, passengers walked out of the terminal onto the tarmac or ground level and climbed stairs to get into their planes. Jetways were added in 1973 during the A and B gate cluster building expansion, which brought traffic at the airport up to the second level or floor and changed the way the building was used. At the same time, the first moving walkways inside the terminal arms were installed, a part of many airports today. The deregulation of the airlines in 1978 required new plans for the building. Usage of the airport grew 25% in just 2 years, and long-range plans were developed under the name McCarran 2000. These tried to envision an extraordinarily successful growth rate through the year 2000 and the building that would be necessary to handle that growth. With 25 million passengers expected by the year 2000, a number actually reached in 1994, a new expansion design was envisioned. The main terminal building would expand out into a new baggage claim area with parking above, and new gates would be built as finger terminals connected to the main terminal by trams. The first of the finger terminals, today's C gates, was completed in 1985, as was the new baggage claim area and parking. However, the growth anticipated in the report, derided by some as excessive, proved to be too conservative. Planning went forward for the addition of new gates. Parking was again expanded with a 9-story garage addition in 1997. The next gates were redesigned into today's D gates. The first part of this portion of the main terminal was opened in 1998 and has been expanded since. The main terminal building is still part of McCarran International Airport. New plans, which include an airport facility in the Ivanpah Valley, will continue to provide for the needs of Clark County and Las Vegas well into the 21st century.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires, and the noise scares pets and can be disturbing to veterans and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Illegal fireworks also pollute our air. This year, we are cracking down on illegal fireworks.
This 4th of July, we will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks. And we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it.
The Clark County Wetlands Park is a rare, significant open space within our valley's boundaries. It's a unique environment that features both desert and water. Historically, this land was once considered quite remote. Even so, this place has always attracted people. During the park's construction, an archaeological site is uncovered, offering clues about life here in the early 20th century.
Archaeology is two-dimensional, and when we walk and look for artifacts on the surface, we're only seeing kind of the tip of the iceberg. The rest is hidden in these thin layers. This is a historic foundation. We believe it's either the foundation, a shallow foundation to a house that was owned by the Bishop ranchers about 1900, 1910. We actually had to clear off some of this duff from the tamarisk bushes to view this little segment of wall and the far wall on the end. What this wall is probably the edge of a basement into some kind of a root cellar or the foundation to a house. We're digging this thoroughly. We're going to excavate the entire foundation, and we're going to excavate a trash scatter, which is over in a slumped area on the very edge of the wash. These artifacts tell us a lot. The color of this glass, which is unique, it's purple, and it's purple because of an additive that was put in it to make it clear. And once it's exposed to the sunlight, it then turns purple. We call it sun-turned amethyst. The materials that make this clear were all imported from Germany. And during World War I, we no longer imported those materials. So the glass after World War I does not turn purple. This is whiteware pottery. This is really typical of what you find out in the West during this period of time. Right over here is a bone sticking out, so we can learn a lot about what they had out here and how they lived, what they ate. The goal of archaeology is not the things within the structure. It's not the artifacts, it's not maybe the marble we'll find, but it's about what those artifacts tell us about what happened here and what that tells us about the people who lived here.
Few would have ventured to this region had it not been for the presence of water. For thousands of years, Native Americans inhabited the Las Vegas Wash. They used the wash as a travel corridor between the Las Vegas Valley and the Colorado River. Artifacts like seed grinding tools, cooking pits, corn pollen, and even pit houses show how tribes thrived near the wash. In 1829, the paths of these Native Americans were traced again, this time by a Mexican trader and explorer. Antonio Armijo led a caravan of 60 men and 100 mules down the Colorado River, resting at the mouth of the Las Vegas Wash before following the wash inland. His journey marked the founding of Las Vegas and established the first successful commercial trade route that would become known as the Old Spanish Trail, linking New Mexico to the California coast. The seasonal presence of water in this region encouraged grasses and mesquite trees to flourish near water channels, springs, and creeks. These meadows, Las Vegas in Spanish, allowed travelers to graze their livestock during their long journeys. By the early 1900s, natural springs and aquifers lured ranchers and farmers to settle the valley in significant numbers. Water from the springs allowed agriculture, livestock, and humans to flourish, in spite of the desert heat. People like these would bring their personal passions, curiosities, and ambitions here, transforming this desert to suit their dreams. In 1909, Las Vegas resident Leon Rockwell set out down the Wash to visit the Colorado River. His diary and photographs tell the story of many who had traveled this land before.
We started from Vegas about 4 o'clock. We walked till 10 p.m. over the desert and covered 15 miles, which brought us to Bishop's Ranch, where we could get water and camp for the night. Hit the trail for the river about 5:30 a.m., struck the mouth of the Vegas Wash about 11:30 a.m., covered 16 miles, and I believe it was the hottest 16 miles I'll ever cover on this planet. I perspired until it darn near run out of my shoes. We passed some deserted Indian cabins and a large flat stone, all covered with little stones. For every time an Indian passes there, he throws a stone or pebble on it. For luck, I guess. We seen a good many old stone cabins built by the Spanish cowboys years ago, when grazing was pretty good through here. The river is like drinking paste. It is so thick and muddy. I've been drinking it now for 3 days. I'll bet there is adobe lining on my stomach an inch thick. Sat on the banks of the silvery Colorado for a few hours until bedtime. Built a campfire and boiled a large mess of beans. Rolled up in our blankets and forgot our troubles.
"100 years later, the ranch Leon Rockwell visited during his trip still holds clues about its history.
We finished digging the foundation. This wasn't a short-term occupation. We realized we had a house. This black line here is the roof. And what happened is water filled the structure, and then eventually the roof caved in, and it fell and laid over the first few flooding episodes. This is a single flood episode. This is likely another flood episode. This was a flood episode, but it came from a different direction. We found a really unusually large number of artifacts, way more than we anticipated at the site. And the artifacts tell us about who lived here. They tell us there was probably a woman, probably a mother. She had pins and a compact, combs, and buttons, lots and lots of buttons. We found 2 brooches, one out of metal and the other one a beautiful blue brooch. We suspect there's an adult male because of the cigarette tins, and there's also a Zippo lighter and lots of ammunition. This plate really makes me smile. My grandmother collected ironstone, and I could just see my grandmother with this plate. These were so common. This is classic turn of the century, and it also has a manufacturer mark on it, and we will be able to identify exactly where and when it was made. And that will tell us another picture, what this person came to the frontier with. The most spectacular item that hardly is ever found in my knowledge is a bag of, we think it's flour. A bag of flour gives us a key clue to what happened in this foundation, in this house, this structure. If they abandoned it, they would have taken this with them. What this tells us by finding this on the floor is that it was flooded and they didn't have an opportunity to clean it out first. So it was a catastrophic abandonment event. Around that time, in 1900, people would claim a parcel of government land up to generally around 160 acres. And in order to obtain that land from the government, they had to live on it for a period of time. They had to prove that they lived on it, and they had to do improvements. Alan Bishop applied for land from the government, and the application told us that he had a wife and 6 children. They lived in a house, and they had a milk house behind it. This site is an example of how people lived and tried to make a living and settled the West. We have a lot of information about the settlement of Las Vegas, but we have very little information about this broad expanse of the West. These difficult settings, these places where it was hot and they lived just off the land. It gives us a view of a family living and struggling to survive.
Farmers and ranchers like the Bishop family were not the only people flocking to southern Nevada. This land has a long history of people coming here to build their fortunes. By the late 1800s, the discovery of mineral deposits had already pulled in small groups of miners to the area. Although geographically isolated, southern Nevada's mining industry boomed during the late 1800s. The allure of profits brought prospectors in search of claims, engineers to build the mines, assayers to analyze the ore, and bankers to sell it. By the early 1900s, the arrival of the railroad turned this once quiet settlement into a growing community. The railways freighted ore from the mines, produce from California, and connected Los Angeles to Salt Lake City. The promise of future rail commerce led to land auctions that helped establish Las Vegas. In 1928, a federal government plan to build the world's biggest dam opened the floodgates for tens of thousands seeking employment in the area. Initially living in tents and other primitive shelters, Hoover Dam workers would transform the community yet again, with many putting down roots after the work was completed. The legalization of gaming in 1931 would seal the deal, kicking off an industry that would attract both tourists and permanent residents for years to come. During World War II, the valley's population increased again as workers arrived to staff the area's military defense industries. The world's largest magnesium plant, built to produce materials for ammunition and aircraft, would employ 13,000 workers, 10% of Nevada's total workforce at the time. The once remote location of southern Nevada has become a vital, densely settled urban center, one of the most rapidly growing places in the United States. In the past 2 decades, Clark County has experienced a population boom unlike any other. It's now home to nearly 2 million people. The story of those who have gone before us is written in this landscape. The Clark County Wetlands Park is the next chapter of that story. Visit the park and explore this land that holds so much of our history.
Very nice. Look at that.
The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where the power of the sun brings energy to all we do. Desert animals show us how they handle the heat, and we too have lots of cool ways to enjoy the summer season. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. Even when the Springs Preserve was little more than sketches on notepads, its visionary founders were committed to creating a world-class showcase for sustainable living. And since Las Vegas enjoys around 300 sunny days a year, it only made sense that solar power be at the forefront in that effort. In the ensuing years, as concept became reality, it's evident that designers of the Springs Preserve took that idea quite literally.
When visitors come to the preserve, the first thing that they see is the solar panels over our parking lot. It provides electricity to the Springs Preserve and also acts as a sunshade for over 200 parking spots. But I think what most people notice is that a solar array like that can be both functional by producing electricity, but also be an incredible architectural element and look good.
The panels generate electricity, provide shade for vehicles, and add architectural ambiance to the visitor experience. But as it turns out, that's only half the story.
But the solar panels that are on there are a real different type of technology. These actually track the sun. And what's also unique about these is that when you look at the installation, you'll see like a tarpaulin underneath the panels, a white tarpaulin. It happens that these panels are bifacial. So in other words, they actually produce power on both sides of the panel. This one actually produces about 120% of what a typical panel will do.
And there's over 2,000 of those unique panels generating enough energy to power over 60 homes, while offsetting about 1 million pounds of carbon dioxide emissions. And all that power is being put to use right here on site at the preserve.
It also allows us to be a leader in the community in terms of investing in technology that conserves natural resources like water or electricity. So it's been a great showcase piece for us here at the preserve, and everyone sees it when they come in, and it's great.
And in 2013, we had an additional opportunity to demonstrate the power of solar when a student-led team from UNLV created the Desert Soul Solar House. Their design won second place in an international competition sponsored by the U.S. Department of Energy called the Solar Decathlon. Fortunately, the Springs Preserve was chosen to be the permanent site for this tour de force in self-sufficient housing.
UNLV did an excellent job on this place, and they actually placed second to a team from Austria, and it was just a mere 4 points that they ended up not getting first place, and that was really, really slim. It was designed for desert living, and so they use a combination of both passive and active solar to run the house.
Passive solar design begins with the orientation of the home in relation to the path of the sun. In the winter, sunlight is welcomed inside to help heat the home, but in the summer, the rays are blocked by strategically positioned shades. Also, windows are placed up high to allow indirect light in, reducing the need for artificial lighting during the day. Active solar power occurs in two ways. First, photovoltaic panels convert sunlight into electricity. Secondly, water-filled coils collect the sun's radiant heat to warm water that's used throughout the home for hot water in the kitchen and bath. That heated water is also run through small tubes under the flooring, which then warms the house thermally from beneath. All of this is then managed by an automated central control system.
The fact is that solar resources, obviously, in this desert are a good resource to utilize. So it just makes common sense, both economically, socially, and environmentally, to do the renewable energy.
Yeah, many things are theoretical. People read about solar panels, they read about all these other sustainable initiatives and technologies that are out there. At the preserve, they can come and actually see these things in use, whether it be water-related or electricity-related, And I think they walk away maybe with a renewed sense of what's possible, which is part of our mission, and we're happy to do that.
For many people, this searing summer heat in Las Vegas is described as uncomfortable at best, and for others, it's considered intolerable, even life-threatening. But for the original desert dwellers, the critters that have evolved here over eons, these temperature extremes are all they've ever known, and they've developed some fascinating ways to thrive in this parched landscape.
To survive our extreme desert temperatures here in the summer, our animals have a variety of adaptations. Some of them are behavioral and some of them are physiological. So behaviorally, some of our animals will dig deeper burrows in the summer to take advantage of those cooler temperatures. They will also change the time of day that they're active. So some animals that are normally active during the day may move to being active at dusk or dawn, or some of them go completely nocturnal so that you're not being exposed to that hot desert sun all day long.
Physiological adaptations greatly benefit the native creatures of this land, so temperatures that might feel unbearable to us will actually be preferable for most of the Mojave natives.
Our lizards are really well adapted to living in this extreme temperatures in our summer. One of the coolest ones is the desert iguana, and they actually will be active outside in temperatures as hot as 110 degrees. So they have a very high tolerance for these extreme temperatures. So chuckwallas are also very heat tolerant lizards, and their ideal body temperature is around 105 degrees. So they can be found outside basking in really warm temperatures. So when they do get too warm, they like to duck into rock crevices or little rock nooks and crannies to cool off and escape the sun. So they also have the ability to change their skin color, so from darker to lighter. So if they're trying to absorb more sun, their skin will be darker. If they're trying to reflect it, it will turn lighter. They also rarely drink water, and they get most of the water they need from the plants that they eat.
Unique in its name, appearance, and behavior, the Gila monster endures the worst the season can throw at it by waiting out the sunny daytime hours, choosing instead to enjoy the nightlife. Except when relief comes in the form of rare monsoonal showers, they eagerly wander out to fill up at the nearest pocket of water, and they can bank that abundance through the toughest of dry spells.
Gila monsters, which are our largest lizard we have here in the Mojave Desert, change their activity patterns when the temperatures start getting warm. So they are generally diurnal, which means they're active during the day. But as the temperatures warm up, they start to shift later and later. So they'll become crepuscular, which means active at dusk or dawn. And then during the really hot summer temperatures, they become completely nocturnal. And they also have the ability to store water in their bladders. And it doesn't rain very often here in the summer, so when we do get rain, they will take advantage of that and actually binge drink and fill up on that water that they are storing in their bladders. So when resources are low, they can live off those stores for long periods of time.
Among the clever adaptations employed by our desert natives is the ability to shed heat through large, highly vascular ears as the desert cottontails do, or use long legs to stand high off the hot sands as many lizards and beetles do. But perhaps the prize for best adaptation goes to the kangaroo rat, which can survive without having to drink water at all.
So they can actually go their entire lives without drinking any water. They get all the water they need from the seeds that they eat. Part of the metabolic process is producing water, and they survive completely on the water that they produce from eating their seeds.
A gentle demeanor and charming appearance make the desert tortoise one of our most popular native animals. They also employ most of these same strategies for withstanding the heat, but their popularity might place them in jeopardy if we decide to pick them up or handle them.
So desert tortoises have the ability to store water in their bladders. And now they get most of the water that they store from the plants that they eat. They also take advantage of our occasional rainfall. They will dig what's called a catchment basin, and when it rains, they'll remember where they've dug that, and they'll go back to it and get their fill of drinking water. So one of the things that happens when you pick up a desert tortoise is it will actually evacuate its bladder. So its defense mechanism is to pee all over you. So if you see one crossing the road, you might think you're helping it by picking it up and moving it to the side of the road. But when it urinates all over you, it is losing all its stores, so it has a really high chance of becoming dehydrated.
Humans are relative newcomers to this hot, arid part of the world, having not evolved the natural defenses or instincts for survival. We have instead employed technological strategies for enduring the heat and lack of water. Now, while this has worked relatively well for many years, we need to find ways to be comfortable without depleting precious resources. Perhaps surprisingly, those who have survived here all along just might provide the answers for us as well.
So one of the most important things we can learn from these desert animals is to stay out of the sun in these really extreme summer temperatures. They find shade, they find cooler burrows, and as people, we have the ability to stay inside in the more climate-controlled areas and not expose ourselves to the hot desert sun in the middle of the day. So if you are outside in these hot temperatures, you want to make sure you're staying hydrated. A lot of our animals have adapted to this by having really efficient kidneys or being able to store water in their bladders. And since we aren't, we have to carry your own water with us. So make sure you're drinking more than you think you need to.
One of the most exciting features of the Springs Preserve is the endless variety of earthly wonders that are always being brought in and sought after by our dedicated traders at the Nature Exchange. Now, for our more sophisticated traders, our Nature Badge program will award a whole series of badges to traders who are ready to advance to the next level of collecting and studying objects from the natural world. Stop by our Nature Exchange and complete a new booklet each month to show what you've collected and learned. For more information, see springspreserve.org. If summer is synonymous with fun, then summer fun must be synonymous with the Springs Preserve. We have hundreds of ways to spend a hot summer day, and with many activities inside our comfortable climate-controlled buildings, we might be the coolest place to spend this hottest season.
The Preserve is a great place for summer family fun because there's something for everyone. If you're interested in history or science or nature, if you're little or if you're an older kid or if you're an adult, there's more here than you could possibly see in one day, so you can just keep coming back all summer long.
The season kicks off for the kids with our enormously popular summer camp program.
We'll be doing science and games and swimming, but each week does also have its own unique theme.
Your kids will be having so much fun, they won't even realize that they're learning at the same time. That's because our education staff knows the best way to learn is first to enjoy the process.
As a member of the education staff, the Springs Preserve makes that part of my job really easy because there's so much that surrounds us. There's beautiful gardens, there's wildlife, we're always offering something for everyone.
One benefit of membership is early access to our extensive trail system. Beginning at 8 a.m. each day, our members can share this coolest part of the day with dozens of native and migratory birds and animals.
People don't realize we have this beautiful wetland out on our trails. It's got high reeds and cottonwood trees, so you can stay in the shade all summer long. There's a babbling brook, there's frequently wildlife. It's a great spot to escape the bustle of the city.
As the day heats up, you can retreat to the coolest collections inside our Origin Museum. Experience a flash flood, get up close and personal with the critters in our living collection, or take a trip back in time through the history of the Las Vegas area from the ancestral Puebloans to Hoover Dam. Then take in the latest in our traveling exhibits. From there, a short stroll or a quick train ride will drop you off over 100 years back in time to Boomtown 1905.
A lot of people don't realize when they go to Boomtown 1905, it's not just a replica of Las Vegas in 1905. The four cottages are the original cottages from way back when. So I always recommend checking those out, strolling through and seeing how the people that founded our city actually lived their lives. Then you can check out the bank, practice your assaying by weighing some gold. You can go to the Lincoln Hotel, sign our guest registry, and then head over to the train station and do a little Morse code.
Just across the way from Boomtown, you can cool off again inside our Waterworks exhibit. Built inside an operational water pumping station, Waterworks gives you a behind-the-scenes look at the journey water takes to get to your tap.
What's special about Waterworks is the opportunity to go from the Colorado River all the way through the tap in your house and realize how we get our most precious resource, water. You can go into the lab and do the water quality testing that it takes to get fresh drinking water. You can travel across the globe and see what other cultures and communities experience in their quest for water. And you can even peer through at a real working water pumping station.
Several more cool indoor attractions await. The Nevada State Museum takes you on a journey back in time. and introduces you to thousands of years of local natural and human history. If you're looking to the future, our Sustainability Gallery features innovative ways to build our homes and live our lives in concert with our environment. Learn how to incorporate natural building materials like straw bales or rammed earth into home building, a process that makes staying cool a breeze. Finally, a refreshing beverage from our gift shop or Divine Cafe is the perfect way to wrap up a full day of exploring. With so much to do here at the Springs Preserve, it's the coolest way to spend a hot summer day. The Nevada State Museum is featuring the life of John C. Fremont in a new traveling exhibit, Finding Fremont, Pathfinder of the West. Fremont was instrumental in mapping and documenting the American West during 5 major expeditions in the mid-19th century. See his famous mountain howitzer along with numerous artifacts, photographs, and documents from his journeys. This exhibit will be on display in the Nevada State Museum through April 2019. Here at the Springs Preserve, we cover every corner of the globe to find traveling exhibits that are fun, exciting, and like nothing you've ever seen before. Over the years, we've uncovered the mysteries of wicked plants, sunken treasures, the genius of Da Vinci, and even the frontiers of space. So what's left? Well, how about ninjas, found right here in nature?
It's all about the different defense mechanisms that animals have that are really just amazing and mind-blowing, like their color, their behaviors, the things that kind of make them stealthy and sneaky and kind of sneak up on their prey or help them survive in really unexpected ways. Nature's Ninjas is going to bring a whole new cast of characters for people to meet. So these are animals from all over the world and not just the Mojave Desert. So it's going to be nice new animals for people to come in and meet and learn about.
A unique aspect of the show is that it comes complete with its own expert staff.
The great thing about this exhibit is it comes with animals, but it also comes with zookeepers with the animals. They're here to take care of them, but they're also here to teach people about the animals and how they live and how they survive. So you're going to be able to meet the zookeepers who work with these animals every day.
We're even supplementing the traveling exhibit with a live theater presentation, and each show will feature select animals from the exhibit.
It's called Nature's Ninjas Live in the Big Springs Theater. So it'll be a lot of the animals that people will see in the gallery will be brought into the show, and the zookeepers will teach them all about the special features that make these animals really fun and exciting. We really want to invite people to come in out of the heat during the summertime, enjoy the air conditioning. The show and the exhibit are both indoors. A beautiful, fun thing for people to do as a family in the summer that will help them keep a little bit cool.
Summer is here, bringing with it all the learning and growing advantages of participating in the Preserve's weekly themed summer adventure camps. By enrolling kids aged 6 through 12 in camp, you'll introduce them to many one-of-a-kind experiences led by our expert staff. You can choose from 10 super summer exploration weeks beginning June 4th. Reservations are required and camps fill up fast, so register now at springspreserve.org. We often promote the benefits of membership here at the Springs Preserve. We can't help but share our excitement about year-round access to all our exhibits, a calendar of activities full of member perks, and discounts to the gift shop and Divine Cafe. And in some recent chats with some of our members, we were pleased to find they were every bit as passionate about the Preserve as we are.
It is a community asset. So it is part of making Las Vegas, which used to be just a visitor destination, a community.
It's just a real fun place for no matter who you are, if you're single, family, if you're dating, if you're married, whatever it is, grandparents, it doesn't matter what it is, it's fun for everybody, I think.
It's just an amazing place. If you have a family, this is a place to bring your kids. It's a place to have family time together.
If you're wondering why I have on a Knights jersey, it really is because this is the birthplace of Las Vegas. The Golden Knights are Vegas born. It gets me back to my roots. It helps me to understand, as the city has really paved with a lot of concrete and asphalt, what Las Vegas really is.
I learned about the butterfly habitat, and I wanted to see that, and so I bought a membership. Then I think the next year I decided that I wanted to buy a butterfly in memory of my daughter. So that's a special place for me all the time.
It's something special, near and dear to my heart that I do with my grandkids.
I have way too many memories with the kids growing up, and every year is something different, something fun. And we make more friends, we bring friends and they become members, so we keep coming and getting bigger, a bigger family, I guess. I used to walk with Emmeline and we saw foxes on the trails with mommy and the baby kid. And here I am with my little baby on the stroller, and it's just beautiful.
They've grown up coming here their whole lives pretty much, so it's been a place for them to come and be. That's home.
This is one of the things that when I think about why we moved to Vegas and why we stayed in Vegas, this is one of my top 10 things to come to and just be yourself with your family and have a good time and make those memories, because you only get one time, you know, to do those things, and I'm glad that I'm able to do it here at the Springs.
I think it's a fun place to just come and you get to learn while you're also having fun. I just think it's amazing. My favorite part about it is like the exhibits that they keep on bringing in.
This is a very fun place. You get to see animals and nature and play and run.
A little bit of technology, a little bit of everything.
My favorite place is the treehouse. It's just magical. It's like your home, but outside.
It's a big place. It has parks, a restaurant, a lot of plants, flowers, butterflies, a lot of bugs here, cactuses. It's a nice place.
That's why I come here, because this is where I can show them more about nature, and it's fun.
I think the first thing I remember coming in was probably the gardens. It was just so much green and it's a place that's so brown.
La naturaleza.
It's nature.
Vivimos en una ciudad muy bullosa, mucho ruido, entonces nos venimos aquí
we live in a very noisy city, so we just come here to escape from that.
Es vida.
It's life. It's life.
It has a completely different energy than anything we have in the city. Most of the city is geared about entertainment and lights and glitz, and this is the exact polar opposite. It is all about being authentic to our home and loving where we live and teaching with sustainability.
Let's support the preserve, because as I've said it, this is a place of life, and we also teach children to take care of nature, the trees, animals.
We've spent a few hours here, and we do this on a weekly basis, and we're still not tired of coming here. So I think that speaks for itself.
This is a place for us to, as the name it is, preserve it and let future generations that the preserve is an inclusive area, and for all peoples from all backgrounds to come here and just experience what nature really is.
I definitely think Springs is a big part of what makes us feel like we're part of Vegas, you know, that we can become those locals, you know, because we are new. But this place is definitely somewhere that's become part of what we call home.
Enjoy the cooler evenings of summer every third Thursday at the Springs Preserve as we keep the gates open well into the evening. Come stay for after-hours fun and discounted admission in Origin Museum. Divine Cafe will be featuring live music and an ever-changing specially priced food and cocktail menu. The gift shop will also remain open during these nights, so guests may shop for one-of-a-kind products, including educational books, games, recycled and unique gifts, clothing, and Springs Preserve memorabilia. For more information, go to springspreserve.org. Summer is berry season. Our grocery store shelves are stocked full with delicious ripe strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Today, Chef Cicely introduces us to a cool treat made with these delicious fruits that's popular across Europe, but has never quite caught on here in the U.S. When you see how simple this dish is to make and the variety of ways it can be used, we think compote will soon become a favorite summertime staple in your home.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely and thank you for joining me at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. Today I am going to be using up some of the bountiful harvest of the summer season by making a berry compote. So I've got some butter that I've melted in a pan. It's over a nice medium heat. So once that butter's nice and hot, I'm going to grab some of those berries that are just in extra abundance right now. That sometimes there's just so many, it's even hard to eat all of them before they start getting too soft. So rather than throw them away, I always freeze them, put them in a blender. I want to do something a little bit different. So I am starting with the saute. I'm going to let these blackberries simmer away until they just start to almost lose a little bit of the vibrance and the firmness in their color. And then once that happens, I'll mash them down with a fork. If I smash them too soon, like look at this guy, he's still got perfect raw ones. If I press him down, he's going to resist, and I'm going to end up with this thick pulp of the berry. Well, that's not going to serve me well on top of my pancakes or yogurt or wherever I decide to eat it. But because these blackberries are well ripe, if I just let them soften just a little bit, and I can add a touch of salt to just kind of help that. Maybe even a little bit of liquid, like some vanilla. That's going to help them steam. And then as they're done, they're going to turn just a slight different color. Let's find a nice good guy here. And then when they're done, they simply fall apart. And you see I don't have that pulp holding together anymore. So we're just about there. So I'm going to start mashing up some blackberries. This could be done with strawberries, blueberries, which I am going to add. I just don't want to add the blueberries too soon, or raspberries, because raspberries don't have a core in them the way that a blackberry does, that real thick inner part. If I add those too soon, they're just going to cook down to almost juice. And I still want some body. We're going to do a little bit of a rustic style today, so I'm not going to smash the berries until they're completely pressed down. Indeed, that's actually more what a compote is, instead of, say, a syrup or a jelly. I want good, delicious chunks of fruit in there. So now that that's about done, I'm going to add my softer berries in. Mix those in. The heat of just being put on the pan alone will break those ones down perfect. And then a little bit of other summer flavors. So I've got some fresh ginger, some cinnamon, just a touch of nutmeg. Grinding it fresh works excellently as well. And then I also am going to put in just a little spoonful of honey for that nice body and thickness. A little smush to my fresh berries, not to smash them so much, but just to break down their shape. All right, I'm going to let this simmer on very low heat for about 5 minutes, just to let it pull tight and come together, and then I'm ready to eat it. Our best summer sauce is all done, and it is your choice to enjoy it either over some delicious ice cream as a dessert. This could also be served with its light and fresh summer flavors as a breakfast. I've got some Belgian waffles here, cute little ones. Would work the same for pancakes or French toast. And oh, it smells so good. That's it for a fabulous way to use that delicious summer sauce. My name's Chef Cicely, and I hope to see you here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where the energy of our abundant sun, well-adapted native animals, and memorable member experiences mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
The Raiders are coming. Just look around Las Vegas and you'll see silver and black pride everywhere. Welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm your host, Beatriz Martinez. On today's show, we'll show you just what it takes to build a home for Raider Nation. Here at the Raiders preview in Town Square, you can get a glimpse of what the stadium will look like. But what you won't see is what lies beneath.
Every day, the Las Vegas Stadium gets closer to the Raiders home opener in 2020. Right now, there's daily blasting to remove layers of caliche where the field will sit. Heavy equipment is hauling soil as heavy as concrete from 40 feet down to make room for a retractable field. It's a massive project on 62 acres across from the Mandalay Bay, and none of this could start until crews could rip out an existing flood channel under the proposed stadium.
Day one, we knew box culvert. That was just ingrained in our heads of something that we knew we needed to, account for. It was always a priority, and I think being one of the first projects we kind of dealt with the stadium, we really saw that. The amount of time and effort that brought everyone together to make sure we got this taken care of really gave us the foundation that we were going to be doing some special things here, because that really got accelerated, and just by the progress of where it's at now and how fast it's gone, it really set the tone for really the project and how we got started.
The Raiders worked with contractors Mortensen McCarthy, the design team at Kimley Horn, and the Regional Flood Control District to figure out how to move the channel to allow the stadium to be built and keep flood control in place.
Every challenge has a solution, and I would tell you that the team has huddled together as far as the local communities, the local trade partners, the politicians have all come together and have really, and the local agencies have all, had the main focus of building this project and bringing the Raiders to Las Vegas, and I think it's been everybody's main goal. The existing culvert that spans from basically Polaris through the project site onto the connector road is actually in the way of the future stadium. This all happened, there's some setback requirements for the stadium that had to move the project stadium away from the interstate. When that happened, the outline of the stadium was in the way of the existing culvert. We worked with the Corps of Engineers, Regional Flood, Public Works to relocate the culvert, and so it's about 375 feet away from the stadium and its new alignment.
The original channel was built in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As a result, the Army Corps has been highly involved in approving design plans and recently visited the site to make sure everything was being built as approved. The old channel has already been demolished, and the new channel has been built. Crews are finishing up the concrete top on the reinforced concrete boxes.
So one of the main concerns that we had and that the Corps of Engineers had was what's going to happen during construction if a storm event were to hit. And so the Corps in particular required the contractor to come up with almost like an emergency action plan to determine what would happen, what their practices would be if a storm event were to hit.
Some challenges are this is a Tropicana detention basin. It fills up with water, and it fills up to 4 feet high when you have a 100-year flood. And not knowing when that next 100-year flood was, we had to do a lot of mitigation planning with the Corps and Regional Flood on how to build this project in different phases.
Emergency plans were created to divert water in case of flooding. The flood channel carries water from throughout the southwest part of Las Vegas during rain events. Luckily, permits were in place to allow construction to occur during mostly a dry winter and spring.
Then when we went to construction, there was some very large NV Energy conduits in Polaris that had to be relocated, and again NV Energy came to the table and did their part and expedited everything and kept everything moving. And as you mentioned, the box culvert got out of the way of the foundation of the stadium in time.
Every construction project has its shares of unforeseen circumstances. Moving the culvert just 300 feet led to one unexpected find: a Nevada Energy electrical conduit that wasn't on the existing plans.
We had some utility conflicts in the field, so we've had unknown utilities that were in the proposed alignment, and so we've had to work with Nevada Energy and Regional Flood and the Corps to reroute the culvert for a temporary bypass. We've done that work this far, and now Nevada Energy has moved some of their alignment of their poles and their lines, and we're now installing some new utility alignments, and which will sink underneath our culvert and will allow us to proceed forward with the original planned culvert.
Another issue that arose during construction was the length of time it took the concrete to strengthen after it was poured. The concrete did not reach the desired strength after 28 days. Instead of ripping out all of the boxes, the county and the contractor waited, and after 45 days, the concrete exceeded its strength. Now it's just up to the contractor to put the finishing touches on the channel.
It keeps the same size and alignment, so there is the same ultimate protection. And another design challenge was making sure that while the culvert was being relocated, that we were protected during a flood event, should that happen while the box culvert was being relocated. So there was a lot of thought put in by the Mortenson McCarthy team of during construction how they could make sure that everything was protected in the interim. In the end, it will be the same channel operating the same way, but the interim piece is something that has to be considered from an engineering perspective and a construction perspective.
Now that the flood channel is all but finished, the stadium can really take shape. In just a few months, the Las Vegas skyline will have a new prominent feature. Mortenson McCarthy is using local staff who have worked on projects in Southern Nevada.
So Mortenson McCarthy is a joint venture. Mortenson has the sports group history and background and knowledge on the project, and McCarthy brings the local presence, and we align in a lot of our core values and the culture that our employees embrace out here. And Mortenson McCarthy has done other projects together as joint ventures, so it made sense on this project to combine again. You're always under the microscope, which is good. We take pride in keeping a clean job and making sure that we keep everybody to the high safety standards that we have for each project. And so we're looking forward to the successful project with the local community and everybody that has something to offer for the stadium, because there are a lot of proud Raiders fans out here, and they deserve the best.
When you see all of the work that's going on in the stadium right now, it's hard to believe that just a couple months ago, the whole project was in jeopardy. It took a lot of cooperation to get the ball rolling in time.
On paper, it's relatively simple to move a flood control channel. But when you're moving a flood channel paid for with federal dollars, the feds want to know exactly what you're doing. And it's common for a federal review to stretch into years.
Because there was federal dollars involved in the construction of that project, that means that the federal government, or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in this case, has to permit that modification. Anytime there's a modification to any facility that was built by the Corps, it has to be approved through the Corps through what we call a 408 permit process. So generally when you're getting a 408 permit, it can take 12 to 18 months, which is quite a bit more time than we had in terms of the schedule for the Raiders trying to get their stadium open by the 2020 season. And so we had to find ways to try to accelerate that.
Yeah, it was a little bit expedited. The way that we got this permit in record time was strictly partnership and teamwork. That's the only way we got it done. And from the very beginning, Clark County Regional Flood Control District, the Board of County Commissioners, the Raiders, the contractor Mortenson McCarthy, the environmental consultant and the geotech consultant, and obviously the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers
And our team of Kimley Horn, we had partners from all over the United States that were experts in what we needed to do in structural and H&H and civil. All of these people came together, and in the very beginning we set the tone with a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers in May of 2017 and said, we need a permit by fall or the stadium schedule's in jeopardy.
It was a really quick turnaround on the permit. Again, it usually takes 12 to 18 months. We got it done in about 3.5 months. I think we can thank the LA District of the Corps for stepping up and really getting on this permit and recognizing the importance of this permit for the Las Vegas Valley.
Simply put, everyone had to work at the top of their game to get the stadium started. Regional Flood couldn't have done it without Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn needed Mortenson McCarthy, the contractors needed the Raiders, and everyone needed the Army Corps.
There were other pieces, you know, the Army Corps permit was one piece of the puzzle. The plans, the box relocation plans also had to be permitted through all the agencies and through flood control, through all of the utility agencies. So we had to have a permit by December 15th, 2017, or the entire project was in jeopardy. And it was really the first milestone of the project from a construction and engineering phase. So it felt really good as a team for us to make that goal, and so many people who helped us get there. And it's teamwork, and it's all of the engineers at Kimley Horn and outside of Kimley Horn and the consultant team that really just came together and got it done. But it is a community partnership.
When the federal fiscal budget ran dry, Regional Flood entered into an agreement with the feds to fund the review and go into a separate agreement with the Raiders to pay for it.
We entered into an agreement with the Corps wherein we could provide funding to the Corps to allow the permit to be expedited, the review of the permit to be expedited. At the same time, in parallel to that, we entered into an agreement with the Las Vegas Stadium, LLC, for them to provide those funds for us. So we basically took the funds from the Raiders organization and passed it on to the Corps so that that permit review could be expedited. And it wound up trimming the review time down quite a bit. Once the agreements were in place at the end of August, we wound up getting the permit issued in the middle of December. So it took about 3.5 months.
When we came into Las Vegas, I think our main priority was to, create a relationship built on teamwork. That's kind of the organization. That's kind of something that we're really proud of the way we operate. So when we came down here, just understanding that we're all working towards one common goal, the stadium, which really has an impact on the entire Southern Nevada area. So when we came in and, really understanding that we're all, each of us have different areas of expertise, but at the end of the day, in 2020, when we get the stadium, it's going to be something we're really going to be proud of.
I was born and raised in Las Vegas, so I know how great Las Vegas is and how great our partners are, and it was great that the Raiders and everybody got to see that. I think it was fantastic. I'm also a two-time UNLV grad, so one of my other favorite things, and I think it's going to be great for the school. It's going to be a great community partnership, and they've also come to the table as a partner in this whole thing, so I think it's going to be great.
Any NFL stadium or any community you go to, you really need buy-in from everyone. And when we decided to make the move to Las Vegas, we kind of knew that this was a special market, and since we've been here, we've really seen the community, even with the Golden Knights success and kind of, just seeing the amount of Raider logos in the community and just some of the events that we're doing, we're really seeing that people here are really passionate about sports, they're passionate about football. People might be fans of other teams, but we're kind of seeing that the Raiders are really doing a lot of stuff to kind of bring people together, and the stadium really is going to create a lot of opportunities that can further that community bonding and things like that.
One reason that every piece had to fit perfectly is the flood culvert at the Raiders Stadium. It protects the Las Vegas Strip against flash flooding. Let's take a look at how the district protects the southwest of the valley and the Las Vegas Strip from flash flooding.
Nearly 40 million visitors spent time on the Las Vegas Strip last year, pouring money into the local economy and driving revenue to the entire state. There are numerous basins and channels protecting it. The one at the Las Vegas Stadium is just one piece of that protection.
The southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley has a lot of flood control facilities that were built through the Corps of Engineers project. This is an important project for us. All the flows that land in that southwest part of the valley flow down and funnel down into the Flamingo Wash, which flows through the resort corridor at Caesars Palace, goes underneath Las Vegas Boulevard, and continues on through the city to Las Vegas Wash. So It was important for us to get a project put together that could help capture and control the flows that were coming out of the mountains and draining through that whole southwest part of the valley.
Back in the 1980s, the Regional Flood Control District began looking at a massive project to provide the needed protection to the region.
In 1991, we had a feasibility study that was done, which basically took a look at the benefits of building all these facilities versus the cost. And we could use that information, the benefit to cost ratio, to compare our project to other projects across the country in terms of whether it's worthy of getting federal funding.
The U.S. Army Corps accepted the study and sent it to Congress in 1995.
It's a $336 million project. The federal portion of it was 75%, which is about $252 million. And then the local agencies, which is the Regional Flood Control District and Clark County Public Works, paid the other 25%, or about $84 million. Pretty much any water that falls in the southwest part of the valley, and that would really be from like Red Rock Country Club all the way down to like Rhodes Ranch, that whole southwest part of the valley, it all funnels down through the resort corridor, which is very important to the Las Vegas area. As you know, we don't want flooding to occur there, and we want those areas to be flood resilient. And so collecting all of these flows and getting them contained and essentially tamed was important to us to make sure that it protected the economic vitality of the Las Vegas Valley.
The flood control developed with the Army Corps of Engineers provided so much coverage that 19 square miles of flood zone were removed.
So the Corps project overall included 3 new detention basins, 3 debris basins, and the expansion of 2 existing detention basins. And then along with that, 28 miles of channels and storm drains were built to take all that water that was being collected by those basins and funnel it through that southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley. It's true that the people that were removed from the flood zone are no longer required to buy flood insurance if they have a federally backed mortgage, but as you know, all property owners, whether you're in a flood zone or not, are allowed to get flood insurance. So you can still purchase that flood insurance at a minimum cost. That's about $1 a day to get flood insurance when you're not in a flood zone. We're proud of the fact that these facilities have really been working over the years. They've been tested many times, and so not only do these people not have to pay flood insurance, but they don't really have to deal with that risk of flooding as much anymore. They're much more resilient to the risk of flooding because of the existence of all these facilities. I know that we've had storm events in the southwest part of the valley that were multiple, 2 inches or more in just a few hours, very intense storm events. And those storms were handled by these flood control facilities very well. In the past, if those same storms were to hit, we would have had significant flooding throughout not just the southwest part of the valley, but all the way down Flamingo Wash to Las Vegas Wash.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
Contractors have to keep an eye to the skies at the stadium site. Any amount of rain can impact operations. Thankfully, it was a relatively dry winter.
The rain finally came back on January 9. After months of a prolonged dry spell, the entire Las Vegas Valley got more than an inch of rain in the 24-hour period between January 9 and 10. The rain was steady but moderate and stayed within flood control channels. The biggest problems were traffic accidents. It seemed motorists had forgotten how to drive on wet roads.
This storm ended a record stretch of 116 days where we had no precipitation at the airport. We received 1.33 inches of rain on January 9th, which broke the previous record for any date in January, and 1.47 inches for the entire storm on the 8th and 9th, which was over 1/3 of our average annual precipitation. Normally we experience about half of our annual precipitation during the monsoon season from July to September, and the other half of our annual precipitation occurs during the rest of the year. Oftentimes with storms like what we just experienced in January 8th and 9th. This one was particularly wet compared to some of them, although we've seen a lot more, at different times in the past. This was just a particularly strong one for this time of year.
During the monsoon season, a map of the Las Vegas Valley will usually show a few areas where heavy rain is falling. In January, the entire region got a taste of the rain.
A thing to note about storms like this that occur during the winter months is they tend to have a lot more widespread precipitation than just the localized effects of the storms that occur during the monsoon. While we had about 1.5 inches of rain at the airport, we had this was the kind of numbers we saw across the entire valley, whereas during a thunderstorm you may see it in little portions of the valley and not the entire valley at one time.
Overall, we had a very warm and very dry winter, but even during the driest spells, rain can lead to flooding in channels and washes. During the January 9 storm, several homeless people were rescued from channels that had filled with water.
We can still have flash flooding during the winter months because any rain that falls still runs off and runs into the flood control channels. We had, on January 9th, we did have several swiftwater rescues due to the rainfall. The flooding threat is not limited to the monsoon season, although the greatest threat is during the monsoon season.
The National Weather Service began keeping records in Las Vegas in 1937. The 116 days of no precipitation surpassed the old record of 92 days with just a trace of precipitation. And while we've had wetter Januaries, we haven't had a wetter 24-hour period as we had on January 9th. It's still too soon to tell what this year's monsoon season will bring.
It's tough to predict the monsoon and exactly how strong that's going to be this far out, but as of now, climatologically we expect it to be relatively dry and warm just throughout the whole period. With La Nina, we generally expect drier conditions around here, but again, that's just a general expectation. We can have wet La Nina years. A large factor, and this is why it is so difficult to predict the monsoon this far out, a large factor in terms of how much precipitation we get during the monsoon is driven by tropical activity. And tropical activity is, we can't predict where and when the storms are going to affect us this time of year. We live in a dry desert climate. Any rain can cause flooding, and even though we got 1.5 inches in one day, we've still been very dry for a long period of time. During calendar year 2017, we received just over half of our normal annual precipitation. So we're under a very dry stretch, and I don't see any reason that that's not going to continue.
Got Raider Mania yet? You can come here to Town Square and learn more about the Las Vegas Stadium. And for all things flood, you can always follow us on Facebook or Twitter, or go to our website at regionalflood.org.
Team Challenge is the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation's largest endurance training program that trains you to run or walk a half marathon while helping the foundation raise funds to find a cure for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease.
I'll just be a minute.
It's too hard strapping them in and out of the car seat.
I left the window open a little.
He likes listening to the radio. There is no good excuse. The inside of a car can reach over 150 degrees in as little as 2 minutes. If you love them, take them with you. If you can't take them with you, leave them safely at home.
Welcome to Club Ride.
Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
You were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles. Clark County's annual Small Biz Expo is one example of Clark County's commitment to the entrepreneurial community. Commissioner Weekly swaps gags with the Gaz on Las Vegas Boulevard. I'll explain later in the show. And Clark County wants us all to be safe and sane during fireworks season. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles right here on Clark County Television.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. If you've been waiting to convert your lawn to a water-smart landscape, you won't want to wait any longer. In this half hour of Waterways, find out how we're putting more cash in your pocket when you remove grass and help Southern Nevada conserve its most important natural resource. Ensuring your water quality is our top priority. Get the facts about your tap water. Plus, help your landscape beat the heat with our summer care tips. And inspect your irrigation system to ensure water savings as they work harder in the heat. Since the SNWA launched the Water Smart Landscapes rebate program, the community has removed nearly 185 million square feet of turf. As Southern Nevada continues to weather the worst drought on record, Valley residents are asked to conserve more than ever. And the Water Authority wants to help with an enticing incentive. Crystal Zelke has the details.
There's no better time to get off your grass and earn some cash. The Southern Nevada Water Authority just increased the amount of its Water Smarts Landscape rebate. Don't wait to apply. It's easy and water smart. As the historic drought continues to impact Lake Mead's water levels, Valley residents are asked to step up their conservation efforts even more. To help, the SNWA's Board of Directors approved an increase to the Water Smart Landscapes rebate program. Under new program guidelines, applicants can earn up to $3 for every square foot of turf they convert to Water Smart Landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet per project, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. The maximum incentive for any property in a fiscal year is $300,000. The SNWA created the Water Smart Landscapes rebate program in 1999 to encourage homeowners and businesses to convert their water-guzzling lawn to Water Smart Landscaping. Since then, Southern Nevadans have replaced more than 185 million square feet of turf, enough to cover 94% of the Earth's circumference. In total, the program has helped our community save more than 119 billion gallons of water.
As we look at the forecasts and projections for the Colorado River, there's a greater than 50% probability that we will see a shortage condition within the next couple of years. And that means that there will be less water available from Lake Mead. But we'll be able to continue to meet water demands even under shortage conditions because of conservation. I mean, Southern Nevada has reduced its water use by 26%, and that has allowed us to be able to be well prepared for any shortage conditions on the horizon. And while we may be one of the most water efficient communities in the nation, we've got more work to do. It's conservation that has prepared us for coming shortages, and it's conservation that's going to keep us ahead of the curve.
With the increased rebate, there's no better time to replace your unquenchable grass. For most of us, the bulk of water use occurs outdoors in our landscapes. In the summertime, 70 to 90% of the average residential water bill can be attributed to outdoor usage. The biggest culprit? Thirsty grass. The best way to reduce that water use? A Water Smart landscape. you could cut your water use by up to 75% and eliminate weekly mowing and heavy maintenance. The SNWA estimates a water-efficient landscape can save homeowners approximately 55 gallons of water per square foot per year. Those savings add up. For an average 1,000 square foot conversion, that's 55,000 gallons of water saved every year.
Well, what people don't realize is that here in southern Nevada, people are typically putting 8 to 10 or 12 feet of water on their lawns. And so it's important that we have lawns only where we need and use them. But where they're purely ornamental, we've got a lot of other beautiful plants can do that job on a fraction of the water.
It's okay to keep some grass areas in your WaterSmart landscape, but if the only time you walk on your grass is to mow it, it's probably not a functional part of your outdoor living space. No matter how much grass you decide to convert, it's easy to get started. First, enroll online or call our Conservation Helpline for a printed application. Once the completed application is received, SNWA will schedule a site review visit to evaluate your lawn and conversion areas and answer any questions you may have. You must participate in the pre-conversion site visit before removing your lawn. Next, dig in. You have 1 year to complete your conversion.
So there's 3 key elements when you do a landscape conversion in our program. The first is the irrigation system. So you're taking out a spray system that's watering the grass that uses a lot of water, and you're converting it to a drip system that's much more efficient. The second thing is you're removing the grass and putting in some type of mulch. So you're using either rock or bark or artificial turf, but some type of material instead of grass. And the final thing is we do require plants.
Need inspiration? Visit the Springs Preserve Botanical Garden to see the variety of plants that thrive in our desert climate. Experts give free guided walk tours each Saturday and Sunday, but the garden also is open daily to venture on your own. You may want to take a free drip irrigation class that equips you with the skills to design and install a drip watering system. Once you complete your landscape, you can cash in. The added benefit is the long-term savings.
Grass uses 2 to 3 times as much water as desert landscaping, so you pay more in your water bill. So if you're thinking about saving, definitely look at converting. We provide a lot of tools that help you do that in design, and just giving you different ideas. There's a lot of variability with desert landscaping that you don't have in grass. So there's a lot of incentives and a lot of things that will help you to convert and to give you the tools necessary to do it.
If you're ready to save water in a big way, there's no better way than a WaterSmart landscape. With the SNWA's $3 rebate, saving water has never been so easy and so rewarding. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
The SNWA Board of Directors also approved incentive increases to rebates for businesses. Through our Water Efficient Technologies program, also known as WET, businesses can earn rebates for installing water-efficient devices and technologies.
Businesses are thinking about a water-saving technology to put into their business. The time is now. With the increased incentive, it'll help the return on investment. Commercial and multifamily properties can take advantage of the new incentives by installing technologies like high-efficiency toilets, shower heads, waterless urinals. Businesses can even bring in custom technologies, and we'll study those for the water savings, and the new incentives make it even more attractive.
For more details about the WET program and incentives, visit snwa.com. The United States has one of the world's most reliable and safest supplies of drinking water. And here at home, we're proud to say our drinking water meets or surpasses both state and federal standards. As Christine Vaughn explains, you can learn all about your water as member agencies release their annual water quality reports this month.
We can't live without water. You might say that makes it our most valuable resource. That's why the Southern Nevada Water Authority works 24/7 to ensure your water's quality, reliability, and security. We want you to know the facts about the resource you depend on, so you can drink your water with confidence. Staying hydrated isn't just important in the desert. Nationwide, Americans quench their thirsts with more than 1 billion glasses of tap water daily. Ensuring high-quality drinking water requires SNWA to coordinate with state and federal agencies and maintain compliance with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Safe Drinking Water Act. The Act sets strict drinking water standards for 300 million Americans served by community water systems. Here at home, Southern Nevada's tap water meets or surpasses all state and federal drinking water standards. It's easy to learn the facts about your water. Simply check your water provider's annual water quality report. The EPA requires water agencies to provide this report to customers every June. Locally, this includes the cities of Henderson, North Las Vegas, and Boulder City, as well as the Las Vegas Valley Water District. Much of the water used by local water agencies is treated and delivered by the Southern Nevada Water Authority. Whether your water agency posts its report online or mails it to customers, you can always request a printed copy if you don't have internet access. Reports provide a comprehensive look at treatment and testing, water sources, and how test results measure up to federal and state standards. Water quality is monitored in real time, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And in 2017, SNWA scientists ran more than 55,000 water samples through more than 300,000 analyses. Scientists monitor for 91 EPA-regulated contaminants that either occur naturally or are man-made. The SNWA and other large water systems also test for more than 75 unregulated contaminants. The data they collect helps the EPA chart the future for public health, to track and prioritize some emerging contaminants for potential regulation.
The national standards set for drinking water by the U.S. EPA are really all about balance. This is a rigorous process employing sound science to protect against health risks, including risks to sensitive populations like infants and the elderly. That science has to balance the health risks posed by contaminants in our water, the available technologies to remove those contaminants, and the cost of that technology. This process also provides ample opportunity for public input or comment.
Customers often ask about their tap water's taste, too. If you don't care for the taste of the natural minerals or the chlorine used in water treatment, you will find that adding a citrus slice or simply refrigerating your tap water boosts flavor. Keep in mind that taste doesn't equate to safety.
We recognize and understand that some of our customers say bottled water appeals to their taste buds. And if taste is a driving factor in that choice, we accept that. But if their perception is due to safety or water quality concerns, we ask that you do a little bit more research. The EPA estimates that more than 25% of bottled water comes from a municipal supply, just like your tap water. But while bottled water must only be tested weekly, the Safe Drinking Water Act requires daily testing of your tap water.
Beyond testing, water treatment processes are state-of-the-art. The Water Authority treats water with ozone, a powerful disinfectant that kills potentially harmful microscopic organisms that may be present. A multi-stage filtration process follows that. Then, as water leaves the water treatment facilities, chlorine is again added to protect it on the way to residents' taps. As water makes its way through thousands of miles of the community's pipelines, Southern Nevadans also benefit from some of the nation's most reliable, efficient, and modern water delivery systems, including instances of water main breaks that are far below the national average. That high reliability benefits water quality, too.
By taking a proactive approach to maintaining and improving water infrastructure, we ensure that the water quality safeguards we have in place are not impacted. It takes an investment of money and time and expertise to keep pipelines and water systems online and working properly. But that investment pays off in the form of the continued delivery of high-quality drinking water. Here in Southern Nevada, we believe that by investing resources now and continuing that proactive approach, we're protecting water quality for years to come. As a result, we have fewer main breaks, which is one way we can save millions of dollars in emergency repairs, and help insulate our community from service disruptions. In short, greater water reliability means more consistent water quality.
The future is also found in the SNWA's Research and Development Center, one of the nation's top municipal R&D complexes, and one of the few that combines research and water quality testing under the same roof. This synergy creates a collaborative, resource-rich environment that helps the SNWA, and by extension, our community's water providers, stay ahead of the curve and ensure high water quality. To learn more about water quality and to find a link to your provider's water quality report, visit snwa.com. Water connects more than 2.2 million residents who call our community home. That's why water quality is our priority 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The facts are clear. Read your water quality report this summer and learn why you can depend on your tap water. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Christine Vaughn.
If you get cloudy water when you turn on your tap, there may be a good reason. To meet peak summer demand, well water is often introduced to augment Lake Mead supplies, creating a cloudy or milky effect. The trapped air may impact your water's appearance, but it does not affect the safety or water quality, and it won't harm your home plumbing system. To test if your cloudy water is due to trapped air, fill a glass with tap water and set it on the counter. Observe the water for a minute or two. As the air dissipates, the water should start to clear up. If you have any questions about your water quality, visit snwa.com or contact your water provider directly. The Water Authority and Las Vegas Valley Water District were inaugurated into the leading utilities of the world, a global network of the world's most innovative water utilities and agencies. The SNWA and Water District were recognized for innovation, advances, and solutions to water challenges. Members represent the gold standard of water utility innovation and performance and include 27 other utilities from around the world. Maintaining your irrigation system is key to managing your water use and your water bill. Whether you have sprinklers or drip irrigation, both should be working at peak performance. Jenna Nava shows you how to inspect your irrigation system to ensure a water-saving summer.
Like most Valley residents, the last thing you want to do in summer's blistering temperatures is work outside in your yard. With a little irrigation tune-up, you and your landscape will be better prepared for the heat. Here are summer's must-have troubleshooting tips for your irrigation system. Intense summer heat can be hard on your landscape, but applying more water isn't always the answer. Your home's irrigation system is the lifeline for plants and trees. It works hard, especially in summer, so checking system parts and efficiency is a necessary task for homeowners. Item 1 on our irrigation system checklist is your irrigation clock.
So the irrigation controller is the brain of your irrigation system. So it dictates when you water, how often you water, things like that. So you want to have a correct date and time on the controller so that when we have seasonal watering and you have to water at different times or different days of the week, that it's easy to set throughout the year.
Your home's irrigation clock is key to overall system efficiency. Once you know how to adjust its basic settings, such as watering days, start time, and run settings, you're on your way to a healthier landscape. Most newer controllers are user-friendly, but if you want a more hands-off approach, consider upgrading to a smart irrigation controller. Its higher upfront cost can pay off in potential water savings, 15 to 30% on average. Once programmed, these controllers do most of the work for you.
Smart irrigation controllers actually water more to what your plants need. So based on the type of plants you have, the environment you have, you actually put that information in and the controller will come up with a schedule for you. Smart controllers also have weather input. So depending on if it's a hotter day, it may increase water a little bit, but if it's cooler, it'll decrease watering. If it's raining, it'll shut the system off. If it's windy, it'll shut the system off. So smart controllers actually have a weather input, which is really the critical part that makes it different from your traditional controller.
The SNWA offers a rebate coupon to help you upgrade to a smart controller. Find out which controllers qualify at snwa.com, get program details, and print the rebate form. Now you're ready to walk through your landscape to find potential irrigation problems. Use the manual start function on your controller to turn on your sprinklers station by station and do a visual inspection of your yard.
If you have grass, you have a sprinkler system. And so there are a few things that you want to check throughout the year to make sure that system is working correctly. So you want to check first to make sure you don't have any heads that are obstructed. So you want to make sure there's a clean shot coming out. Older spray systems actually have 2-inch pop-ups, and so if even the grass is getting in the way, then you want to increase it to 4 inches. You also want to make sure that the heads are aligned correctly.
With sprinklers inspected, the next item on your checklist is your drip irrigation system. Drip emitters apply water to your plants slowly and deeply over a long period of time, establishing healthier roots. Just like sprinklers, it's important to inspect your drip irrigation system periodically to ensure it's running efficiently.
On a drip system, it's a little bit harder than a spray system because a lot of it's underground. So you want to check for things, first of all, like wet spots. So if you have wet spots throughout your yard that aren't where they should be, that probably means you have a leak underground and something you want to inspect. And then when you get to the drip system, you want to check on the head. First of all, if there's no head on the line, actually there's a singular line of water coming out, that means the head got popped off, you want to put it back on. The other thing is you see clogged heads, or if plants are suffering, like a lot of times that's because the heads aren't working and there's no water coming out. So again, you could pop the head off, check if there's debris. Sometimes it's even an air pocket. If it's debris, you're going to have to replace the head, but if it's an air pocket, you put it back on and it works. The final thing on a drip system is you want to flush the system out. So like once a year, you want to find the end of the line, and usually there's a flush-in cap that you can open up. You run the line for 10 seconds, 20 seconds. You'll clean it out, and you put that back on, and it cleans out the system.
Visit your local nursery or hardware store to purchase replacement parts if your irrigation system checklist has revealed any problems in your landscape. Purchase parts from the identical manufacturer for peak system efficiency. You can also visit snwa.com for more summer water-saving tips and techniques. A little maintenance now will keep your plants and trees healthy during the desert's toughest season. With your irrigation system checklist complete, you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of summer in your landscape. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jenna Nava.
As you check your irrigation system regularly through the summer, help the plants in your landscape survive triple digits with these tips from Jason Gifford.
While summer may make the living easy for most of us, our plants must work harder to survive in warmer temperatures. Join us as we prepare your landscape to go a few rounds in the summer heat. The rule of thumb for summer: patience is a virtue. Wait until fall to establish new plants, especially less hardy varieties, and put your focus now on helping existing plants survive the heat of summer. Fragile plants and succulents will benefit from any shelter you can provide from the harsh sun and high winds common to summers in the Mojave Desert.
Not all plants need protection from our summer sun. Some love it. There's real sun lovers that can take it no problem. And the key to success really in the end is put the sun lovers in the sun, the shade lovers in the shade. But sometimes we have perhaps a potted plant that you like to have out on the patio that needs a little protection. Well, that's easy. You just move it to a more shaded location. Now, some plants, when you first put them out, maybe they were grown in a nursery where it was a little bit more shaded, and they might have problems. In fact, on succulents, what you'll see is the leaf might start bleaching out. It just kind of whites out. And if that's the case, or if you want to make sure that doesn't happen, you can give it temporary protection by using a shade cloth that you can get at a nursery, or some loose fabric like burlap, and put it over that plant. Pin it down, weigh it down, make sure it stays. And the months you want to do it especially are June, July, and August. You might want to start it a little bit earlier in May and let it go into September, but then take it off, let that sun load hit the plant so that its epidermal tissue, just like ours, just like we tan, over time, they will change their tissue. They'll be able to handle that sun.
Tuck in your plants under a layer of mulch for another great insulator. Besides acting as a top dressing, mulch helps plants stay healthy by encouraging root development. It serves as a weed barrier while cooling the soil during the hot summer months.
There's two basic types of mulch: inorganic and organic. Organic is usually wood chips, inorganic is rock. You can have different size of rock mulch. You can have bigger pieces, really big, smaller, even down to decomposed granite. And the smaller the rock, the softer it is visually, the more you can walk on it if you wanted to barefoot. It's also a little bit easier to keep clean. Organic mulch is really the best long-term holistic healthcare practice you can perform for moderate water use or temperate region plants. Organic mulch over time breaks down, it increases soil fertility, it helps the soil hold nutrients and air and water, and it actually cools a little bit in the summer.
Another key to plant health is proper watering. While landscape watering is permitted 6 days a week in summer, this is more suited for lawns watered by sprinklers. For your plants, the key to success is a longer, deeper drip watering a few times a week, usually 30 to 90 minutes at a time depending on your emitter volumes. Early morning watering will help prevent evaporation and water loss. Summer watering restrictions prohibit watering between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m., the hottest time of the day. Increase lawn watering days only as temperatures truly soar, and use these tips to further manage your water bill. First, set your sprinklers to cycle and soak. Cycles of just a few minutes each, spread over several hours, give lawns the water they need when they need it. Turf areas that are shaded or protected will generally need less water, so set those stations to water less often. If any of your plants appear to be withering, more water may not be the answer. Check for a broken or clogged drip emitter and ensure emitters are close enough to the plant to deliver water properly. As plants grow, you will need to move emitters outward to reach extended plant roots, or even add emitters for greater water needs. In addition, watering restrictions allow for hand watering dry spots or stressed plants at any time. Restrictions prohibit planting cool season grasses, such as tall fescue or rye, from May 1st to August 31st. Before you plant any grass, check the turf limits in your area to ensure you meet code requirements. If you already have an established lawn that needs warm weather help, it's not too late to aerate your turf.
Aeration is the process of actually just poking holes in a lawn area or in any area that is designed to help air penetrate down into the soil. This is an aerator. This is a hand aerator. You can also get a machine that will do this, but this works. You put your foot on this pad right here and you step on it. You can see there's these little tubes that are partially open. They're cut at an angle, so as you push down, the soil enters. When you pull out and then you push down again, the next piece pushes the old one out, and it looks like little chunks of soil left all over the lawn. You go through the lawn area and you do these about every 6 inches or so. The whole principle is that air tube that's left behind, that empty hole, allows air to penetrate down into the soil, infiltrate into the soil, and that's what helps these plants build good, deep roots by getting air as well as water down deep into the soil.
To help grass retain moisture in the heat, adjust your mower to cut grass higher in summer months. Mowing to about a 3-inch height creates a shade canopy over the soil and shields roots. This can reduce water evaporation. For more summertime landscape tips, visit us online at snwa.com. Savvy desert dwellers learn to work with the extremes of heat, not against them. Wise watering and regular maintenance can help your landscape stand its ground in triple digits and keep your water bill manageable as well. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and watch more videos on SNWA's YouTube channel. SNWA also is now on Instagram, so check us out. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires, and the noise scares pets and can be disturbing to veterans and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Illegal fireworks also pollute our air. This year, we are cracking down on illegal fireworks.
This 4th of July, we will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks, and we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations or request a kit via mail by calling 702-676-1754.
Whoa,
that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, and put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Thanks for coming out on sharing your Valentine's Day evening with us. For those of you here live, for those of you watching us on our YouTube channel or on our website or via public television, thank you for joining us whenever that day or time is. I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. On behalf of my colleagues Rob Lang and Caitlin Saladino, again, welcome. You see our colleagues from Greenspun College here helping us record this event. It'll be up on our website in a week or so. For the millennials in the audience, and we're glad to see so many of you, Bill's PowerPoint is already up on our Brookings Mountain West website, so do not hurt yourself taking notes on various charts and graphs. You have a source to refer to. And let me turn and welcome our colleague, Bill Fry, who's out from Brookings. Bill's an internationally recognized demographer, and he is written and is known around the world for his research on urban population, migration, immigration, race, age, and particularly his analysis of the U.S. Census. And he's going to, as you can see by the title of our lecture, focus on a millennial generation, but for those of us who are slightly outside of that demographic, I can assure you there'll be stuff of interest to you too. Bill received his PhD from Brown University, and you have either read or in some cases seen Bill himself in every major media outlet and publication, from the New Yorker to Forbes to Time Magazine, etc. Too long to mention. Most recently, he just had an editorial on this topic in the LA Times. So let me bring Bill up so he can engage us on this important topic.
Thank you. You're probably thinking what I'm thinking. Isn't there a better way to spend Valentine's Day than to come and listen to someone talk about demography? But in fact, it's probably a good way to spend it. I have a confession to make. I am not a millennial. There's a lot of ways that you can classify millennials. We do it in this study, people born between 1981 and 1997. Some people use a longer band for that, but none of them are long enough to include me. If people try to get over that, I hope to get some questions from millennials. How many people here are millennials? Oh, pretty good crowd. Very good. Now, I just want to say that this talk is just as much for you folks who didn't raise your hands that did raise your hands, because I think there's a lot to know about who millennials are and what the rest of us can do to make lives easier for millennials, because they're a very important resource for us. I got to do this topic because 3 years ago I wrote a book called Diversity Explosion: How New Racial Demographics Are Remaking America. And I wrote the book because after the 2010 census I was just flabbergasted by how accelerating the diversity in this country has become in all parts of the country, and especially among the youth population. And the point of the book is that diversity is going to be the demographic engine of the 21st century in the United States, along the same way that the baby boom generation had a lot to do with the demography of the last part of the 20th century. But we're in for kind of a wild transition. I think we can see that in some of the politics that both nationally and probably locally in many ways. And as I gave more talks about this book and talked to different audiences ranging from the Marines to political consultants to chambers of commerce to real estate agents and so forth, it came to me that there's needs to be some smooth transition between sort of that generation of the past and this new, more diverse generation. And that it's really the millennial generation that are on the front lines of this change as they achieve, as they become role models and examples, as they're able to overcome barriers of race and ethnicity. This will set the stage for the even more diverse post-millennial generation that's coming along after them. And I think, you know, they'll also play a big role in bridging our often divided politics that we're seeing in the country, and they're going to play a bridge along those lines. So I decided that I was going to really launch into understanding better the millennial generation, especially their diversity, because that's a key part of their bridge as we move forward. And so I started to answer these questions. And by the way, there's a report called The Millennial Generation. I think there's probably a link somewhere, but if not, we can probably put it up, that this talk is based on, and has a lot of this laid out in more detail. I ask, who are the millennials and how distinct are they? Then ask, where are millennials living? And third, how do their socioeconomic characteristics differ? You know, if you read a lot of the major media, you sometimes get the idea that millennials are all young professionals living in Brooklyn. But in fact, millennials are all over the place, and they're not just young professionals. And it's important to know the breadth of the millennial generation rather than just sort of some stereotypes that you read about in the newspaper. And then finally get to this idea is how millennials will serve as a bridge across generations. So I'm going to start with who are millennials and how distinct are they. And here's a chart which shows the racial profile of different age groups. You can see on the left side, people age 55 and over, I'm over 55, I'm in this group, which are largely baby boomers and people who are older than baby boomers, 75% white, and the largest racial minority among this generation are African Americans, not Hispanics. The age group 35 to 54, mostly Generation Xers, although some baby boomers as well, actually have a racial profile that's much like the racial profile of the United States. About 62% white, about 17% Hispanic, 12% Black, and 5% or so Asian, pretty much like the U.S. But as we move further to see the 18 to 34-year-olds, which are the millennials, as we define them in this study, they're only 56% white, much more Hispanic, much more Asian population than were some of the older generations, and they're the kind of bridge to then the post-millennial generation, who are in this study under age 18, barely over 50% white. And you can see from that standpoint how the millennials are going to play this bridge. Now, some people look at this just to give you a little bit of demographic background on it and say, well, you know, why are these young people so more diverse than the old people? It may be because we have all these immigrants coming to the United States. Well, that's partially the answer. It's because we had a lot of immigration over the last 25 years. But in fact, today, most of the growth in the Hispanic population and in the minority population is due to births to people who are already here, not immigration. There is already a critical mass of these folks. And as we move further, we're going to see that this diverse population will become even more diverse as more generations go down. Not only because of those immigrants who came from Latin America or Asia or for other parts of the world, but also because the white population is going to start already slow growing, but is going to be starting to shrink, especially at the younger ages. moving ahead, the only part of the white population that has any kind of considerable growth to it will be the age 65 and over population as more baby boomers move into those years. Already we're seeing declines in whites under age 18 nationwide. So there's a lot of stories about why we're going to continue to be a more diverse population. Okay, just a little perspective here. This is 1980, before there were any millennials. And what I put up here are the baby boom generation. Now, the baby boom generation was probably as celebrated back then as millennials are now, and you can see why. It's just a huge part of the whole population. This, by the way, is like a half of a population pyramid. All those little lines represent the sizes of different age groups, going from 0 to 4 up to age 80 to 84. And by 1980, the baby boomers were around the same ages that millennials are today. And you can see how big they were, and you can see how much influence. If you are a baby boomer, you know how much influence the baby boom generation had during those years. About 33% of the whole population were baby boomers in 1980. But if we go to 2015, those baby boomers have moved up into those older ages. They're still around. We're still here. But the millennials are moving into that younger age. And right now, the millennials have a bigger population than the baby boom population. They're not as dominant because the baby boomers are still around, but they're going to be the future. And you can see they're a bigger generation than that generation that's right before them and that generation which is right after them. And the other thing to notice is when you look at that generation that's younger than the millennial population, the white part of the bar, by the way, the bars represent the minority, which is orange, and the gray part of the gray is the white population. The white part of the bar is shrinking as you go down the age groups. And this also talks about and gives us an idea demographically why the diversity of the millennials and the post-millennial generation are going to be very important for our future as they kind of move into the labor force, move into other aspects of our society where we have to deal with a much more diverse population nationally. I realize in Las Vegas and in Nevada, a lot of this has happened earlier. But from a national perspective, a lot of people have their eyes open when they see what's happening to this country in terms of diversity, and this chart sort of makes it the case. Now, here's some attributes of the millennial population which I think are important, and something that I call global attributes. 25% of them speak a language other than English at home. That's nationally. It's a bigger share here in Las Vegas. It's a bigger share in California and Texas and Arizona and places like that. But that's still kind of a benchmark. And nationally, 1 out of 6 millennials are bilingual, at least 1 out of 6. That means, according to the census, they speak a language other than English at home, but they also report speaking English very well. And that's a pretty big chunk of the population nationally. About 29% of them are either first or second generation Americans, and about 14%, about 1 out of 7 millennial marriages are multiracial marriages. If you compare that with the baby boomers at the same age, only about 1 in 20 marriages were multiracial marriages. So it's a different kind of generation in many respects. Now, there are lots of stereotypes about millennials demographically, and many of them are true. One of them is that it's taking a long time for them to get launched. That is, they are taking a longer time to leave home, a longer time to sort of establish themselves in a career, a longer time to get married, a longer time to have children. And this is just simply generational differences in the percent of millennials aged 25 to 34, the kind of older part of the millennial generation, who are currently married, and comparing the millennials, which are the yellow bar, with the 2 prior generations at the same age. So the blue bar shows you the percentage, for example, of whites who were baby boomers who were married at age 25 to 34, 70%. Then 59% of Generation Xers married at that age, and only 48% of white millennials. If you look at blacks, if you look at Hispanics, and you look at Asians, each of those racial groups, even though they may start at different levels, continue to go down. Now, some of that has had to do with the economic circumstances millennials had to deal with. The first millennial turned age 27 in 2008, which is almost right when the Great Recession started, when the housing crunch turned around. And so, a lot of that millennial generation who's passed through their 20s and into their early 30s now have had to deal with all of that. Some of that has put their careers and in their lives on hold a little bit. So there's 2 aspects of this later marriage. One is it gives a lot more flexibility and independence. The other, though, it gives kind of a later start in kind of a traditional life cycle. But it is endemic to all of these millennial groups. Another stereotype, which is absolutely true, is millennials are the most educated young adult population that we've ever had. Again, the same kind of chart which shows a percent at age 25 to 34 of different generations who have a college education. Again, for whites, millennials, 43% have college educations. Baby boomers, only 27% of them had a college education at that same age. And if you look over at the Asian population, 63% of Asian millennials have college educations. Only 42% of baby boom Asians had a college education at that same age. So that's the good news part of this chart. The not so good news part of this chart is a very sharp racial disparity in educational attainment. You can see that for the Hispanic population in particular, but also for the black population, a very large gap. Now, every year when the numbers come out, there is improvement, particularly with the Hispanic population. There are fewer high school dropouts, there are more Hispanics going to college, or at least to something that's post-secondary, and that's very good. But I think this is something to keep an eye on because of the very large diversity of our millennial population. This disparity in educational attainment is something to deal with. You know, there are lots of roots to this. You know, some of the studies done at UCLA by Gary Orfield in the Civil Rights Project looks at school segregation patterns in the United States. And it's quite clear that although school segregation isn't the only indicator of sort of underfunded schools, it often is, and especially for Hispanics in particular, but also historically for blacks, being in an underfunded segregated school does not get you off to a good start. It's also the case that if you're going to college, it's nice to have something check in the mail from your parents every once in a while. Well, that's not as likely sometimes for some of these minority populations as it is for kids growing up in the suburbs and more well off. And for many millennials, of course, the whole idea of college debt comes into the picture, and we've seen that as well. So I think all millennials, some aspects of all millennials have some college debt to deal with. So there's some real issues to deal with here because education is such an important indicator and marker for how well you're going to do later. A similar thing has to do with home ownership. You know, once again, millennials are kind of behind the eight ball on home ownership, again, because it's taken them so long to get going. As you'll see if you look at the larger report, historically how millennials have much lower rates of home ownership than either Gen Xers or baby boomers at the same age. The mortgage meltdown made it more difficult to get a decent interest rate, a decent mortgage, and then the fact that many of them did have college debt and they aren't getting the kind of help from their parents that they might get has put them in rented homes or maybe in their parents' basements that everybody seems reading about. But there are still these racial disparities, and racial disparities have gotten wider as a result of the Great Depression or the Great Recession and its effect on millennials. 56% of whites own homes of the millennial generation, age 25 to 34, compared with 33% of blacks. Hispanics and Asians are in between. So if you look at both education and home ownership, these are two markers that have a lot to say about how well you're doing in the future, both your income stream but also in your wealth creation over time. And we do have these large racial disparities. And of course, as we saw demographically, when we look at the racial profile of people who are moving into their 20s and early 30s, not only millennials but also post-millennials, these minority populations, Hispanics in particular, are an ever-widening part of that population. And you know, this is something, if we're talking about investment in the future for our country, some of them already have families, but also as they're younger, their families need to be thought about in terms of how we're going to deal with the future. We have a very important resource in this country that they don't have in Japan, that they don't have in Germany, that they don't have in Italy. Those countries are aging very rapidly, sort of late to the game. They're bringing in some immigrants. Sometimes they're not welcomed there very much. But compared to us, their populations are aging. Many of them already have negative growth in their labor force populations. We don't have that problem in the United States. And the reason we don't have this problem is because we've had this young minority population, which are now bubbling up as millennials. And it's a very important resource that we have to take care of. So I'm just going to stop on that one there. Let's get to the next question. And where are millennials living? And here is what I've done is looked at the metropolitan areas that had the fastest growth in millennials, or at least in young adult population, between 2010 and 2015. Those dark dotted places are the top 10 fastest growing young adult growth areas, and the white ones are the slowest growing young adult areas. It's probably not surprising that the fastest growing ones are in the South and the West, and the slowest growing ones for the most part are in the Midwest or the interior part of the South. About 5% of the young adult population grew between 2010 and 2015. But those dark-colored, faster-growing metropolitan areas all grew by more than 10% over the 2010 to 2015. And there are places like Seattle and Denver, Austin, Houston, some Florida metropolitan areas. Colorado Springs is number one. When this report first came out, it got a lot of attention in the local newspaper in Colorado Springs for some reason or another, so it got some notoriety. We didn't know we had the fastest growing millennial population. The ones that are the slowest growing millennial population, you'll see places like St. Louis and Chicago and Milwaukee and Syracuse. Only Birmingham, Alabama, of the 100 largest metropolitan areas, have a negative millennial growth, and 2 states have a negative millennial growth, Illinois and West Virginia. But it differs. This is for the total millennial population. It differs for different racial groups. So, for example, if you look at whites, those metropolitan areas have the fastest growth for white millennials are all in the West and South: Dallas, Denver, Houston, San Francisco, and Seattle. Many of them are sort of traditional magnets for millennials that you read about, places like Denver and San Francisco. For blacks, it's our different set of metropolitan areas, or somewhat different set of metropolitan areas, led by Atlanta. Atlanta's always been a big magnet in the last decade or so for black migration, and it is also a big magnet for black millennial migration. Also, Dallas and Houston, Washington, D.C., and New York are places that are gaining blacks. For Hispanics, tend to be the places that already have large numbers of Hispanics, is where you see a lot of millennial growth, like Houston, L.A., Miami, San Antonio, and so forth. Similarly for Asians, the places that have the biggest gains in millennial Asian populations are places that already have pretty substantial Asian populations: L.A., Houston, New York, San Francisco, and so forth. There's a very sharp disparity across the country in the racial profile of millennial populations. And here's a map of the United States. All of those red states, there's 10 of them, are what you call minority white millennial populations. California, for example, only 30% of California's population is white. The rest are different racial and ethnic groups other than whites. And similarly, of course, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and some in the east, including New Jersey and Maryland. So there's only a few states that are more than 80% white among their millennial population, places like Wyoming and Iowa, some of the New England states you can see there. And here's some metropolitan areas to give a sort of range. LA, only 27% of the millennial population is white. A very big chunk, almost half of it, are Hispanics. Las Vegas coming close to 37% white, big Hispanic chunk. But if you look at Atlanta, it's African Americans that are a big, big segment of the millennial population. And then you get to a place like Minneapolis, St. Paul. Yes, that is a somewhat whiter millennial population, but still somewhat diverse as we see over time. Another way to look at this is the racial profiles of urban and suburban areas. Now, this accumulates all the big metropolitan areas together, but it shows you the breakdown of the racial composition of the urban core as you further go out to the mature suburbs, and the emerging suburbs and the exurbs are much whiter than the urban core population. But I haven't put a slide up here by that. When you look at the growth of the millennial population in all of these parts of the metropolitan area between 2010 and 2015, racial minorities make up over half of that growth. So even though we see this disparity across areas in the kind of whiteness or the persons of color in these areas, they are over time all going to become more racially diverse as a result of this overall minority growth as we see over time. So there is this stereotype of white millennials gentrifying in cities. I think when you see a lot of the media, it's not always the case when you look at this. Now I'm going to get to the socioeconomic characteristics of millennials. And here we're going to look at the education percent college graduates among 25 to 34. Nationally, about 36% of millennials have college degrees, those aged 25 to 34, and about 39% of women millennials have college degrees. But in Boston, 58% of millennials have college degrees. And if you go down the coast, again, these darker dotted metropolitan areas are the ones that have the highest. All of those that are sort of the dark dots have at least 45% of their millennials with college degrees. And down the East Coast, you see Hartford, New York, Washington, D.C., and Raleigh, North Carolina, and some college towns like Madison, Wisconsin. There's Minneapolis, St. Paul, Denver, San Jose, and San Francisco. At the other side of the spectrum, our 10 areas where less than 25% of the millennials have college degrees. Several interior California places like Bakersfield, Fresno, Stockton, Riverside. Las Vegas falls into this group. It's 21% for Las Vegas. 21% of millennials have college degrees, and then a few in Florida. So there's a lot of, broad stretch of areas have college degrees, and I think among millennials. So I think when you're looking at how millennials are going to contribute to your economy and how they're going to contribute to your labor force, it's important to look at the educational profiles, what needs to be done, what kinds of opportunities should be made for them, both for further education, but also the kinds of jobs that they can take that are right there. It's going to be a much different deal in Minneapolis, St. Paul than it's going to be in Bakersfield, California, and also shows what you need to do perhaps to catch up to some of those places in terms of attracting people or helping to educate your homegrown population a little bit better. And now I'm going to talk about the bridge across generations. And this is sort of my sermon on all of this. Let's get back to something I call the cultural generation gap. I've written about this before in my Diversity Explosion book. And what I'm talking about here is sort of, we can talk about generation gaps in general. When I was in my youth in the 1960s, the generation gap was, people had different kinds of musics. Baby boomers had different kind of musics than their parents. They were always rebellious about one thing or another. And there was this idea of what the generation gap is. Today, the generation gap for millennials are quite different in terms of their attitudes about the establishment. They're somewhat anti-establishment in general with respect to government or political parties or religion. They tend to embrace things like the legalization of marijuana or same-sex marriages a little more than the older generation does. But to me, one of the bigger gaps has to do with the race and ethnic profiles, because it's a signal of other things culturally that are different among these different groups. And so here again, this is sort of a variant of the chart I first showed you, but it compares all the premillennials, people over age 35, these are 2015 numbers, and with millennials, with the post-millennial population. And so 68% of those premillennials, including baby boomers, Gen Xers, and people older than that, are white. 56% of millennials and only 52% of post-millennials. And I just say this as a backdrop when we think about attitudinal surveys that are done by, say, the Pew Research Center, which shows that white baby boomers and their older generations put together, over half of them think that newcomers to the United States from other parts of the world could be a threat to American values, a threat to American customs. They think more so than other generations that there's too big of a flow of immigration from Latin America or from Asia. And they also have attitudes about government spending. They don't think it's important to spend government spending on a lot of the social programs that are important for young people. They are okay with Social Security and Medicare. But I think, there's this kind of image that these aren't our children, these aren't our grandchildren. Why should we spend our tax money on this? And you can think of some of it this way. When I was in the 1950s, when I was just a young guy, immigration was pretty low in the United States. It was down to about 5%. Immigration was a big kind of peaked in the teens and in the 1920s, and that kind of during the Depression, World War II, it sort of sunk down. We had different kinds of immigration laws. The only immigrants I knew were grandparents of my young friends who came to the United States at the turn of the previous century from Italy or Poland or someplace like that. The biggest minority group in the U.S. back then were African Americans, and they were living in very, very segregated quarters for most of the United States. And so if you grew up as, a young white person in the U.S., unless you were living in like New York or in the middle of Miami or something, you didn't come into contact with a lot of different people from different areas. And I think some of that still is in the back of the heads of people who are now in their 50s and 60s and 70s. Certainly not all of them. It's not my case. Not a lot of people that I know. A lot of the people that take surveys don't feel that way. But enough of them to have some resistance to contributing and investing into the future of a lot of these young folks. And you know, we can go back to the election of 2016, Donald Trump's message of Make America Great Again. That had a lot of aspects to it. It wasn't just this. I mean, I think a lot of people felt they were left out of the economy, that here's someone coming along that can help them bring back manufacturing jobs that were lost over the years and make their wages higher and all of that. But a piece of that was addressing their fear of the changing demographics in the United States. Sort of messages about immigration restriction, about tougher policing, sort of critiques about political correctness are the kinds of things that resonated with people who were just felt, you know, the country is changing too much for me. Here's somebody that kind of understands that and may make it better. Well, you know, the good part of the cultural generation gap is that the younger part of the generation has a very different idea about this. The results of the last 3 presidential elections showed the two won by Barack Obama, the third one by Donald Trump. In each of those, the population over age 40 voted Republican, the population under age 40 voted Democratic, and in that case for Democratic candidates that were much more open about immigration and about social safety net issues and the role of government for social programs and so forth. There were certainly other issues, but it's kind of interesting that these last 3 elections made that a little sharper, that age divide a little bit sharper over time. You know, millennials on those same kinds of surveys are much more open to the role of government. They're much more open to immigration. They're much more open to things like inclusiveness. Here's I want to skip this one. There we go. Here's a survey done by the PRRI, the Public Religion Research Institute. They have something called a values survey every year. And here they ask people, you know, since 1950, has American culture changed mostly for the better or mostly for the worse? And what I compare here, the yellow bar represents the under 35 adult population. The blue bar is the over 35 adult population. And you see on the left-hand side for the total, you know, the under 35, which are essentially millennials, more than half of them think, yeah, it's changing more for the better. For the over 35, a little less. But what's interesting, that's also the case within the white population. That is, younger whites are more open to these kinds of changes than older whites. So it's not just a matter of the racial composition of each of these generations. It's also the case for people within these generations that have this kind of view. Other surveys show, for example, older whites don't have a very good view of Black Lives Matter. Younger whites do. They have a very positive view of Black Lives Matter. So these kind of changes that we see I think are very important. It's useful to know that, at least among the millennial generation, at least in a survey done by the Harvard Institute of Government, when they were asked, do they think they should do more to help unite the country, or are they okay with the way the country is divided? Very strongly, millennials say that they would like to do more to unite the country. Now, this cultural generation gap that I talked about is different values in different places. So I put this together to show the cultural generation gap, which is the percent white who are over age 35 compared to the percent white who are under age 18, with the millennial population sort of in between. They're not part of it. And of course, nationally, when we look back to it, the under 18 population is 52% white. The over 35 population is 68% white. But here are some states that have a bigger gap. And, you know, Arizona tops the list, and you can imagine why Arizona might demographically. After all, they get a lot of these old retirees from other parts of the country to increase the size of their older population, but also over the years, not only through immigration, but spillover from California and other states of racial minorities. And so you have a pretty hefty cultural generation gap there. Also in New Mexico, Nevada pops up there, Rhode Island, Oklahoma, so all kinds of things happen. But Arizona is a good case because Arizona has had a lot of conflicting politics with respect to race and immigration over the years. Back in 2010, that state law, proposed state law 1070, the Save Our State, which had one of its provisions that people could be stopped for a normal traffic stop and be risked for being detained or deported. Some of those provisions were struck down by the Supreme Court. A lot of them were, but the fact that they came up right away shows that there's this kind of divide that occurs, you know, sort of naturally with some of this happening. And I see we're going to have an election next year where Sheriff Joe Arpaio is going to run for the Senate, probably with a lot of other candidates with a lot of other views for things. So I think when you look at nationally, if you think of the dispersion of the new minority populations, by new minorities I mean Hispanics, Asians, people of two or more races, to the middle of the country. It's happened, you know, for the last several years, not just Nevada, which has been happening for a long time, but for other places like Utah, Colorado. But when you get even to the Midwest, you're seeing more of the dispersion going there. That those are the places, usually the newer groups are younger. People who migrate tend to be younger than to be older. And then their kids are going to school and so forth. And that sort of brings along some of these cultural generation gaps. There was a study done by a group called First Focus in Washington, D.C. that used my measure of the cultural generation gap and tried to make a correlation between that and the support in different states for public education. And they found a pretty strong correlation that the higher the cultural generation gap, the less support there was for public education. So, you know, the kinds of issues younger people are interested in, investment in education, affordable housing, reform for immigration in an inclusive way may be different than the kinds of issues the older populations tend to be interested in. Lower taxes, keeping the Social Security thing intact. You know, this is a broad brush, and there are lots of other things that make it much more complicated. But this is at the root of some of it, and I think it's important to understand the demography of all of this and the role that millennials could play in all of this. Well, let's talk about projections ahead. This is the projection of the U.S. in 2015, and what we see is what we saw before. The millennials are there with smaller cohorts beyond them. Let's go to 2025. Millennials won't be 18 to 34. They're going to be 28 to 44. And when we get to 2035, they're going to be 38 to 54. So now, about half the population is older than millennials. But in 2035, about half the population is going to be younger than millennials. They'll have gone through all of these years. And what's going to become of them? Well, there's still going to be a bridge between a much whiter older population and a much more diverse younger population. Even in 2035, when millennials are in their 40s and early 50s, the generations behind them are going to be much more diverse. They're going to be minority white, all of them. And those ahead of them are just going to be, 65% white. This shows that they're going, as they move through these 20 years, you millennials, as you move through these 20 years, you're going to make a big difference in how the rest of the country sees diversity as you make your way across those pathways. And I think, if you look at it this way, rather than just millennials as just being young people sitting around with Ubers and everything, I mean, it's really kind of important to understand that this diversity of their generation is important. Now, here's Nevada. It's a little bit of a different thing for Nevada. Again, the millennials are getting older, but you'll notice there's another bump when you get to 2035. It keeps bumping outward. I mean, it's one thing about demography is when you have sort of a big generation of young people, they then, reproduce another generation, somewhere down the road, and that's much more of an impact in Nevada than it was for the U.S. as a whole. And of course, Nevada's population there's a much bigger minority share of all those young ages than there was for the U.S. as a whole. But there is this kind of cultural generation gap in Nevada too. 2015. More than half of the older than millennial population was white. 43% of millennials were white, only 37% of post-millennial whites. So both millennials and the post-millennials are minority white populations. By 2035, all of them will be minority white populations. But again, millennials will be somewhat more of a transition into that period when we look at it. And then here's kind of a look at today, or 2015, of different metropolitan areas. Because I've been talking mostly about the nation. And it does matter, of course. Los Angeles, even though it's minority white all around, there's still a division between those ages. It's the millennial population where Hispanics are more than half of that group, which wasn't the case for the premillennial population. And then that ushers in a different kind of population for the younger group. Atlanta, the black population, also gets augmented by more Hispanics over time among the younger population. Chicago as well, you see a bigger Hispanic population moving in over time. And of course, Las Vegas has a profile somewhat like Los Angeles, it's a little bit whiter overall, but you see that the case. So if we think about this over time, where do we stand? I mean, you think about millennials and you read about all kinds of generalizations about them. You can do a LexisNexis search or a social media search every day, and there's dozens of articles, sometimes hundreds of articles about millennials. It's millennials in the title that gets picked up. There's all kinds of things about millennials. You know, they're never going to own a house, they're never going to own a car, they have different views about things, all of this. But to me, the most important legacy they're going to have is how they serve as a political and social and economic bridge between the generation ahead of them and the generation behind them. And I think they're off to a good start. As I said, they're the most educated generation that we've seen in these young adult years. But they also have to deal with the fact that there's still very big racial and social and economic gaps with respect to education, with respect to home ownership, with respect to poverty, with respect to income. And those are things that you know, they're going to have to face, they're going to have to overcome. But also those of us who did not raise our hands at the beginning of this talk, who are not millennials, are also going to have to help them overcome those kinds of hurdles, because we are going to be dependent on them. We're going to be dependent on them for making our economy better, for putting their money into Social Security, into Medicare, and to being, you know, good stewards of all of the good values we have in this country for the generations that follow. And most importantly, we're going to have to help them to overcome this cultural generation gap which now pervades our politics in the United States, which I think can be overcome. But I am optimistic that this is going to come out well. One of the reasons I'm optimistic is because millennials themselves are optimistic. A survey done by a University of Chicago group called Gen Forward asked millennials whether they think they were going to do better than their parents economically. And as it turns out, all of them did, but the ones who thought that the most were the minority millennials. Hispanics, blacks, and Asians felt they were going to do better than their parents economically, and that their generation would do better than their parents economically. The other reason why I'm optimistic is because I'm a demographer, and I always think that demography is destiny. And when you look at the demography here, it's pretty clear that this country is going to become much more racially diverse over time, that those of us who aren't millennials, those people who are in power, not some just academic like me, but somebody who actually can make decisions and do things, will understand this and understand that investment in this generation will be important, especially as millennials themselves become leaders in industry, leaders in government, major figures in popular culture, and as the face of America to the rest of the world. I think that will come out okay, but we just have to give them a little bit of slack as we get there. So that's it. Thank you. So I'm told I can take some questions here if people have them. Yes?
Wonderful talk. I think one of the things that's also in the middle of the debate now, but I think one of the things that is going to be very important, and we talk about, you know, having affordability of housing, affordability, staying at home instead of getting a job, is the fact that, of course, over that same period of time, we've gone from a production economy to what they like to call a consumption economy. You don't have nearly the diversity of production we used to have because a lot of it's imported. So the question that I would ask then is, would, again, if we have a more balanced picture there, more balanced imports and more production here, it gives more opportunities. There's a bigger range, not just consumption-based part of the economy, but production also.
Sure. No, I think that's important. We have to look at these kind of macroeconomic forces and trade forces when we're looking ahead, and, you know, irrespective of who our workers are, the jobs have to be there, and I think that's an important piece of it. But of course, the other part of it is we make sure these folks are prepared to take those jobs when we have them. Yeah.
If I understand your information correctly, what is the destiny for Las Vegas when 79% of the millennials do not have an advanced degree or college education?
Yeah, well, you know, I think that this is also a challenge to places that have been getting a lot of new generations, maybe first or second generation Americans here, who's maybe doing better than their parents were, and they want to make sure that their kids are doing better than they are, to provide those to provide them with opportunities. There's two ways to increase the educational attainment of a population. One is to grow your own, and the other is to attract them from other places. And I think you need to make efforts to do both of those things. I mean, part of the reason the way it is right now, as I said, it has to do with the population flows that have come in, striving people who are trying to do better but need to do more. And maybe the kinds of industries and the kinds of jobs that are here tend to attract those folks. And both of those things together, I think you can make improvements over time if you keep your eye on the ball. I mean, you're not going to become Boston in 5 years, okay? Going from 21% college graduate to 58%, but you might get up to 30%, and that would be okay. Yeah, back there.
What's the economic effect on these demographic studies where you have such not diversity, but such inequality in economics between these various groups?
It's not a good thing, and what you need to do, and that's why I'm pointing to these younger generation, because they're going to be with us for a long time, and to the extent we can do what we can to close it for them, it will behoove all of us to make those kinds of efforts. It's not what it ought to be, but as I went back and said before, we have a different scenario than countries which are aging rapidly and don't have young populations. And they're going to be in much worse shape than if we make the effort to make these young folks, and it starts with education, but also social services and things like child care that could be subsidized for their families and other things that, we don't hear talked about a lot in the public arena. We hear about immigration, or we hear about, something else. But I think if you look close to the head at the demography and the opportunity we have, it won't be easy, okay? It's not going to be easy, but I think that's the kind of effort we need to make. Yes?
Could you run your measure of cultural gap bias again? And if it's, as I suspect, an attitudinal measure, don't generational attitudes change as they age? And how does that affect your projections?
Yeah, well, no, that's true. I mean, I think if you think of the baby boomers today, a lot of it, I wasn't there, but a lot of us were at Woodstock, for example, which is not kind of a, some people there, conservative kind of group. I mean, but people do get older and they have different views and they have to pay taxes and they get responsibilities and all of that. But I also think that this young population may not outgrow some of their ideas about inclusion just because of the nature of the fact that they are so diverse and they're all in mixed race marriages and mixed race social networks and understand why that's all important. So that's part of the group dynamic of their situation, which I think will continue over time, even if they get to be a little more stodgy than they are today in some of the other values. So looks like a millennial there. I don't know, are you a millennial?
I am a millennial.
Okay.
With the 2020 census coming up and reapportionment of congressional seats, and Nevada's going to be in a seat, New York's going to lose a seat, and so forth, how do these migration flows kind of reshape from the map? You said Texas was one of the places. Does that become a swing state? Do you get two new Democratic seats out of Dallas and Houston and so forth, or Miami or Nevada's a swing state? That mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, what I showed here was just sort of the population growth differences in millennials in different places, but actual migration flows include other ages too and are more directed than what I've shown here. But from what I've seen from the population estimates, you're going to see many Sunbelt states, Texas, Florida, maybe Georgia, I don't know about Nevada, but it may be possible, get more seats. I mean, it used to be that you'd think, from a national perspective, the Democratic states were losing and the Republican states were winning, because in the past, in a good part of the South and in the good part of the West, those states tended to be Republican. That kind of flipped in a lot of places over the last 3 elections. Nevada is a good case in point, when being Republican for a while, the last 3 elections voted Democratic, and now several Democratic members of the House of Representatives and so forth. And it probably could flip in Georgia, maybe even Arizona at some point. North Carolina and Florida. And so, if that were the case, then at least from a national perspective and an electoral college perspective, then there would be more advantage to the Democrats from this. At the local level, how congressional districts get remade, that's very political, as you may know. And so even if a state gets a couple seats, it kind of matters who's in the state, depending how the state defines the redistricting that goes on within the state. And often in some states, and I think Texas is one of them, unfortunately, that a Republican state legislature could play tricks with those numbers. So, you know, in a perfect world, yes, we get more gains in some of those states that are turning Democratic, then you would say that would bode well for the Democratic population and for these more highly diverse states, which are the ones that are typically growing very rapidly. Okay.
Don't want to miss anybody. The last question or two?
Two questions. First one, you didn't mention anything about how to get millennials out of the basement. The serious question. So we're more polarized than we've been since, let's say, the Vietnam War. Help me understand how the millennials are going to help depolarize it. Is it just by their population growing? Is that basically it, and they're going to have more power?
Well, you know, the very simple answer, they can start turning out to vote in big numbers, and I think that way they're going to sort of help change, you know, some of the more very negative kinds of laws and regulations that, you know, are divisive in their nature. But the other way, I think they can show by example that they can do the job. And, you know, as I showed with that projection, between now and the year 2035, they're going to be moving into their 40s and early 50s. A lot of us, if we're still around, will be retired, and we're going to have to depend on them to make those kinds of decisions. And I think they're up to it. And when that happens, I think they're going to make things a little easier with respect to these transitions. But it may be bumpy along the way. I agree.
Is there one in the back there?
Yeah, here. So correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understand correctly, each generation is more diverse than the other, right? So,
Up till now, yes.
So I'm wondering if there's anything, aside from the fact that we're more diverse than previous generations, which is, as we just said, inevitable, that you think makes us the catalyst for change in our diversity, if you will.
Well, you know, I think that's a big deal to be more diverse than in the previous generations because, you know, in the past we've had sort of new immigrants coming into the U.S. at the turn of the previous century, but they usually were white ethnics. Now, some of them thought of them as being racially different than kind of the white Anglo-Saxon base that we had in our country. But now the new millennial population and the people after them are very different. They're not just white ethnics. They come from very different backgrounds, and as a result, to be here means that they have to kind of be open to those changes, and they are open to those changes according to all these surveys, and be much more inclusive in their attitudes about things. It's not always that way. I mean, there's kind of fights between different factions within the Latino community or between blacks and Hispanics in different places like that. But I think, you know, it bodes well for them having that kind of attitude and, you know, creating a sort of a marketplace of, you know, whatever it is, ideas or how they deal with their community issues. That'll be much different than we've had in the past. And so I think that, you know, they're going to have to, there'll be problems as well, but I think that diversity itself, especially with the fact that, as I said, the white population is shrinking in those age groups, is going to have a lot to do with, you know, the way we're going to deal with, you know, other kinds of problems as we go forward. Okay.
Thank you, Bill, for your time. Thank you all for both your attendance and your questions. Let me put in a unsolicited commercial for Bill's book, The Diversity Explosion, where he goes into great depth on all of this. For those of us in the UNLV community, you can just either physically or electronically visit our library and get access to this. My apologies to your publisher. I'm not selling any books for you there. But do check it out. And if you can, join us on March 7th when we have our next lecture, which is a great follow-up to Bill's talk. We'll have our colleague Richard Reeves back. And it was just a year ago that Richard published Dream Hoarders, which is a look at economic and social mobility in the United States. Who has it, who doesn't, and what does our nation actually look like? And so he'll expand on that with a focus specifically on our Intermountain West region. So he'll look at Las Vegas, Salt Lake, Denver, Phoenix, and drill down as Bill did on Nevada here. So I hope I see you all on the 7th. Thanks again for coming. We can take off your microphone.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
Well, the town was very small. It was kind of fun because you knew almost everybody in town. Growing up in Las Vegas was just like growing up in any other small town, even though they had the gambling.
Fremont Street was paved from Main to 5th, which is Las Vegas Boulevard. Beyond that, you had to go to Barstow to see pavement.
Water, literally, coming out of the ground, artesian water, and I used to go out there when I was a kid and catch frogs.
We had ropes that hung out of trees, the cottonwoods, and swing out into the ponds. They were probably filthy dirty, but we did it anyway.
That pool sometimes would be so crowded you'd have to be very careful when you dived in that you didn't hit somebody going in.
We had a movie house here, the Majestic Theater, but in the summer they'd have to close it down and they'd put it out at outdoor theater.
We kids would all climb the trees and see the movie.
My buddy and I would take our BB guns and go out in the desert in the canteen and hike.
I used to roller skate up one side of Fremont Street and down the other.
The butcher would call or come by and get your meat order and then deliver it in the afternoon.
In the early days, my mother would have to get 25-pound ice about every other day to put in the icebox. We didn't have refrigerators.
The Iceman, when he came on a wagon.
Go up there and you could reach up and get some of the chips of ice out of the back end of that wagon.
Tommy also, he came down with a truck with a horse pulling it, and he'd have vegetables. And my mother would go out and hang with him.
One of my favorite memories is in the twilight, hearing the kids run up and down the block. We would play hide and seek over the whole neighborhood. The parents would sit outside and visit because there was no air conditioning.
What did you do without air conditioning? Well, you sweated it out.
Didn't seem to know it was hot. As a kid, we didn't care.
We just kept the windows open, and usually you could take a bath and then lie down in a damp sheet without drying off, and it would help you be cool.
I remember they hung sheets. They'd wet sheets and hang them up in front of the window, and as the breeze came through, it would evaporate the water off the sheets.
First, shall I say, air conditioning we got. My dad put a box, made it out of chicken wire and Excelsior.
He made a little wooden frame, and in that he placed a fan.
It had Excelsior inside the chicken wire with water dripping down through the Excelsior.
He put burlap sacks all around that and turned the hose and let it slowly drip on it.
And it was before they even built swamp coolers.
So we got a little relief from the heat that way.
We only had that in 2 rooms in the house, and it was everybody congregated in the summertime in those 2 rooms.
Some of these nights, 90 and 100 degrees all night long, and during the day, 110, 115. It's almost insufferable.
You grew up together, you shopped together, suffered together.
And people don't really understand what Vegas was all about back then. We were just a railroad stop.
And circumstances caused the railroad to kind of pull out, and this was an awfully dead town, but it was really, really tough.
I am for the child who lives in motels, cars, and shelters, now in foster care, a group home, where he sleeps not on a bed, but on a temporary cot. He is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires, and the noise scares pets and can be disturbing to veterans and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Illegal fireworks also pollute our air. This year, we are cracking down on illegal fireworks.
This 4th of July, we will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks, and we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
This is Nevada Health, and we're talking about sports medicine with Dr. William Rosenberg, and he is the team doctor for the Golden Knights as well as UNLV. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So take me through a typical day of yours working with athletes.
So every day I start out at seeing the UNLV intercollegiate athletes at the Lead Center, which is a building on campus here at the Lead Athletic Center. And I have run a regular clinic in the morning, see the athletes for general medical concerns, illnesses, asthma, and all the injuries that they have. And then if the injury needs to be referred out for MRI or to go see a specialist such as an orthopedic surgeon, then I'll determine which of the injuries need to go on to the specialist, and I'll make those referrals. If they just need a non-operative treatment such as an injection, I'll take care of that. I manage all the concussions, and so that's my mornings every day. And then in the afternoons, I have clinics out at a community clinic through the UNLV School of Medicine, and I'll see circ artists, high school athletes, Golden Knights hockey players, and just athletes from all over the community, weekend warriors. And those are my afternoons, and then have a little administrative time as well. I'm the program director for the Sports Medicine Fellowship through the School of Medicine. So,
So with the Golden Knights, what are the injuries that you see most often?
See a fair amount of concussions.
Yeah.
So groin and abdominal strains. I see some high ankle sprains with hockey players, MCL sprains.
Okay.
And then shoulder injuries, shoulder dislocations.
So are you there at the games?
I'm there at the Golden Knights game. So I'm at every UNLV home and away football game.
Okay.
And then I'm also at every home UNLV basketball game. The Golden Knights games, I split the coverage with another physician in the community, but I'm at about 60% of the Golden Knights home games.
Okay.
And we don't travel with the Golden Knights during the regular season. You travel in the playoffs. If hopefully the Golden Knights make it this year.
Yeah.
We're traveling for that. But during the regular season, you're responsible for both teams.
Okay.
When the teams come in. So we'll do concussion evaluations, get x-rays on opposing players if it's requested.
That makes sense. So when you see a player go down, like let's say on the field if it's a football game, or on the ice if it's a hockey game, the medical team runs out and there's usually a little bit of discussion. What are you asking the player, and what are the first steps you're taking to figure out what happened?
So first off, you're trying to determine what joint or body part's injured.
Mm-hmm.
If it's the neck, you're checking neurologic function, asking the player if they can feel their toes. If it's a concussion, you're obviously asking about orientation, if they're aware of their surroundings.
So, what questions do you ask them?
What day it is, who are we playing, what'd you have for a pregame meal?
Yeah.
Just basic questions.
Basic stuff.
Those are basic screening questions to try to determine if there's a more significant injury. And then if it's a knee, for instance, you're asking, where is it hurting? Any numbness, tingling, anything that would be more emergent. For the more detailed exam, I like to get the player off the field and over to the sideline or back into the locker room. I know you'll see a detailed exam at some of the games where they're, checking all the ligaments on the field, but I think it's better just to do that on the sideline, get the player off the field if it's safe, and if you determine there's not anything that's life-threatening or limb-threatening. Some injuries can be more significant, like what happened with the Chicago Bears.
Right.
Tight end this week where he had a knee dislocation. So you're checking that, you're checking pulses, and you're checking to make sure there's not a more severe injury that would require emergency attention.
Yeah. When you're assessing from the sideline, how often are you able to send players back into the game, and how often do they usually have to sit, at least finish out, just sit on the sidelines for the rest of that game at least?
It's variable.
Yeah.
With concussions, typically, if you have a strong suspicion, it'll take at least 10 to 15 minutes. And the NCAA, we have our own protocol, so it varies based on school.
Okay.
So if I'm suspicious of a concussion, I'll do some basic tests. I'll test their vision. I'll test their ability to move their eyes and not get any dizziness. We'll check their balance. And if I need a more detailed evaluation, we'll take them back in the locker room. And we have iPads that we take that along with us that have all the baseline information. And we can run them through a series of more detailed questions. We can check their reaction time. We can check their balance with the iPad. So the iPad has has these little meters within the iPad that can check their position and can detect if there's an error, if they're off balance or having any sway. So that can help.
That's cool.
Us determine, make a more detailed determination. If it's a joint injury, you make the determination based on the athlete's ability to function. If they have an ankle injury, can they get up and run?
Yeah.
If you're more worried about a fracture, occasionally we'll have to take the athlete back, and we have a portable X-ray machine that will X-ray the athletes. We have that both at T-Mobile Arena and then also at Sam Boyd Stadium. We'll have a portable X-ray machine. So occasionally you have to get an X-ray to determine there's no fracture and it's safe to send an athlete back. So it's variable.
Yep.
With the NHL and the concussion protocol, you have to take them through a series. It's called a SCAT-5. It's a screening tool for concussion. It's incorporated in our iPad test we use for the football players. But you have to take them through that and fill out paperwork. And it's uniform across teams. And some teams could add more, but to the baseline testing and to the game evaluation. But typically the minimum, if the NHL spotter determines there's a mandatory evaluation that needs to happen, or if the team athletic training staff, sports medicine staff determines there needs to be a discretionary call on an evaluation, you have to take the athlete back and check them with the SCAT-5, and then you make the determination. So typically that's about a 10 to 15 minute process. The athlete's going to be off the ice.
If you find that a NHL player has a concussion, what's their policy thereafter? Like, do they have to miss games or?
The protocol, they are out until they're asymptomatic, and once they're asymptomatic, you have to take them through a 5-step return to play, which is similar to what we do at UNLV.
Yep.
They have to go through the neuropsychological testing that we do at UNLV. I do all the reading and interpreting, and we use 2 programs. One's called the Impact, which is pretty commonly known. It was developed at University of Pittsburgh. The NFL uses it.
Okay.
And then at UNLV, we also use the C3, which was developed at the Cleveland Clinic. And a lot of the boxers and MMA fighters they're using that through the Lou Rouveau Center. They're using that app. So we use that as well. So we use two different programs. In the NHL, they use a paper and pencil test and also an impact test, and a neuropsychologist administers that. But we hold off on the neuropsychological testing until they're asymptomatic.
Okay.
Or if they have a long-standing concussion, we'll hold off on that for 2 to 3 weeks. So they have to sit out until they're asymptomatic. Some athletes will have balance issues, so we have to get them in for physical therapy, for vestibular therapy.
Okay.
So we use some of the local physical therapy clinics, and there's physical therapists that specialize in treating the balance disorders that can result from concussion.
Interesting.
So it's variable. Every concussion's different, so no two concussions are the same.
Yeah, it's like there's no simple way to do it. It's just kind of really focusing on what that person's issues are.
Yeah, correct. And that's the challenging thing. You'll get questions from coaches, from general managers, from
fans,
media. When's this player coming back? When's this player coming back? And you can't tell them. The players will be asking you, and you can't tell them, obviously, because of HIPAA specifics for what I do, but you can't give them a time frame because every concussion is different. You really have to take it day by day, week by week. It's really that process. You never know how long a concussion is going to last until after the fact. And I always tell the athletes and coaches that information. And most coaches now are pretty well versed in the protocols, and they're pretty familiar. Once it's a concussion, you just let me know when the athlete's going to be back. They're not pressuring you.
So has that changed over time where maybe when you first started, it used to kind of be like, we need to get this guy back, and you felt pressure to like make a certain call, and now there's a little more understanding that these things take time?
Yeah. So when I started out, they had 3 different scales for concussion grading. It was grade 1, 2, 3 concussions. There was the neurologist had their own scale. Colorado Medical Society had their own scale, and then eventually we standardized everything where there's no grading scales of concussions. A concussion, but the first initial guidelines that came out about 12 years ago or so said you could return professional and college athletes to play if their symptoms lasted less than 15 minutes. It was considered more of a getting your bell rung or a ding concussion, is what the terminology was for that. Now, the more recent guidelines that have come out over the last 8 to 10 years have said any concussion, there is no return to play in the same game for any concussion at any level. So that's taken some pressure off, because once you make the diagnosis of a concussion, and then the player's out.
Yep.
And sometimes you can't make the diagnosis during the game. The symptoms don't appear till after the game. So, but if you're strongly suspicious the athlete is concussed or you're concerned for it, you'll hold them out. If in doubt, you'll hold them out, because the more severe concussions I see are the ones that occur where you get one hit to the head and then the athlete stays in the game and gets another hit to the head. Those are the ones I see.
Yeah.
And they can last for months, or I've even have had athletes come in with symptoms for over a year, 1 to 2 years, or more permanent symptoms when they get 2 hits to the head before the brain has recovered from that first hit.
Wow.
That first hit. But the pressure's been much less. And the NCAA has had independent medical care guidelines where they have recommended that physicians basically have the final say. The sports medicine staff, physicians, athletic trainers all have the final say, and independently of any pressure from coaches. Not to say it doesn't happen, but those guidelines have been helped out. Yeah, I think most coaches are very aware of concussions and the potential medical legal risk with it. There's been a number of high-profile lawsuits regarding it. So, I mean, I can say I've not received pressure from a coach over concussions in a long time. I can't even remember. It's not happened since I've been in Las Vegas. Just our coaches I work with are all very, very understanding of concussions and the way they're treated and the protocols. So.
Nice. You're listening to Nevada Health, and we're talking with Dr. Will Rosenberg about sports medicine. How else have you seen sports medicine change over your career?
I think there's been a lot more of an emphasis on performance, sleep, psychological issues. Seen many more issues with stress, time demands, anxiety, depression with student athletes. Seen a fair amount. You see a fair amount of those disorders come up, and I think student athletes are more vocal about those now. I think there's less stigma associated with with those, and I think our time demands on student athletes has increased too, as far as off season time, as far as workouts. It used to be that in summers it was, you come in maybe a couple days a week and it was very light. There wasn't much going on, and now many sports are year round. So I see a lot more time demand and stress on the student athletes, more overuse injuries, and that's at every level. That's from high school up to college. There's many more overuse injuries than I'm seeing. So I think that the time demand and then the need for sports psychological services are in a couple areas that have changed quite a bit over the years. And then performance, we're more in tune with nutrition. You're more in tune with doing the right things, sleep. That's much different than back. You talk to guys who played in the NFL in the 80s, and people were smoking and drinking alcohol in the locker rooms, and guys were staying out all night, and not taking care of themselves. And I think if you see like what Tom Brady does, he he's on a strict diet, vegetarian. I mean, he really takes care of himself, and it's paid off because he's only had one knee injury in his whole career. So the only that's been pretty much the major injury, and he's playing into his 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're seeing guys stay healthier, and guys and girls staying healthier longer into their careers. And
so do you think it's so you've seen players become bigger, faster, stronger over the years, and is it sort of just because all these things are coming together, like the training is getting better, people are starting to understand things about nutrition and recovery?
I think that's played a role in it. Yes, I think weight training is more year round, and I see a fair amount more injuries, and I see more when I do the physicals every year. I see more college athletes coming in that have more injuries out of high school.
Oh, really?
I've seen quite a bit of that. And I think some of that has to get back to the overuse, but I think to get back to your question, I think it is more with the training and a little bit maybe with the sport specialization. They have, you don't have the athletes doing football, basketball, track.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not losing that weight, in high school when they're doing track by running a little more. They're preparing for football season year round, and same thing with baseball and the other sports. So.
Mm-hmm. Do you find it's hard to get players to buy into like the nutrition and sleep and everything, or is it becoming easier?
It's a little tough. It's probably tougher at the college level, I would tell you, than the professional level.
Yeah,
it's easier with the circ artists I take care of, with the professional athletes. It's a little tougher with college. We're getting better at it. We're providing more meals. The NCAA loosened up some of their rules so we could provide more meals for the athletes. Good. So we have nutritionists working alongside with our strength and conditioning staff and work to help plan out the meals and provide more meals for the students. But a lot of student athletes, they don't have a lot of money. We all can remember when we were in college and when I was in medical school. I mean, you're scraping by, so it's a lot easier to go to In-N-Out Burger and get a $5-6 meal versus you go somewhere and eat a healthier meal. So to eat healthier, unfortunately, costs more money. So that's the challenge. Whereas the hockey guys, I mean, it's not as big of an issue. Or your professional athletes, they have more resources and we have dietitians and nutritionists working alongside for the Golden Knights. So, and then you'll have meals at the arena that it's not just the kind of grab and go that football is, and the post game meals, for when you're traveling into college level, tend to be more the fast food variety. So
that all makes sense. What are some of the main ways you think that leagues can reduce injury rates?
I think in the NFL you're seeing less hitting.
Yeah.
And I think giving guys more time to recover.
Yep.
During the week, I think that's helped. I think even with the NHL level, you're seeing that too, less hitting in practice. And, the challenge is with the NFL. I mean, like I said, guys are getting bigger and stronger and faster, so there's going to always be injuries. But I think better recovery. I think less injuries. You're seeing it in baseball where they're resting guys' arms.
Yeah.
And even coming out of college, they're resting the arms. Guys getting minor leagues, major leagues, and they're trying to shut them down for a period of time. So I think we're giving the body time to rest, proper training, teaching better mechanics, better tackling techniques. You're seeing that in the NFL. So I think those are ways. The NFL's taken a number of steps to reduce that. I mean, you could go so far as say, does the regular season need to be shorter in the NBA or NHL?
Yeah.
It probably won't happen because of the interest of money, but that would potentially be one way to reduce.
Yeah, kind of talk about that debate, because there is, how many games do they play in the NBA now?
NBA is 82.
82.
NHL is 82 as well. NHL is 82 plus 7 preseason plus postseason that can go for a couple months.
Yeah. So it just becomes a question of, you have this season across however many months it is, and these guys have to go hard so many more times. It just increases that likelihood, or is it just like the stress eventually builds up, or what's the argument for reducing games?
Well, I think just less exposure.
Yeah.
Less travel.
Mm-hmm.
Because travel is a big issue. If you look what Golden State's doing, I think that they're transporting the players' beds from hotel to hotel so they can sleep in the same bed. And,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about travel. How do you try to fix that? Like, what a person with your job, how do you try to account for that, or can you?
It's tough. I mean, it's tough, guys, especially at the professional level with the NHL, NBA, where you're not just traveling once a week.
Yeah.
You're traveling multiple time zones.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Your sleep schedules get disrupted. I mean, it's challenging. And guys are playing at night, so you get done with the game and they're all, adrenaline's going and they have trouble calming down, going to sleep after the game. You're alert, awake after the game. Your sleep schedule's all disrupted because on the days when you're not playing, you're getting up for morning skate and you're on a more regular schedule. But then when you play, it's you're playing late at night, playing across time zones. So you get those two factors. So it's difficult. That's the challenge. And I think what you're seeing in the NBA, getting near the end of the season, they're resting more guys, which I know a lot of the fans don't like because you're paying the same price for a ticket to see LeBron or Steph Curry. But I think you're probably gonna see more and more of that.
Yeah,
it's just such a long season.
It's definitely a weird conundrum because it makes sense for the team if you're trying to make it to the playoffs to rest your best player or win a championship. You rest your best player in the middle of the season, and you make it that way. He's fresh for the playoffs. But like you said, as a fan, it's like I paid all this money to watch Steph Curry play, and he's just sitting for no reason.
Sure.
What are the talks? What kind of solutions? Is there any talk of solutions for that? Like, do guys do that in the NHL as well?
You'll see some of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll see some of that. And in the regular season, you're gonna be more cautious getting a player back.
Yeah.
From an injury than you will in the playoffs. But there is some of that. Probably less than in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
But there is some of that. Yeah. We're not far enough into our season yet to have done that. But from my previous time working with hockey, you'll see that near the end of the season. You might have a guy be a healthy scratch, for instance, to try to give him a little time to rest and recover, and get him ready for the playoffs.
Yeah. What? Tell us about what you do with circ performers. Like, how are they? Are they that much different from your other, like your field sport and court sport athletes?
A lot of the injuries are similar.
Yeah.
You see a lot of spine injuries.
Okay.
You'll see knee, ankle. The difference is when you're making an evaluation, whether say for a concussion, for instance, and you have an acrobat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to make sure that the balance and everything is we do that for every athlete, make sure the balance is back to normal, but you have to really make sure the balance is back and there's no deficiencies or deficits.
It becomes a little more important when you're on a tightrope.
Correct. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Or if you have an acrobat with a knee injury,
yeah,
for instance, you may be able to get that individual with that knee or ankle injury back a couple weeks earlier if they were playing football or basketball. But if it's an acrobat, you have to be a little more cautious and take a little more time to get that artist back, that circ artist back.
That makes sense.
Yeah, just because your margin for error is less and there's a lot more liability. And they're performing 2 shows a night, 5 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
Which is an amazing amount of shows per year.
Yeah.
A lot of exposure to injury. So that's the other challenge too. It's not like with these artists, they're trying to make a living. So it's not like you can just pull them out for one game, give them a rest. If you pull them out for a week, they miss 10 shows.
Yeah.
And then there has to be adjustments from the performance side of things in the show and the act. And so there's different pressures. So it can be a little more challenging because the show must go on.
Yeah.
With as they say with those injuries. So but the good thing about circ artists is they're all very motivated.
Yeah.
Most of them are very motivated to get back. So it's a good population to take care of.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to throw out a few sports, and I want you to tell us what the most common injury is and why.
Okay.
All right, football.
Football. Boy, I would say concussion.
Mm-hmm.
Although that's becoming less frequent because there's less hitting.
Yeah.
And I'd say knee injury, knee and shoulder.
Okay.
So it's kind of those 3. So you have a lot of shoulder dislocations, or instability where the shoulder shifts out. We call it a subluxation, where it partially shifts out of the joint. And then knee injuries, your various ligament injuries. So I'd say between those are the 3. And you get a fair amount. You get some ankle injuries too.
Yeah,
well, so
a lot with that sport.
Yeah, a lot. It's all over the board with that. So I know it wasn't one injury, but you get a amount. Although I've seen the number of concussions per year go down each year. And I think that's a function of less hitting. And when I was in college, they would hit, I didn't play football, but just having some friends who did play, they would hit every day pretty much.
Yeah.
And they would go starters against starters. And now, most teams are only hitting, maybe once or twice a week in practice.
All right, soccer.
Soccer would be knee injuries, for especially in female soccer players. Be ACL injuries, MCL injuries.
Why is that especially in females?
So I'd say more because if they ever jump when they land more in extension. There's some theories on the notch where the ACL sits might be a little narrower. There's also theories that estrogen levels may play a role in ligament laxity. So and I think there's a few more collisions in the female and women's soccer players.
Interesting.
From what I've seen, it seems like there's more collisions in the game. I'd say the same in women's basketball too. Getting to another sport, I see more concussions in women's basketball than I do in men's.
Really?
It seems like there's more collisions in the game.
So what are the big ones for basketball injuries?
For basketball, it's a lot of ankles. I'd say mostly ankle, foot injuries.
Just like landing after rebounds and stuff like that.
Yeah. You'll see some ACLs in basketball as well.
Okay.
And that I probably see more women basketball players or female basketball players get ACL injuries or knee injuries than men's players in games. So in the men, it's a lot of ankle and foot.
Yep.
And overuse injuries, stress fractures.
Yeah. Baseball.
Baseball, elbow, and shoulder.
Just throwing.
Yeah, elbow, shoulder, mostly overuse.
Yeah.
So a lot of guys come in from high school with overuse injuries. They've had UCL, the ulnar collateral ligament injuries, and in the elbow. They got bone spurs from instability in their elbow. And then shoulder, you see a fair amount of labral tears. So
yeah. So these guys are throwing, let's say, 90 miles an hour even. Like, is a human arm even designed to do that?
Well, there's adaptations in the shoulder. So you stretch out the joint capsule of the shoulder in the front.
Yeah.
So you can externally rotate or basically cock your arm back more.
Yeah.
And then the back of your shoulder gets a little tighter, so they lose a little bit of internal rotation ability to follow through. So there's adaptation. Some physicians think that slap tears are labral tears. You hear the word slap tear thrown out a lot. So it's a type of a labral tear. In the shoulder. The labrum's a cartilage that helps hold the shoulder joint in place. Some physicians will think that that's an adaptation, actually getting a slap tear. And shoulders can actually be more difficult to treat than elbows and throwers, because if many times you do surgery to try to fix that labral tear, you say you have a pitcher with chronic shoulder pain and shoulder issues, and you fix the labral tear, they lose range of motion and they're never able to get back to their prior level of throwing. Whereas with Tommy John surgery for the ulnar collateral ligament, which is where we reconstruct the ulnar collateral ligament, the success rate on that is 83% in one of the studies that came out a few years ago.
Nice.
So that's pretty good rate for so 83% of the athletes can get back to their prior level of throwing, which is pretty good. It's not 100%. And I always have to remind throwing athletes, because there's this belief out there that if you do Tommy John surgery, you're going to come back and throw harder. And that's not always the case. I mean, there's risk of injuries to one of the nerves in the elbow, the ulnar nerve. So there are some risk, obviously, with surgery from that, but better success rate with the elbow than shoulder injuries.
So you say you work with a lot of weekend warriors. What kind of injuries do you see in them? And how can the average person prevent the common sports injuries that you see?
So I'd say proper conditioning. The main thing I see with weekend warriors is people training for marathons.
Yeah.
And they go too quickly in their when they advance their training. So they start out and then they advance their running programs, for a marathon, and too quickly they don't do the gradual increase. And
how much do you want to increase a week in general?
It depends on your prior level of functioning. I would say less than 10% or so.
Okay. So like if you can run 5 miles now, you maybe would do 5.5 next week, and then
you could do like maybe 5.5, 6, 7. It depends on your prior level of functioning and how much. If you've had a prior risk of stress fractures, if there's vitamin D levels come into it too. If your vitamin D level is low, there's some thought that may be associated with stress fractures. So, and I think proper shoe wear. That's important. Nikes are people go get the Nikes, not to pick on one brand, but people go get the Nikes because they look good, or whatever brand of shoe, because they look good and they may not have the proper arch support. I think it's important to either be fitted for a shoe, go to a shoe store where they have salespeople that are knowledgable in fitting you for the particular shoe that you need for your foot type, and have the proper arch support, because that's a big factor in quite a few injuries that I see kids come in with these shoes, and you can fold them in half and they got zero support and whatnot. So you'll see that in a lot of your stress fractures in the leg and feet. So and then diet can play a role too. Especially with the number of female athletes. There's a condition called the female athlete triad, which means they don't get enough calories, enough energy in. They get decreased bone mineral density, and then they start having irregular menstrual cycles. So that's a key role too. I see a number of female athletes, they don't eat enough. And
interesting.
They may eat a couple thousand calories, but they're burning so many calories, they don't take into account that they need probably 3,000 to 3,500 calories a day, where the average American adult needs around 2,000.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing. If you don't get enough calories to maintain your menstrual cycle, you're not getting enough calories to maintain bone mineral density, and you can start developing a decreased bone mineral density and set yourself up for a number of stress fractures. And I see that fairly commonly in distance runners.
Really?
Distance runners, track athletes.
Yeah, because especially on those like long days training for a marathon, they could be doing like 20 miles. It just takes a ton of energy to fuel that.
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
What else do you tend to see with the weekend warriors?
I'll see some knee and shoulder, a lot more overuse injuries. You don't see as many shoulder dislocations. You'll see rotator cuff injuries and some guys in their 30s, 40s.
Yeah, from like bench pressing a lot.
Oh yeah. Back injuries.
Yeah,
we'll see back injuries, more of that, bulging discs. More of the things that we see with as we age. So more of the wear and tear type injuries, arthritis. See more osteoarthritis. I see a lot of knee arthritis, ankle arthritis. So more of the wear and tear type injuries in the weekend warriors. So.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to come on the show.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
In an emergency, you may need to leave your home fast. That's why the best time to prepare for an emergency is before one strikes. Your plan should include up to 10 days of food, water, and special need items for every member of your family, including your pet. Most people shelters don't allow pets. To learn more about emergency preparedness, download our free Southern Nevada Community Preparedness app to your smartphone, or visit the Office of Emergency Management pages of Clark County's website for more tips.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Today's show was created with two main goals: to be a complete workout for your legs and to be a great warm-up and cool-down for your own walking program. So start walking in your chair right here on Sit and Be Fit.
Sit and Be Fit is a tone and stretch exercise program designed to strengthen muscles and improve joint flexibility. Not all exercises are suitable for everyone. Consult your doctor before beginning this exercise program. Our instructions and advice are in no way intended as a substitute for medical counseling. Mary Ann Wilson, creator of Sit and Be Fit, lecturer, teacher, columnist, and recognized leader in the field of senior fitness, is joined by co-host physical therapist Lori McCormick. Along with their ongoing research and medical backgrounds as a registered nurse and physical therapist, Mary Ann and Lori consult with a team of medical and exercise specialists to bring you a fun, effective way to feel better and maintain functional fitness.
The exercise program you are about to do is effective for any age, but it was specially designed for anyone needing slow, gentle movement. All you need is a chair that touches your back while your feet are flat on the floor. If your back is not touching, put a pillow behind for that necessary back support. If you have your exercise band and towel, put it on the back of your chair. Now, get ready to sit and be fit. Hi, I'm Mary Ann Wilson. Thank you for joining us. With me is Lori McCormick, a physical therapist who will be doing modifications today for anyone with a limited range of motion. We also have some great participants ready to exercise with you, Lila and Gloria and Dottie. Let's come forward for your first routine. You want to walk forward in your chair before we get you set up in good alignment. Put your pelvis in perfect alignment by rocking. Put your chest in perfect alignment by rocking it back and forth and finding the most comfortable place for it. And the same with your neck. Put your chin forward and back and then place it wherever it feels most comfortable. For all of those who have a hip replacement, please do not do this particular movement when we do it in the program. All right, are you ready to go? Let's start walking in that chair all the way to the back. And walk forward. Now as you're forward, I want you to lift up your heels, put your hands right here, and push those knees back. Good job. Can you feel those hips moving? Now, let's lift those hips. Here we go. Up, 2, 3, and 4. Change sides. All right, get ready for a hamstring lift. Here we go. Lift and touch. Lift and touch. Now you're going to lift the knee and touch. Lift. Good job. Wonderful. And change. Back and touch. I know that. Okay, now it's knee lift and touch. Okay, here we go. With the leg out, bringing it across. Out and across. Okay, get ready to change. Sit up tall. Out and across. Now on this last one, I want you to place your ankle right on top of your knee. And it's time for a wonderful movement here in your ankle, but your hand is going to be doing the movement. So relax those muscles and then reverse your circle. Get as great a range of motion as you can. Now take your hand down to the toes, gently pull them back. And now in the other direction. And again. Again this way. And one more time. Flexion of the toes and extension. Okay, here we go. Bring the other ankle up on the knee. Make sure you're nice and tall, even though we're working on your ankle. Start turning it, move it, and then reverse the circle. Now take your hands down to the toes. Extend the toes and then flex them. Again. Again. This should feel good. This is your last one now. Put your feet down next to one another. Get your body as tall as you can. Let's do a hip circle in the chair. And reverse that circle. And now I want you to sit up as tall as you can. Get your hands right up here. We're going to turn. Turn again. You feel that wonderful stretching and rotation throughout your trunk. Let's turn again. And one more time to each side. Okay, now bring your elbows back. Squeeze your shoulder blades. And squeeze. Big breath. Breathe out and squeeze. Again. Squeeze. Bring your hands down, grab your chair. Lean forward from your hip, and then pull back with your arms. You can feel this wonderful stretch as you lean forward, the biceps working as you pull back. Leaning forward, pulling back. Again. Leaning forward, pulling back. Now bring your hands right up here behind your head and reach up, up, down, 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 down. Reach all the way to the back. Squeeze those shoulder blades. Push that floor away. Shake out your hands, and let's get ready to go to that football game. Here we go. Get your football ready to pass. Now for that over-the-shoulder catch. And run. Get those knees up there. And touchdown. Okay, let's pass over the other shoulder. And over the shoulder catch. Look over that shoulder and get ready to run. Here we go. Keep going. Hey, I think we have that touchdown. Yay! And get ready to block on this side. The other side. Now put your feet together and let's block forward. Toes up and down. Here's that first down. And change. Okay, here's the line stair. Get your mean look on. Push up. And push. Push up again. Get those biceps and triceps working. Get ready to take them down. Get your arms around them and pull. Okay, keep going. You're doing great. One more. Okay, we better run. Get those knees up. Okay, prepare to pass. Nobody's there. No one there. Or there. I think we better run again. Get those knees up. Keep going. Ready to pass again? Nobody's there. Okay, here's your catch to this side. Try to get it. And now to this side. Okay, put your feet together. Good job. If you can, you might even lift your seat off the chair. Okay, there's an incomplete. Too bad. Stop the clock. Get ready to punt. Good kick. And change. That's a touchdown. Woo! Good job. Okay, I don't know if you have enough energy, but let's go to that ballpark and to that baseball game now. Take a deep breath. Get your hands up here, your batter up now. Okay? There you are. Have your bat, your favorite one. Here we go. Let's change. Hit it straight on. Good. Let's root for that team. They really need it. Root. A little bit higher. If you can, do it a little bit higher. They need a big cheer. And it's 1, 2, 3 strikes. You're out. Okay, now clasp your hands, reach from your hip forward, and get ready to steal those bases. Lift, lift. Keep going. Okay, keep going. How you doing over there?
Just great. Let's keep
Okay.
running.
Now I'm going to stand up. Up. Get to the edge of your chair before you start up. Okay. You're safe. Yep, you are. Okay. Now we're going to catch that ball. Get ready. To this side first. Here we go. And right up here. Okay, way up there, catch it. And now down there. You're really working your balance, aren't you? Let's go to the side. Feel your weight shifting. Oh, there, that one's mine. Okay, now bring your feet together, step back, get your balance. We're going to throw that ball. One more. And then bring your feet together again and step back. Get that ball and throw it. Easy on that arm. Good job. Okay, now bring your feet together. Okay, that pitcher's getting ready. All right. Let's either go around the bases or outside the ballpark, whatever you prefer. Okay, sit down. Whoop. Sit down again. One more time. Okay. Are you ready? We're going to bat up, so get that good bat. Which one do you like? Get your hands ready. All right. Here we go. This is it, folks. Home run. Ready? 1, 2. Way out of the ballpark. Let's change sides. Easy on those shoulders. Okay, let's root for that team. Root. Root. Really cheer them on. They need it. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3 strikes. You're out. That's a home run. Good job. If you plan to stand for leg strengthening and stretching exercises, stand directly behind your chair. Place your hand on the center of the chair to use it for balance. Lori will stay seated. We've had a lot of fun and excitement at those games, but now it's time to slow down. Lori will lead the next routine.
First of all, get into good posture, tuck your hips under, lift your ribs, and put your head back. Stand with your feet about shoulder width apart. Breathe in and out. Let's breathe in again. Hands come down to the sides. And go back up. And you notice I'm watching the other hand as I'm coming up. Breathe out. Now let's go up in front again. Breathe in and out. Put your hands up on your waist. Put your hip out. Other hip out. Up. Out. Up, out, and up. We're going to lean back and up, forward and up, back and up, forward and up. Let's side bend, up, same side, up, other side, up, up. Hip circles. All of these movements get your hips loose and help with balance. Let's change directions. Last time. Now we're going to take the feet wider apart, arms out to the side. We're going to rotate and up. Rotate and up. Rotate and up. Rotate and up. Now reach high, change your weight to your hip. Up and hands to the hip. Up, hands to the hip. One more and change direction. Reach up to the hip. Up and to the hip. Up to the hip. Last one, up to the hip. Now we're going to block to the diagonal. It's a self-defense move. And change. Block. Change and block. Change and block. Put your feet in a little bit. We're just going to breathe. Breathe in and out. And let's bend the knees and out. In and out. One more. In and out. Side step, side step, side. Now let's work on balance a little bit. We're going to bring one foot forward, side, back, and center. Forward, side, back, and center. Get your feet about shoulder width apart again. Breathe in and out. Let's take your arms up out to the side. Watch one arm as you breathe in. And watch the other hand as you come down and breathe out. Let's take the arms up in front, way up, and down. And one more breath in and out. Push your shoulders down and back. Squeeze your shoulder blades. Great.
Oh, thank you, Lori. That was beautiful. Now, I'll do the stretching. Okay, check your posture. Remember, everything gets tucked and lifted and lengthened. Take a breath in, open up your arms. Reach around that sun. Hold it. And now open up. Again, reach around and open up. Let's start your calf stretch. How about warming up that ankle joint before we start? I know we've done a lot of work with the legs and ankles, but this is more relaxing, almost like having your feet in water. A full circle around, and at the same time, we're working on your balance. Oh, let's go to my favorite. This is the calves, a hamstring stretch. There we go. And a big breath. Let it out. Reach with your hip. And change. Half circle. And now a full circle. Can you feel your ankle joint warming up? Rest your heel. Reach out with your hip. Good job. Okay, do it again. Nice stretch up the whole back of your leg. Can you feel that? Okay, bring your feet together. Check your posture. Now there's your calf stretch with your knee right over your ankle. Okay, are you ready? You're going to lift that heel. Bring your hips directly under your shoulders. Your head over your shoulders. There, you can feel that stretch if you pull the hips forward. Now press your heel down and feel the stretch engage in your calf muscle, the lower muscle in your leg in the back. Okay, let's change. Good position, good form. Knee right over the ankle. Pull everything in and up. Lift. Now lift your heel. Hips come forward, everything lengthens in front. You'll feel it in your hip flexor. Now bring your heel down. Feel it in your calf muscle. And let's do one more calf stretch on each side. We sit so much during the day, we need to stretch out these muscles. And again, reach. Okay, let's sit down in your chair and finish up your stretching. Let's lengthen the body. Make it as tall as you can go. Reach, 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 reach. Okay, now push everything away, starting from the sky. Reach behind you and squeeze your shoulder blades. Take a deep breath in. Let it go with a sigh. The breath is so relaxing, so I want you to concentrate on the breathing in and breathing out. And as you breathe in, I want you to think of golden sunlight, something beautiful in the air, filling you. And then breathe out all the tension, any imperfections, anything that you want to release, just let it go. Big breath in, slowly let go, relax your shoulders. Thank you so much for being here. We enjoyed having you. Keep reaching out for a better day.
For your free copy of the Sit and Be Fit newsletter and information on video and audio tapes, including specialty videos for chronic conditions such as arthritis, please write Sit and Be Fit, P.O. Box 8033, Spokane, Washington, 99203, or call 509-448-9438, or visit our website at sitandbefit.com.
When a family is in a time of crisis, you can help by fostering a child. If you are ready to make this commitment, call 455-0181 for more information. Become a foster parent.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
From a distance, it's easy to feel close to wildlife. They're beautiful when they're safe in their natural habitat, and we're safe in ours. But when our environments overlap, there can be dangerous consequences. The threat of physical harm, damage to property, and disease become very real. That's where we can help. Our wildlife biologists work with state biologists to find safe, humane solutions to the conflict, finding the best balance between humans and wildlife. I guess you could say that's the nature of our business.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hi, I'm Judy Shepard-Missett, founder and CEO of Jazzercise, and welcome to Jazz Cardio Strength Stretch. Today, we'll be working out with other certified Jazzercise instructors. Shanna Missett-Nelson, Jazzercise Executive Vice President. Young McCarthy, Rich Mundy, and Cherry Van Lyten. So if you're ready, we are too, so let's go! Remember, when you're warming up, first you have to warm up the core by moving your feet. Then you have to warm up major muscles by using leg muscles and torso muscles. And finally, warm up all the individual parts of your body. Your head, your neck, your shoulders, rib cage, hips, and legs. Okay, it's time to warm up. So, find your feet. Move to the beat. Marching warms up the core of the body. And hold it, open the feet, and give it a nice stretch. Over we go. And bring the arm around and stretch the quadricep right there. And bring it back to the other side, way around. Gently. And bring it over and back. And bring your feet together. Get ready. March. And the head goes right and left. And march it back. Right and left. Come on down. Right and left. And back it up. Okay, keep going. Look up. Look down. Warming up the head and the neck. Again. It's up, it's down. Okay, how about the shoulders? Right, left. Roll them in. Right, left. March. It's right and left and back. And hold it. And march it up and again. And open the ribs. And open. Marching it up, back. out, and out. Up we go. Out, and out. And back we go. Up, up, do it again. Release, release. You got to open the rib cage like an accordion. Out, out. One more. How about the hips to the right? Isolate, isolate. Now pelvis. Lift that hip, then push them forward. Lift, lift, push, push, lift, lift, push. Hold it, feet together, and open the feet. Another stretch. Around we go. And over. Bring that arm back. Tilt, quadricep, and center. And to the other side, all the way around for the hamstrings. And for the lats. And for the quads right there. And bring it center. Let's go to the side again. The knees go up and in, down. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Notice now we're not isolating the hip anymore. We're just marching. Knee, knee, knee. Turn out from the hip. Yeah. 1, 2. Turn out from right there. 1, 2. In, out, in. Again. Now march it up. Go. Push the arm. Right, left. Last thing to warm up, those arms. March. Push. Push. Last time. Hold it. Great.
Hi, my name is Young, and we're going to get that heart rate going for you. So bend your knees a little bit, and we're going to shake those hips out in threes to the right side. 1, 2, and hold. It's left, and hold it. Good. So now keep it low for me. Now later on, if you're going to need that light version, you want to go ahead and follow Judy over here. She'll do that for you. And again. Now give me a skip right here. Pull those knees up, nice and tall. Land in toe ball heel. Good, keeping it going. Again, if you want that light version, Judy's got it for you. Walk it out. And up. Now we're going to preview a ball change side to side in 3. So it goes 1, 2, hold. 1, 2, hold. It's out. Hold it. Now watch out. Heel, toe, triplet. Heel, toe, 1, 2, 3. Now do that ball change for me. Staying low. It's out. Good. And again, heel, toe. And a 1, 2, 3. Now staying low, push it out, push it out. You want to hold that third one. Do it again. This is very muscle intensive there. Push it out, go, go. 1, 2, hold. 1, 2, hold. And again. Pumping those arms out. Ball change. Okay, last one. Now right hip, shake it out 3. Now skip it back with the left. 2 back, 2 up. Now the left side. Hold it. And again, so you want to utilize that core. Pull in. And the left side. 1, 2, hold. That's it. Heel, toe, triplet. Go. That's our short set. Ball change it. Stay low. So about now I'm thinking you're breathing a little harder. How are you guys doing? They're breathing harder too. I can hear them. It's out. Hold it. And again. Heel, toe. 1, 2, 3. Remember your option if you need it. It's out. And again, we got one more. 1, 2, 3. Ball change. Hold on. Here it is. To that hip. Shake it out. Start left, back. Shake it out. Pull. 2. Hold it. The key is that hold. 1, 2. Hold. There it is. Other side. Hold it. Keep going. Keep going. Push. 2. Hold. There you go. Remember, pull those knees up as you skip. And again. 1, 2. Hold it. How about one more? All right, here it is. Heel toe triplet. Come on, we can do it. Ball change it. 1, 2, hold. Push, push. Heel toe. And a 1, 2, 3. Ball change, go low. And push. Don't stop, keep it up. And 1, 2, 3. Arms are still pumping. It's out. See, now, isn't this way better than sitting on the couch? It's out. 1, 2. Okay, let's do those hips. Go for it. And skip it back. Left side. And hold it. Again. She says, we got to work it out. That's what we got to do. It's out. Hold it. We're not done. There it is. Hold it. Use that oblique. Let's see it. Come on. Pull. Hold it. Don't give up. Not yet. Hold it. One more. We're moving out. Heel choke triplet. And a 1, 2, 3. Ball change it. 1, 2. Hold. 1, 2. And again. 1, 2, 3. Ball change. It's out. Hold it. Keep it up. Keep it up. Remember your option if you need it. It's there for you. And hold it. We can make it. We got one more. And then you got to do that sharp ending. 3 hips and hold. There it is.
When performing a skip, make sure you use lots of power and really pull your knees up. You want to pull up tall and push from the ball of the foot and then land toe ball heel. All right, tip your body forward. Now give me a jazz walk with a push, right and left. My name is Shanna. I'll be leading you through this routine. If you want a lower impact version, you're going to want to watch Young right over here. How about chassé to the right side, cross forward, ball change, left side. Now 4 skips, travel forward, jazz walk, push it back. Chassé to the right and left. How about skipping up, walk it back. Good. Do that again to the right, left side, coming up, walk, push, take it back. Right and left again. You want to pump those elbows on that chassé. Big skip up, use all those powerful muscles. To the right and left. Coming up, walk, push, take it back. Right and left. It's up. All right, now on the diagonal, hop heel, 2 hop center. Left side, it's hop, 1, 2, and right. So you put a little hop into that heel, bring it center. Make sure you pick up that back leg, pull that knee up, and right. Chest is lifted, keep those abs in tight. And again, pump those arms. Keep going, it's right and left. All right, do a few more for me. Pull it center. And again. How about 4 more? Last 2. All righty, we're moving. Chassé, right side, go. Cross forward. Skipping up. Walk, push, take it back. Going right. And left. Come on, pick it up. So you should be working pretty hard right now. Heart rate's pumping. You're warmer. Maybe even sweating a little bit. To the right. I know we are. Coming up. Walk, push back. Again, to the right. And left side. Walk it, push it. To the right. 4 skips up. Hop heel on that diagonal. Double hop center. Left side. And right. Good. Remember, if you want lower impact, Young Tregale. And again, it's right. And left. And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Hup. And again. Keep going, guys. Breathe. Again. You got to keep going. She's still singing. All right, now get ready. Turn right with this. Turn it right. Now come back to the front. Go all the way to the left side. All the way to the right. Towards the front, going left. All right, facing forward. Stay here. Come on, again. Don't stop. 1 heel left. Hold it.
All right, can you hear that music coming up? Find that beat, give me a big skip. I'm Rich, and I'm going to be pumping your heart rate through this routine. And be sure to watch Cherry for the light version. toe ball heel, lift up on those knees. Looking good, guys. Now, big plie, hopping plie, out and in. Tighten those core muscles. Be sure to stand up twice. Now, back to those little skips. You're working now. Now, 4 skips forward, then a big hopping plie, out and in. 4 back, and a hop, out and in. 4 up. So be sure to really tighten your core muscles and sit down twice, guys. It's down, up, good. And out, and back. You should be working pretty hard and sweating a lot. Feels really good to be moving, doesn't it? 1 more. Now 2 hop heels to the right. A little step touch and left. Step touch. Think about all your energy right from your core. Keep those elbows bent. Yeah. And again. Left side up. Lift up on that knee and flex your foot. Great. 1 more. That's it. Skip it on down. Big hop out. Plie. Left. Down. Up. And out. It's okay to put your hands on your knees for a little support. And back. Tight abdominals. Pull them in. Flat back. Are you breathing hard? Press. Press. 1 more, gang. That's it. 2 hop heels to the right. Step touch. And left. Step touch. Nice. Don't forget to take lots of deep breaths. Get lots of oxygen into those muscles. Step touch. And left. 2 more. Last one. Skip it forward. Hopping plie. Out. In. And hop. Again. 1 more. How are you feeling? You look great. Keep it up. And back. Don't forget to lift those knees. Lots of energy in the skips. Take it to the right. And left. Are you breathing hard? I think we are too. Right, Jerry? Again, guys. Hop touch. And left. And again. That's it. Come on down. Big hopping plie. So do you want to be free from boring exercise? Just stick with us. Out and in. Press and press. And back. Let's do 1 more up. And back. And hold it there.
All right, how about a step knee lift? There you go. Hi, I'm Cherry Van Lyten, and I'm happy to lead you through this routine. Your light person to watch for impact is Mr. Rich Monday. Let's do it. You ready? Here we go, guys. 4 plies, right, left. A slight turn out. Sit and lift. Now do that step knee lift like we did in the beginning. Yeah, that's it. Do it again. Do it again. Step and lift. Can you imagine your heart rate's going to go up quickly because we're using big muscle groups? You imagined right. Do it again. Bring those feet together in first. When you finish, tap, step, lift. Drawing the knees up with the quads, abs tight. Can you hear the phrasing change? Let's change movement. You ready? 4 steps, hop forward. It's 1, 2. Now turn right, spin it around, skip or walk back. Turn it around again. Coming up. 1. Drive it with those elbows. We're going left this time. Good brain work too, don't you think? Do it again. Coming up. 1, 2. Push off with that floor. Turn right. And when you turn around and see me, let's do those plies right, left. You got it. Good job. Step knee lift. Pull it up. I think your heart rates are going up now. Yes? Good job. Do it again. Do it again. Keep breathing. Isn't it nice how low impact moves really get the heart rate up and work every muscle in your body? I love that personally. Do it again. Come on. Step and pull. Squeeze those adductors. Draw those legs together. And we'll step knee. You know what to do? Bring it up. Come on, guys. Come on. Push. Drive those arms. Turn right. Let's go. Turn around. Pick up those feet on the skip. Turn around. Again. Left. You're right. It's left. Turn it around again. Let's go. Come on up. Push. Drive those legs. Right side. So you're getting the idea. We're alternating, yeah? Perfect. Do it again. Heart rate's climbing. We're going left this time. Turn it around and those plies right now. Go right, left. Yeah. Hey, hey, now lift. Beautiful. I hope you're having fun, enjoying these movements, because they're fun and they're dancing. That's what we love about them. Do it again. Step and pull. Tall body. Yeah. Nice deep breath. Feeling good about yourself because you're moving and grooving? Of course you are. Come on up. Come on up. Bring yourself up. That's it. We're going right. Turn around. Nice job. Turn around. Turn around. Bring it up. Drive it with those elbows. Left, 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 left. Oh, yeah. Good job, everybody. Pull it. No, we haven't lost our mind. We're using our minds because we're exercising. Come again. We're going left. Yeah, I'm with you. Now come up forward. Let's use those plies. Here we go. Right, left. Pull it. Awesome. Step knee. Everybody low impact on this. Working hard with those large muscle groups. Glutes down and up. Tall body. Can we do two more together? Let's do it. Yeah. Nice deep breath. Yes. How about a one right and left plie? Feet together, hold it right there and stop.
Okay, let's pick up your weights if you have them. And lift your shoulders. Those would be your trapezius muscles. Now, if you don't have weights, you could just pick up a couple of bottles of water or a couple of cans of food. That would work. Bicep, right here. Curl. Keep your elbows in. Squeeze your shoulder blades. How about 4 trap lifts? Trapezius. Now, bicep. Now, Cherry is seated on an exercise ball, but you could be on your sofa or on a nice hard dining room chair. That'd work. Keep going. Lift, 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 and up. Do it again. Now your trap muscles will help that posture. Lift and lift. Okay, we're going to change it now. 4 traps. Now how about tricep? Pull it up and down. Up and down. Now the muscle you use to pull the arms up and down is the tricep. Underarm area. Keep going. Lift, 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 and pull. And pull. Let's do it again. Up, 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 and pull. All right, back to the traps. Thumbs front. Bicep. Now this bicep is a hammer curl. There are many ways to move the bicep, but today we're doing this one. Let's go again. Lift, 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 lift. Curl, curl. Keep going. Oh, yeah. And curl. Let's go with something new. How about that? A little more core working in the body and a little more deltoid. Now you got to turn and pivot on your feet. Tighten your abdominal muscles. And lift. And lift. And lift. Keep it going, keep it going. Tight abs. How about one more? How about both of them? Whoa, yeah. Now be careful not to swing. Place, place, pivot, place, pivot, place. Okay, back to the singles. Whoa, yeah. And hit it, and hit it. Keep going. 4 more. 2 more. Feet together, lift the traps up. Up, up. Bicep curl. Oh, yeah. Up. Keep going. Lift, lift, lift. Bicep. Come on, use your shoulder muscles. Shoulder, 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 shoulder. Biceps, biceps. Shoulder, shoulder. Keep those elbows in. Right here, squeeze those shoulder blades. 1, 2, 3. Tricep. Pull up and down. Pull, push, lift, lift. Those traps help that nice posture we all look for. Do it again. Lift, 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 lift. Pull up, down. Pull, push. Do it again. 2, 3, 4. Pull, push. 4 traps. 1, 2, 3, and you did it. Good job. All right, we're going to do a little more muscle work, and then we are going to stretch. All right, so in your right hand, the weight goes up, and pull, and up, and pull. Change hands. Now again, if you don't want to use the weight, you can do the very same movement without the weight. So right goes up and pull. Or you can use an exercise tube like Rich has. Change sides up and pull. Remember, they're easy to find and pretty darn cheap too. Now both of them up. Now just hold it. Up, hold it. Up, hold it. Yeah, now here we go. Going up, center, to the right with both hands, and center. So we're working on the deltoids, a little back work, and a lot of core work. Yeah, take it up, and DJ, can you see? And ho, hey, up. Woo, DJ, look out. And then the middle, plie, pull it up, then pull it up, use that core, baby, to the right, to the right. Now make sure both knees are bending, lift your voices, in the middle, down, whoa, down, ha, yeah, let's go to the right, do, 1 more. Feet together, push it out, in, to the right, out, center, left. Feel the core muscles working. Do you know what they are? The powerhouse muscles? All from Joseph Pilates. They are the pelvis, the abdominals, the gluteals. Hey, yeah, DJ, can you see? Whoa, ho, feet apart, turn it out in bed, lift, ha, hey, woo, you got it, to the right, lift your voices, again, in the middle, so Rich, how you doing, baby? How you doing, Jerry? Work, to the right, hey, yeah. 1 more. Now, bring your feet together, put it down. Flat back stretch, elbow up, soft knees, in the middle. Do. Bring it back, and flatten it out. And bring it back, feet apart, stretch. Quad, right elbow up. Stretch right there, upper torso, round it, and stretch. I want to know.
And now the feet in the middle. Let's go. Reach it up. Center. Right. Center. Up. Center. Left. Center. I want to know. Do you feel what I feel? I hope you feel good. Because we're almost done today, kids. Yeah. Hold it. Good job.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations or request a kit via mail by calling 702-676-1754.
Check out Clark County's new website, clarkcountynv.gov. clarkcountynv.gov gives you all the latest happenings from Clark County government. Remember to update your bookmark, www.clarkcountynv.gov.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
You know what this is? I mean, do you know what it's called? You probably know what it is. It's a thing for taking pizza out of the oven, right? But what's it called? It's called a pizza peel. Why? I have no idea. It's a goofy name, but it will work today because today it's all about pizza. It's going to be delicious. A lot of paper towel. Look at that. You can make it. Who doesn't want that? Oh. That white thing is Swiss cheese. These brown things are little rye breads. Little sandwiches, little rye breads. But we're not making a Swiss cheese sandwich. We're going to make little pepperoni pizza-like appetizer things. They're pretty cool, but we need some pepperoni. Easy little bag pepperoni. Right now, all we want to do is chop up some of this pepperoni, nice, fine, and small. And while we're here, we're going to grab a little drizzle. Stack them up, not too high, and chop away little pieces. Turn it and go this way. Now we're just going to put this in the bowl. That's done. We need a little onion. A little onion. This guy will work beautifully. We need to make some cuts in here. Cross. Cross. And now these guys, just straight up and down, nice and close. And now when you turn it this way, you get perfect little diced onions every time. See how nice? And we want them small, so now we'll scoop this little pile right in here with our pepperoni. Did I tell you to turn your oven on to 400? Turn your oven on to 400. Remember the cheese? Time for the cheese. I'm going small holes. See how nice this is? Nice and fine. Goes right in. It's going to mix in beautifully. I mean, you want as much cheese as pepperoni. In fact, you want a little more cheese than pepperoni. Okay, now you've got cheese, you've got pepperoni, you've got onion, and you need something to sort of pull it together. My mom, we'll call her Joy, likes to use mayo to hold the whole thing together. And that's okay. I mean, I like mayo. It has its place. But here today, you and me, making these little things, sun-dried tomato spread. How much is that? I don't know. Hope it's enough. I'll know once I start mixing it. At this point, you could hand this whole bowl to the kids. Chucky, come in here. What? I've got something for you to do. I'm playing Nintendo. We'll stop playing and come down here for a second. I need your help. Okay. Then the kid comes in, you pass this off. You know, you can't mess this up. Done. Trey. Grab up our breads, and now it's just like dealing cards. I have no idea if I have too many or too few. We're about to find out how random it is when we start putting on the stuff. And just give it a big amount, you know? Don't go chintzy. What's that word we use? Rustic. That's the one. One more rye bread left, and here's what we have in the bowl. Now, I said random, and I meant random. And look at, am I good or am I good? 400-degree oven. 10 minutes. Broil. 2 minutes. Eat. Nice. Let's take them off. Oh, I'm not a baby. It's hot, legitimately hot. We gotta try one of these guys. Mom, I think this is the way to go. I know this is the way to go. Fat cheeks, I'm happy. Okay. We roll right from these little pizza appetizer-y guys into something bigger. Real pizza, if you will. Make sure you come back.
So, you think the stuff you put down your gutter gets treated? Wrong. No treatment. It goes straight to the beach. Don't let those car wash suds float down the street. Don't throw those cigarette butts on the ground. Don't dump anything in the gutter. Keep it clean, San Diego.
Hi, I'm Supervisor Diane Jacob. Did you know that over 100,000 children in San Diego County are without health coverage? It doesn't have to be that way. Thousands of children in the county can receive health care at little or no cost to their families. Let's help our kids stay healthy. Call now to find a doctor or a dentist for your child.
San Diego County Parks and Recreation has 9 beautiful and unique campgrounds. Choose from Agua Caliente, Dos Picos, Guajome, William Heisey, Lake Jennings, Lake Morena, Potrero, Sweetwater Summit, and Vallecito. Historic sites, hiking trails, an equestrian campground, boating and fishing, campfire programs, and a helpful ranger staff all add to the camping experience in county parks. Call for your reservation today, 858-565-3600.
I'm Sam, the cooking guy, and you're watching CTN, the County Television Network. That's pizza. Well, that will be pizza crust. Now, you see, when it comes to making pizza, you have a couple choices. You can use the already made Italian style. You could make your own from flour and egg and all that, whatever. That's not me. Or you can buy the crust, or what will be the crust, ready to go. All you have to do is roll this little guy out, shape it, and you're set. I need a little flour. Just a little. That's it. This can make 2 fairly good-sized pizzas. So we're going to cut them in half and just make one. This one, we're just going to shape into our beautiful round pizza crust. Takes just a little bit of work, but you know what? It is so worth it. You're wondering where this is from. Should I tell you where it's from? Trader Joe's. Hey, if you have a favorite pizza place that you buy already made pizzas from, you can go there and say, could I just buy your dough? You don't have to make the same stupid face that I just did. Just say, could I buy your dough? 9 times out of 10? Yeah, why not? I don't even think I've told you what kind of pizza we're making. You know those buffalo chicken wings? You love those, right? Those spicy, they've got the blue cheese. We're making that into a pizza. Yeah. Out of here, chicken and chunky blue cheese dressing. We'll start the chicken thing, and it's very easy. Little heat, there, little butter, and why is my sleeve still up? Hot sauce. While that starts melting and coming together, we blue cheese the crust. Anybody's blue cheese is fine. Anybody's. And it just goes right on top of the crust. It does, honest. Beautiful. Hey, hear this? You don't need it to burn. You just want them to come together. That's done. It's just cut up chicken. But now we'll take the sauce, we pour it on there, and now we mix and we cover. You don't think that those real buffalo wings are much more complicated than this, do you? Because they're not. And now this chicken all sauced up just goes on top of the crust with the blue cheese on it. I've got a lot on here. You know what, why not? Don't scrimp. Cheese, it's missing a little cheese. Shredded mozzarella. Okay, see that? Pull here. What's up with this? Oh. Pulling out the wrong spot. I didn't buy just any shredded. I bought chef style. It's fun to pretend every now and then. And now this just goes on top. If you're lactose intolerant, better not eat this. 4 1/4. 15 minutes or so. You'll know when it's brown, and bubbly, and beautiful. We'll just take this off now and put it on the board. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I didn't know I didn't have to use red pizza sauce and pepperoni. What a whole new thing you're showing me, Sam. That's why I'm here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Melty, drippy, the red sauce coming up through the mozzarella, the cheese on there, the blue cheese underneath. It's a kick in the head. And I really want to bite. It's so hot, I just can't do it. And yes, you could do this on a prepared Italian crust, but I say try these guys, because they're molto bene, which is very good in pizza talk, said the Italian. There's no way. Look at, see the heat? Uh-oh. Little piece of chicken. Even, oh, yeah, even that was hot. Hot with heat, the spices, perfect. That's a beautiful pizza. Coming up after this, simple, 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 maybe my all-time favorite. Oh, I hope you like garlic. Hope you like garlic. Come on back.
Hi, I'm Walt Eckhart, Chief Administrative Officer of the County of San Diego. I'm here with some great kids, all of whom were adopted through San Diego County Adoptions. I want to encourage you to open your heart and your home and give children just like these a family of their own. Please call 1-877-I-ADOPT-YOU to find out more about adopting a waiting child.
Clark was the greatest brother that anyone ever could have had. When people find out that you're a twin, they always ask you, what's it like to be a twin? It's just like a part of me is missing. I had known for quite a while that Clark was going to go before me. The new drugs that they have are wonderful, but they're not the answer. They don't cure anything. It still kills you. It just takes a little longer.
Just give me the good news. Yeah, yeah. You can keep the bad or give me the good news. Yeah, yeah. The hurry not this side. Give me the good news. Yeah, yeah. You can keep the bad. Just give me the good news. Yeah, yeah. The hurry not this side. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm Sam the Cooking Guy, and you're watching CTN, the County Television Network. Pizza number 3. 3. Shiitake, goat cheese, spinach. Sounds like a total winner, doesn't it? Just grab yourself a big pile of shiitakes and a knife and cut away. I'm not a big stem guy, so I'm taking the stems out. Oh my gosh. Look at this one. Wait. It's like a little shiitake mushroom heart. Do you see the shape? I can't use that. I can't cut into the heart of a mushroom. What's going over here? We'll put it here with the Lego Cooking Guy. They can be together. And now we just slice these guys in. Little pan. I'm taking 2 out. You'll see what we do with this one. But for now, heat to this and oil to this and a teeny bit of butter. And now that that's melting, we put the shiitakes in. These are going to get soft. They're going to soak up the oil, the butter. We want to cook these about, 3/4 of the way through. Once you get to the point where these guys are nice and wilty and soft, see how pretty those are? That's what you want. We're going to add the spinach right in here. Right in here. Oops. Okay, 2 things are going to happen. One, we're going to put the spinach in there, but we need just a little moisture to steam it. We don't want to fry it, we just want to steam it with the mushrooms. So grab a handful, because you know the deal about spinach, right? It like shrinks like crazy. So this looks like a lot. So we put this in here, right on top. Add a little bit of moisture. That's what the second pot's for. Now we can attend to our crust because we got to goat cheese the bottom of it. Goat cheese. Come on, little goat cheese. I got you. Here we go. You can go crumbles, you can go like the stick, or you can go the soft. And I like the soft because it's exactly that. Soft and it spreads easy. See that? Shiitake mushrooms, spinach, nice green. This will come with us goat cheese now. We spread it. Nothing complicated here. What do we think? Want a little fresh garlic on that? Okay. We'll take that as a yes. Let's grab a couple of big guys, cram them in the budgie. And bust them on top. And now that. Oh boy, does that smell good. Am I good or what? What, bragging? Okay, I'm bragging. Look at that. You could probably eat it just like that. But we're not going to. We'll just throw it in. And we'll come back when it's perfect. As the boys would say, that's one fine, danky, loped out pizza. Double danky. Shiitakes, spinach, goat cheese. Listen to the crunch. Oh, please. I mean, the garlic's coming through, the goat cheese is down there. Should we bite? This is foolish. It's gonna be hot. One bite couldn't hurt, could it? Oh Lord. You know, I'm not a religious man, but I could be. When we come back, my favorite. Well, make sure you come see what it is. When we come back, one of my faves. You're gonna like it.
Imagine the difference that 3 to 4 hours can make in someone's life.
Caring for a loved one with Alzheimer's requires constant attention. My volunteering gives Sarah a much-needed break.
I feel like I'm really helping someone here, and that makes me feel good. We've become like family to each other.
Joan just appreciates having someone to connect with, a friend.
So little time can make such a big difference.
Get a job.
Look, it's a giraffe!
That's it.
The less art kids get, the more it shows. Are yours getting enough? Art. Ask for more. AmericansForTheArts.org.
And so, I get this phone call from this insurance company. Normally, I don't pay any attention to these kind of calls, but it sounded like such a good deal.
What was the name of the company?
You know, I hadn't heard of it before, but all insurance companies are pretty much the same, aren't they?
How much money did you save?
The premiums were a third of what I was already paying.
Sounds too good to be true.
Each year, countless consumers purchase insurance policies that are misleading or unnecessary. If you feel that you are in this position, contact your State Department of Insurance, because knowledge is your best policy.
Isn't buying insurance supposed to make you feel safer?
I'm Lieutenant Commander Pat McNally. You're watching Sam the Cooking Guy on CTN, the County Television Network.
Okay, you can see we're back and we've got more of the dough. This is my favorite pizza. Maybe of all time. Very simple. And you know what? It's all white. No sauce, no red sauce. Let's get this guy perfect, and then we'll start the important part. Okay, and again, a little oil. This goes right on here. And just spread it out. I love this. It's so good. Okay, a little olive oil over the top of this. Just give that a little. First thing on top, garlic. Once again, the sleeve. Grab a knife. And we don't want to use a press for this. We want roughly chopped chunks over the top of this. 4 cloves I'm going with. Just big, I mean not too big, but nice chunks. You ready for our all white, no red sauce pizza to start happening? Let's put some of this garlic on top. Now the cheese part. Feta, provolone, and mozzarella. Crumbled feta first. I hope this becomes one of your all-time favorites. Feta. Sliced provolone. Chef style. Shredded mozzarella. Once again, for those lactose intolerant viewers of mine, there's a good hockey game on Channel 75. You might want to watch that for a few minutes. And when it comes out, Now, if you only knew the smell, the aroma that's going on right here. I don't think I can. Take it off. I don't think it's possible. But it sure is pretty. Sometimes having no red sauce is a nice change. Like right now. Fresh garlic, 3 kinds of cheese. Uno, dos, tres. What is it in French? Un, deux, trois. Trois fromage. I can't remember how to say pizza, but pizza avec trois fromage. Not bad, huh? See? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah. You know, okay, fine. I'm Sam the Cooking Guy, that kills. What else can I say? Yeah, that kills. I'll see you next time. If you want any of the recipes we made today, and I think you do, it's on the website. ctn.org. Seriously, it's all there. You just gotta go get it.
Kinda good.
Look who's here. Oh, what a surprise. Zaki's here. Oh. It would have been dumb if I just turned to the camera and went, Budgie. We're all here to play poker. Not with me. With Max. You see, Adam's got his sunglasses on, so you can't tell what he's thinking. You see what just happened there? I was going to say, can't tell what the hell he's thinking, but that whole Janet Jackson nipple thing has got everybody running scared. Hizzy, what you got? Hizzy, what do you got? Okay, you guys have to all go that way. You can eat that. You have to take it and go over that corner.
Delicious.
Look at her eyelashes. They're beautiful. Hey, boys.
Yeah.
Look into the camera when Suzanne comes to you and tell us what your favorite part of Sam the Cooking Guy is.
He's really cool. He's funny. He's really cool.
Hey, come on, you can't say the same thing.
Because he's a loped out creeper.
What was that? Loped out creeper?
He's hilarious. Got a nice budgie.
He knows how to spice it up.
Oh, that's a good one.
Clark County's parks are family-friendly places to have fun doing a wide variety of activities. As such, carrying, possessing, or discharging of any firearms, air guns, fireworks, or martial arts paraphernalia in any county park is strictly prohibited without written approval from Clark County Parks and Recreation. Just a friendly reminder from your Clark County Park Police.
When a family is in a time of crisis, you can help by fostering a child. If you are ready to make this commitment, call 455-0181 for more information. Become a foster parent.
We live here, we work here, we enjoy the Valley and all it has to offer. But not everyone plays by the rules, and Nevada is losing out on thousands of dollars that help fund schools, roadwork, and government services. Well, the rules just got tougher. A new state law enables the Las Vegas Township Constable to crack down on residents who don't pay their fair share and register their vehicles within 60 days. Avoid a ticket and hefty fines. If you live here, register your vehicles in Nevada. Pay your fair share.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District F issues here at UMC with your Commissioner, Susan Brager. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
We're here at University Medical Center. Commissioner Brager's District F is a vast southwest district, stretching from Charleston all the way through the valley and south to the California border. Many of the largest master plan communities are located here, including Summerlin, Mountains Edge, Southern Highlands, and the rural areas of Sandy Valley, Good Spring, Sloan, and Blue Diamond. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District F. District F is home to the newest downtown in Clark County, downtown Summerlin. The county's largest master plan community has developed a couple million square feet for dining, shopping, entertainment, and more in a mixed-use, fully walkable marketplace. Other major game-changing private businesses choosing to slide into District F include the swimmingly successful Wet 'n Wild Water Park. And expect furniture fans to flock to the iconic blue and yellow behemoth IKEA store near the 215 Beltway in Durango, a Swedish-designed retailer that is the world's largest. And another master planned neighborhood, Mountains Edge, continues to rise in District F. Thousands of residents now enjoy recreating at Phase 1 of the newly opened Mountains Edge Regional Park, with some of the coolest facilities in town. Desert Breeze Regional Park continues to be one of the best, with an indoor-outdoor aquatic center and hundreds of acres of green space and more. And the rural portions of District F include Sandy Valley, Blue Diamond, Good Springs, and Jean, lending a slice of the slower lifestyle compared to the fast-paced urban growth for residents and businesses in District F. Commissioner, you brought us here in your neighborhood to the University Medical Center, the finest, only level 1 trauma center in Clark, in the state of Nevada, Children's Hospital, an amazing place, and Vegas strong.
You know, it is amazing, and every day, everyone that comes to work here, whatever capacity you are, it's all about the client, the person that's ill, their family members. And that's what's so very important, to know that we care, and we care immensely at this hospital, and it is a jewel in the desert. And people need to know that from that Trauma One situation, this would be the only place you'd want your family member to be.
In some ways, it seems like UMC is underappreciated, and all we need to do is look at the Vegas Strong, look at any time you pick up the newspaper, anytime anything happens from 1 October to a traffic accident anyway, they usually end up here.
They do, and you know, the October 1 was an incredible time for our community. We always knew we were a community that came together, but anyone that came to UMC Hospital alive left alive. And that's just amazing. So all the trauma people stood together. Everyone that worked at this hospital were just truly amazing. And I think people need to know that it is the best place to come if you happen to have a situation that is beyond the capabilities in that Trauma One situation.
Commissioner, again, over our shoulders here, there's a Vegas Strong bench that you had put in here at UMC. Talk a little bit about why this bench is here and what it means.
You know, what was important to me is that I actually saw it at a presentation at Bacolli Ranch, and they have flags up for 58 of the victims, and it's pretty amazing. And I felt like, what a better place than every day that someone could walk by or feel like they needed that solitude and they could sit down and know that they were appreciated. So it's about appreciating the staff, the hospital, the patients that come in, to know that that's how strong, as I feel as an individual, and all the commissioners about UMC Hospital. So it was just a thank you. It was a thank you that I felt like it was important to know that we care about them as much as they care about the community.
Commissioner, as time goes on, I know we will see memorials, more official memorials similar to this, placed around Clark County. And now I know it's not that easy to create a memorial, number one, and number two, there's sensitivity issues and things like that, and you want to do it right. What would you like to see, or what kind of progress is going on from Clark County's perspective as far as a permanent memorial?
We discussed it at the commission about a week ago, and feel like it's very important that we get the people that were affected. You know, having been a victim myself many years ago from a drunk driver and, crushed between two cars and spending 4 months in a hospital and not knowing if you're going to live, I'm very blessed. So that feeling for me is very strong. And I believe that we need to make sure that the people that were affected have a say in what can we do. Does it need to be an incredible garden where they can sit quietly? Does it need to be at the Springs Preserves? Where does it need to be that it can impact not only our community, but those that do come back to visit, and to see that as they heal, that this would help them heal. And I think that's very important.
What would you like to see? What type of thoughts do you have so far, Commissioner?
I think something very serene and not overwhelming, because as life goes on, there is going to be something that, gets your attention. And I think being able to know that you have a place of that solitude and peace and calmness would be something that would be very nice. Very simple, not complex. And I think that would make the difference for those that have been affected in this.
And of course, the county's efforts and many other community partners' efforts continues just down the street at the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, which has been in place just a couple weeks after 1 October. What is going on at that place, and how much longer will that facility be located there?
We keep looking to see how much longer should it be, because the need is the needs of those that need it. And I think that we need to make sure that every person feels like they are valued, that we care, and that it's important that their well-being and their mental health has been affected, and to make sure that it's affected in a positive manner, so that they can go on and know what tools do we have that they can use to have a quality of life through something that was so devastating.
It seems to be shifting into those types of things. Many of the physical injuries have actually healed, but the emotional and the psychological issues, those remain and can be triggered at any time.
They can be, and it's unfortunate, but I think if you know that it can be triggered and you have the tools to be able to work with that, all the better for you. I know I have a lot of tools in my box from what happened, and when I hear certain scenarios or when something happens, I'm able to reach in there mentally and take out what would help me get through that situation.
Commissioner, I know you and your colleagues, we've started, and this was long before 1 October, that bollards were being installed and are installed on the Strip, helping to keep traffic away from pedestrians and things like that. Many other security measures on the Strip. How important is it now, and are people asking you, is the Strip safe, or is Las Vegas safe from an individual aspect or a business aspect?
In what I do as a Clark County Commissioner, being a real estate agent, I do get a lot of people from different walks of life. I believe that we live in a very safe community. I believe that now we've been having a new group of officers graduate every month, and so we've increased our security measures. We have more staff on the Las Vegas Strip. The bollards are a fantastic thing to do to make sure that a runaway vehicle, whether it's by a medical episode or intentional, that we can do our very best to know that those 43 million visitors and our own 2 million citizens can feel safe walking around our community.
And we'll only continue to see that more as some of these other projects come on board, such as the Las Vegas Stadium.
That is going to be absolutely amazing. I believe that the right things will happen there. The security will be there. The traffic issues are going to be looked at. The parking is going to be looked at. We have so many ways to get around town right now that we can make sure that people understand the transportation modes, how we can get them in and out in a safe manner.
What type of questions are people asking you about that stadium, Commissioner? You touched on some of the ones I think that seem to be pretty obvious, parking and traffic flow around that area. Are you satisfied with the progress of what's been going on there so far?
I think it's moving along in a manner that we'll see that there'll be good results. The results are very important for the stadium itself. If they do not have a good scenario from the time you get there, from the time you leave, then the customer decides whether they want to go again. So there's about 10 games a year. There'll be some other venues. So it's going to be a little bit different than the 72 games of baseball, and I'm certain we'll talk about that. That's coming to the downtown Summerlin area, and that's going to be phenomenal also.
And also we've seen, obviously, with our Vegas Golden Knights and everything going on at T-Mobile, this arena, obviously a little bit smaller than a stadium, hasn't really impacted. This is a busy traffic area around there anyway. People have found different modes or different ways of getting in and out of there, and they do a good job.
Well, you can get your pre-parking. You can also take, if you live in the Southwest, you can take a bus from some of the hotels out there. You can Uber, you can Lyft, you can taxi. And so people have made that work very, very well. And it's about 18,000 people that are in and out of there, and it seems to go pretty flawless. So I think we'll see that the more of these venues that come about, the more flawless it will get.
And the Vegas Golden Knights will continue to win?
They will continue to win. It's Go Knights Go, and it's in District F, the practice facility, and that's another incredible venue that has made a complete difference for not only the Vegas Golden Knights, but for the UNLV hockey team.
Well, can I leave Summerlin alone for just a second? We'll stay on the Strip for a while, Commissioner, not in District F, but again, the whole part and parcel of the Strip. Things continue to boom, convention-wise and things like that. We saw that earlier this year with another billion-dollar project with the unveiling and the construction beginning of the Las Vegas Convention Center. Keeping Las Vegas #1, the convention business, is very important.
You know what? It is a very, very top priority. And so with the growth of that and the thousands and hundreds of thousands of square feet of available space for vendors to come, and for CES and the different major venues that come is going to be very, very important. So that growth is very exciting. It's very timely, and I believe it will keep us #1 out there in the convention center throughout the world.
And we also see the continuation of a couple of the casinos, hotel casinos, construction, again, on the south end. That's going to be quite a boon to that south end of the Strip.
You know, it's amazing, and now we have Madison Square Garden doing the Sphere, and that is absolutely amazing. When you look at that, it's like 300-foot diameter or larger, and the colors can, change very mutely, and it's just going to be very, very dynamic. So I'm really excited about that. You have Resort World. You have a few other things that are coming. Fontainebleau is trying to, they've changed their name to the Drew, and so having that, we're going to see just the intensity and vibrancy of the Strip being alive and well as it has been for many years.
All right. We must take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood here at University Medical Center with District F Commissioner Susan Brager. Stay tuned.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
District F is home to downtown Summerlin. This place is a premier destination for more than just shopping, dining, and entertainment. It's home to the City National Arena, the practice facility of the Vegas Golden Knights. And our AAA baseball team will soon move into the swanky new Las Vegas ballpark under construction. Downtown Summerlin is located near Sahara and 215 in District F. And speaking of the district, we're talking to your commissioner, Susan Brager. Commissioner, the Las Vegas ballpark is going to be an amazing facility. It's becoming a real sports area there now with hockey and baseball, but obviously the 51s and whatever they're going to call themselves needs a new home, and this is a completely different area, and probably it is the right place for it.
I think it's extraordinary that it's there. We have a lot of access roads from Sahara to Charleston to the 215 to Town Center. I would think anyone in this town could get there within a 20 to 30 minute time frame. And so it's pretty extraordinary that, as you said, we have the Go Knights Go, we have their practice facility, we have UNLV that's able to now play their games in an incredible place. The practices that the Golden Knights have at the City National Arena is packed. I mean, it's absolutely amazing how the community is supporting them. And now with baseball literally next door, that's going to be about 72 games a year. And I think the community is excited. They are ready for this, and it is going to be hit out of the park.
People are going to be blown away by how amazing this ballpark is, and people maybe, if they haven't been to a game at Cashman for a long time, or they've seen a game in a major league stadium, this is kind of in the sweet spot, maybe 10,000 seats, so everyone has a great seat. It's going to be a fun, amazing experience for baseball.
It is. It's going to have a playground area for children. There's a swimming pool, which is pretty amazing. There's going to be standing areas because some people enjoy standing and watching a game, walking around, and then the seating, like you said, about 10,000. So when people felt at first, oh my gosh, what is this going to create out there? It's probably about 4,000 cars. And so they're looking at that because when you think that you could go before and have dinner, you could go after and have dinner, there's so many different venues there, from the Red Rock Casino to the downtown Summerlin shops. It's just going to be another vibrant, I know I've used that word, but it's amazing what's happening in Clark County. And I think that the rewards that we'll reap from it is employment for people on the front end, all the jobs that are created to build all of these venues, the jobs that remain after they're finished. It's going to really be a nice place for people to work, live, and play.
And you say live now. Howard Hughes Corporation is getting set to build a number of different types of walkable street, home, townhouse type things in that area as well.
They are. There's going to be apartments, there's going to be townhomes, there's going to be houses, and the communities that are around it have incredible walking distance if they want to. I see people walk there all the time. So it's getting across Sahara, it's getting across Charleston, Town Center, even under the freeway where the other communities are to the west. Pretty dynamic on that whole, let's say, 3-mile radius of so many people that can live, work, and play.
It's impossible to talk about District F without including Summerlin and the Howard Hughes Corporation, as they've been amazing community partners in so many different ways. The Aquatic Springs Pool just recently opened up there, and a few other developments. Talk a little bit about Summerlin and District F.
What's nice is that with the Aquatic Springs, Summerlin built that swimming pool and then turned it over to the county. So that's another indoor pool. You can have birthday parties, you can have indoor swimming. There's so many amenities. The park is right outside of there. Wet and Wild is next door. So that whole area is developed with housing, with shopping, with roadways, with signals, and it's made a huge difference out there.
What are we going to see with the Gypsum Ridge trails and park area in that area?
We are working on that to make sure that people have hiking, biking, walking trails, and there is an area where they can come out between Summerlin and ourselves, so some county-owned land, to where they can really enjoy the adventures of seeing what the community looks like sitting up, 3,000 feet. And it's going to be pretty extraordinary when that comes about.
Also, Wigwam Torrey Pines near Fine Elementary School. I know this is a project that's been on the board for a while. bring us up to date on that one?
You know, that one's coming along nicely. It's going to have a little bit of a Western theme next to Fine. We're going to be congratulating a young person, I cannot give up his name right now, that named it a name that will remain to be seen, and we're very excited because I always like contests. Every park that's come into District F has been a contest by the children, and then that ownership of knowing that they have identified and named that park. And so it's very exciting to know that Cougar Creek is coming, Sandy Valley is getting a park and a splash pad. We finally got restrooms out there. And trails, so that's very exciting. But to know that we're putting in these 20 and 25 acre parks so communities have a place to go play, walk, meet their neighbors, and have that good sense of we're here together to make things better.
Something else I know you're excited about, and I know you're a huge sports fan, Commissioner, Mountain's Edge Baseball. 4 adult baseball fields, 90 feet, so these will definitely probably high school and things like that. And now with the NCAA betting ban, this looks good for maybe an NCAA regional, things like that. It's limitless. This is going to be the best ballpark complex in the Southwest.
It's actually pretty much the best complex in the state. And so that's very exciting. We did not have anything like this, and it was tough decisions. When do you go with adult ball fields? Do you go with more Little League fields? And we always need more, but to have something we don't have at all is very important. As you said, they're the state of the art. We were very careful in how we did it. It's going to be an entrance into a magnificent regional area of a park in Mountain's Edge, and we will have adult playing. We have teams that play in Utah right now that are looking for venues in Clark County and in our state, and so this will meet the need and create an abundance of fun from, like you said, our high school to our college level to the 51s wanting to work with us and develop this to be in the very best. And what it does along with the hockey and the baseball, it gives our youth that next step. And I think that's what's exciting is they didn't have that before. There was like hockey was kind of here, but no one knew about it. Baseball was here, but did people really know about it? Now we have this complementary situation with UNLV hockey, our baseball teams in our community from CSN to UNLV to our adults. How exciting to be able to give them a future.
What else is going on in Mountain's Edge these days, Commissioner?
You know, Mountain's Edge is pretty exciting. We continue to work on roads. We continue to work on signals. They have some new schools that have opened up this year. And so we look at that all the time. It's a community that now has Blue Diamond that is flourishing with shopping. So they have groceries. There's more restaurants coming in. We're very attentive to the needs of the traffic flow, knowing that Cactus is open now, so there's another way to get in and out of there besides Blue Diamond. And the Star Interchange will be coming within the next year, if not sooner. And so it's all just developing at a manner that does make a difference within the community for the people that live there.
And bringing to commercial and industrial, we've seen some amazing growth. I think our last show we were at IKEA, which has been a phenomenally successful, and that has really been a catalyst for that curve area there at the Durango 215 area, and you've seen an explosive amount of commercial growth in your district.
It has been, between the commercial growth and the residential, District F has been phenomenal. Now across from IKEA is going to be a movie complex, amazing restaurants, shopping, and it's going to be next to none. It is another state-of-the-art facility being built by a developer that's been in town, grown up in town throughout his life and his schooling here. And that says a lot when our youth are now our adults and they're creating these venues that they know make a difference in the community. So movie complex, restaurants, shopping, right across from IKEA.
And again, this development, we sat here 5 years ago, 10 years ago and discussed these. These things weren't happening now. Clark County is back. These things are happening now. People are construction jobs are there.
Well, we had about 6 to 7 years that was really very flat. And that's harmful to a community, but you want smart growth. I think that you don't approve things just to approve them. You need to make sure, do they fit? How do the neighbors feel? Are you looking at the attentive needs that, what does it do to the roads? What does it do to the schools? And those are things that are very, very important. Sometimes people only see what's approved. They don't know what's not approved, because it's better to let someone know from the beginning that it cannot happen than to walk them through spending money and then deny them just to show the denial. And I feel very strong about that. So it's exciting to see smart growth. It's exciting to see the economy flourish and that our community has jobs in the future.
All right, we must take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood here with District F Commissioner Susan Brager. Stay tuned.
You know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
District F is home to Desert Breeze Park, Aquatic and Community Center. This district park is truly a county gem with fields for nearly every type of sporting activity. The Indoor Aquatic Center is a year-round destination, and the outdoor pools provide liquid relaxation for all in our summer months. The Rec Center provides an array of classes, programs, and physical activities for all. Desert Breeze is located near Spring Mountain in Durango in District F, and we're talking District F issues with your Commissioner, Susan Brager.
Well, you know what you mentioned. I'm going to jump in here. You mentioned Desert Breeze. I would tell anyone on a Saturday, it is like little ants everywhere. It is amazing. The soccer venues, the baseball venues, the basketball that goes on. There are thousands of children that are playing, being out there, and getting the exercise that they need, because that outdoor life is very important. And then one more thing that I'll mention is we as a county felt it was so important with our outdoor space that we wanted more, but we were doing a $150 million bond. And we feel like it's very important that we are able to increase that outdoor time for people, that they have places to go, whether it's with their dogs, with their children, as adults. And so that extracurricular activity is good for our health. And so we're seeing the county step up to the plate to make sure that we have that out there.
And Commissioner, you've been on the board now for 12 years. What have been some of the biggest changes you've seen as a county commissioner in that time?
I think when we came out of that downturn, knowing that we survived that, we were able to walk through it and do everything we could to make sure that the employment rate was looked at, that health was being taken care of, that roadways were still being fixed. But with the fuel indexing, we've been able to do so many more miles. We only had 22 miles of dollars left. Now you're seeing, we know the orange cones are kind of a iconic situation here, but knowing that getting from one place to another has only gotten better within our community. And so that's very important. And for me, the parks are important, making sure that housing has the needs of all people, that someone that is just starting out could have that place to live, and that someone that is moving on can have that place to live. So knowing that the economic development has improved and that we're looking at a very bright future right now is very exciting for me. I've enjoyed so much. There's hard times, there's good times, and there's trials and tribulations, but when you stay in contact with your constituents, then that makes all the difference in the world. So I would encourage everyone right now, we're getting into that season of election time. Your vote is important. And I would hope that everybody would take advantage of that freedom and they would vote and they would let their voice be heard, because it matters. It matters to us when they come to a meeting. It matters what they say. Those final decisions are based on what people say in our Tuesday and Wednesday meetings, and they matter to each one of us. I can't stress that any stronger than please know your voice is important.
All right. Well, always a pleasure talking with you, Commissioner. That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Susan Brager for taking time to tell us about the area she calls home and represents as your elected official, District F. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires, and the noise scares pets and can be disturbing to veterans and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Illegal fireworks also pollute our air. This year, we are cracking down on illegal fireworks.
This 4th of July, we will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks, and we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations or request a kit via mail or by calling 702-676-1754.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated onto how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and can be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
It's killing me.
I'm super glad about that.
Okay.
That means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquet's on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that will take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Where are you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're with the family, we're bonding. You find out the whole, for me it's holistic nursing because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with the end of life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here, pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up, sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient, and if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical
to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around in their pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that families around and very close, no matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place, and there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there is also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, one is going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So is it here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider.
their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider, and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Tan always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door, that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. The open surgery, you have a big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really useful for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad it's there, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada, and with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Do we sound okay? All right, you're my experts.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. Alright? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here, and that sends it to my computer, so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries, though. Jeffrey gets a quick cast, and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm a better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, Clark County's annual Small Biz Expo is one example of Clark County's commitment to the entrepreneurial community. Commissioner Weekly swaps gags with the Gaz on Las Vegas Boulevard. I'll explain later in the show. And Clark County wants us all to be safe and sane during fireworks season. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. As we inch closer to July 4th, some people aren't as bright as they should be when it comes to fireworks. You Light It, We Write It is this year's safety campaign that targets scofflaws who set off and possess illegal fireworks.
This year we'll have a campaign, and it will say, you light it, we write it. And that means to everyone that if you take the chance and you light an illegal firework, we're going to write you a ticket.
A cadre of commissioners joined fire and public safety officials in announcing a stepped-up battle to enforce and cite anyone possessing or firing illegal fireworks. Typically, May is when many locals start buying and stockpiling fireworks in preparation for Independence Day celebrations.
2 houses catch fire after sparks from illegal fireworks ignited palm trees in a Valley neighborhood.
Our community suffers property damage and injuries each year. It's estimated in the United States that 11,000 people are treated for fireworks-related injuries around Independence Day, and it's children who comprise a third of those.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires.
Clark County produced public service announcements in English and Spanish that illuminate the dangers associated with setting off illegal fireworks. Safe and sane fireworks are offered for sale around the valley, and officials urge all buyers to purchase their pyrotechnics exclusively from locally licensed and inspected booths.
To get a legal firework, you must purchase it at a booth at a corner in a 7-Eleven lot, a grocery store lot here in Southern Nevada. If you buy it from Moapa Indian Reservation or Nye County, you're probably buying an illegal firework. So if it leaves the ground and it makes loud popping noises like fireworks or M80s, those are all illegal fireworks. It should have stamped on it, says safe and sane, and especially safe and sane as approved by California. That's like the standard for safe and sane fireworks.
To ensure that your family, friends, and property aren't harmed by displays of fireworks, here's a few reminders. Fireworks are allowed in Clark County from June 28th to July 4th, but not after midnight. Be prepared. Have a pre-connected hose, buckets of water, or both nearby in case of fire. Use fireworks away from buildings and ignite them on flat, hard surfaces such as parking lots. Be a responsible neighbor and be considerate of the loud noises that can affect the elderly, children, and pets. And coordinate the lighting of the items so everyone in your group is well aware of what is being set off. The Board of County Commissioners has armed the Administrative Services Department with a new ordinance that allows the department to go after a variety of lawbreakers. Chief Administrative Officer Leslie Schell explains. Leslie, thank you so much for joining us and helping us to demystify some of these things. Administrative Services, you have a new citation program, and as one commissioner said, it gives you more teeth for enforcement. Could you just kind of explain what this new program is?
Of course. So on May 1st, the Board of County Commissioners approved a code ordinance change for us, and it allows us to do administrative citations. So right now, prior to that code, we were only allowed to do criminal types of citations, which go through a very lengthy process. This is intended to give us just a quick way to maybe address some issues that we would like quick compliance on, things like trash in a yard, vacant lot, cleanups, things of that nature. And those citations can be issued after an immediate warning, and they're per day per offense. So if you have multiple offenses on a property, you could have multiple citations. The first offense is $100, the second offense is $250, and then the third offense goes up to $500.
What prompted this change and prompted that degree of levels of fines and citations?
Sure. You know, one of the complaints that we get from folks in the neighborhoods and from the commissioners is that the length of time it sometimes takes for these things to make their way through the process. And so we were looking at an alternative to try to get things cleaned up more quickly and handled more quickly. I know we mentioned that this is on the code enforcement, but we can also use this in animal control, for example. So we're hoping that this might help us answer things more quickly and get some of our workload off of the books, so things aren't stacked up so far behind.
And many of these types of incidences end up in court then too. Is this going to help alleviate some of your court cases and things like that? And I assume that's a benefit.
Absolutely. So we're hoping that that does help alleviate that process. Obviously, as a homeowner, let's say that you have some trash on your property that needs to be removed. You don't want to go through that lengthy process of, okay, I've been notified, I am unable to comply, and now I find myself in front of a judge. This allows you to hopefully get something taken care of quickly. You do have an appeal process that's a little more quick than a court process as well. So if you believe that you've maybe been cited in error, you have the ability to go to a supervisor who can look at that and see if that's actually correct, or then you can have an administrative hearing. And those things can happen a lot more quicker on that administrative side versus the court side.
And those administrative hearings, are those then your people as opposed to court type people, or who adjudicates that?
Correct. So that first level would be a pro employee, a supervisor, and then we use administrative hearing officers for that second level. So.
Now, what if these citation scofflaws, what if they don't pay?
If they don't pay their citations, obviously those will accumulate, particularly if they haven't corrected the problem. And so we can put a special assessment lien on the property, which we're currently really not able to do. We do put liens, but it's a different type of lien. So we want to make sure that they have the ability to correct the problem. So if they're not correcting the problem, that fine will keep accumulating. Obviously that will be a problem, and we'll put an assessment on their property. But we're not trying to get fines. That's not really what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get compliance and have those code enforcement issues taken care of.
So was this a tool that you guys wanted to put into your tool chest, or was this at the behest of the county commission to try and help some of their neighborhood problems, or a combination of both?
I think it was a combination of both. We're lucky enough to have a new code enforcement manager. His name's Jim Anderson. He came to us from another jurisdiction, and he had a lot of ideas and suggestions, and after speaking with the commissioners, he realized that this might be an opportunity for us to do both of those things, assist the neighborhood who may have a lot of complaints and they didn't see a lot of action happening on those complaints. Obviously, if it takes 8 weeks to get, to a judge to try to get something adjudicated versus if I write you a citation, you might be more likely to handle it in a couple of days, then that's a win-win for everyone.
So far, I think mostly, Leslie, you've been talking about residential and neighbor-to-neighbor type of situations, but this also applies to any of our commercial customers or any other commercial violators as well.
That is correct. So it would be anything that's in the realm that code enforcement or animal control oversees.
Give me some examples of how this works. Pick somebody that has broken some sort of law or an ordinance and just kind of walk me through the procedure of what happens.
Sure. So a recent example is we had some RVs that were left in public right-of-way, and for our old process, we would have had to give them a notice of violation. We would have had to wait 15 days, give them an ability to submit to us some sort of compliance approach, which could be up to 30 days. Obviously, if you've got, 20, 25 RVs sitting in the public right-of-way, that's a very long process, and your neighbors are not going to be happy about that, right? This would have given us the opportunity, once we knew who the owner was, to just go right to them, give them a warning. We could write them the citation at that point, and then those fines would have accumulated until such time as they've actually taken care of or complied with our request to remove that violation.
I don't know if you have numbers for all the different types of complaints you have, but kind of tell me about some of your, what are your most typical calls, and what are you citing people for most often?
So right now the hot topic is kind of short-term rentals. We're getting a lot of calls and complaints about that. As our viewers may or may not know, that's not allowed in Clark County proper. Rentals under 31 days are not allowed by our code. That's one of the high areas that we get a lot of complaints about. Vacant properties. So we have trash and debris and even folks living in vacated properties that shouldn't be there. Those are some of our more recent, like, high priority sorts of complaints.
And how big of a problem is it then with some of those vacant properties? Maybe they're bank owned or out of state owned. Does this help tighten up some of those loopholes or give you some more teeth in for some of those people?
It potentially will give us some ability to cite those if we actually know who the violators are. There's some tricks with those vacated properties and actually finding out who the owners are, if it's bank owned, if it's an out of state property owner. The great thing about this administrative citation process, however, is it doesn't replace anything we currently have in process, and they kind of can go back and forth. So let's say we start with the citation process and we see that the folks aren't going to comply. We could go into the court process so that it has a little more teeth and you're going down that misdemeanor path. So it's kind of interchangeable. So I think that what's great for the code enforcement employees is it gives them some opportunity to be creative and say, okay, this will help here, or maybe that's not working, so now we need to try this other tool.
Let's go back a little bit to, like you say, the short-term rentals, the Airbnb and other apps that are offering houses or a room for, like you say, they have to be at least for 31 days, and it has to be a technical rental. Do you find that a lot of people are just maybe don't realize they are breaking the law because it's a different law in Clark County than the city of Las Vegas or North Las Vegas or Henderson?
I think that that's an accurate point, and there are different jurisdictions who regulate it differently. And also, I think you're going on what looks to be a legitimate website, and you would think to yourself as a renter, well, why would they be on here if it's not authorized in the location that I'm renting it? So it's really not the renter per se that's breaking the law, it's the folks that are offering that home up for rental for short-term periods.
And we recently had a chance to ride along with your officers there, and they couldn't be more polite, and they're not heavy-handed. The last thing they're going to do is actually kick somebody out of that rental. They want to go after the owners.
Correct. We want the owners to comply with the rules and regulations that, are required in our jurisdiction. So interestingly, that brings up a point is we've created a new team of code enforcement officers that work from Wednesday to Saturday. We thought that addition of the weekend was really important because obviously that's when most of those rentals are happening. We were getting a number of complaints and we would have to respond, and we would go out there, and by the time we actually got the complaint and it got through the process, the renter wasn't there anymore, or no one's on the property. So now we kind of have some folks that we know are participating in this activity, and so we're highlighting those areas and sending our folks out on the weekends to talk to people.
And administrative services, I mean, you guys are very much so a reactive agency, so you do rely on the eyes and ears of neighbors and of people that they see something wrong in their neighbor's house or something at a commercial location, right?
Correct. That is actually what we do. We respond to complaints. We don't necessarily create our own complaints. So yes, we request that our folks out there in the community are letting us know when they see things that need to be corrected, and we are happy to send someone out to try to get those things corrected.
How can they contact you?
They can call the Code Enforcement Office. We also have a great website. So if they go to clarkcountynv.gov to the Animal Control and Code Enforcement website, they can get information there. Also, we have Clark County Connect, which they can actually submit a complaint through Clark County Connect.
All right. Well, thank you very much for demystifying and telling us about this new program.
You're welcome.
Held here each year at the Pearson Center, the annual Small Business Expo gives eager entrepreneurs a chance to make valuable business contacts and to learn more about lucrative government contracts.
Right there, that's my direct number. That's never going to change.
More than 70 eager entrepreneurs and business agencies mingled and chatted up prospective customers at Clark County's annual Small Business Expo. The expo gives these business people a forum to showcase their products and services. This year's event was held at the Doc Pearson Community Center.
We're excited about the Raiders coming, being here, and being ready.
Another new possible opportunity for many small business owners is with the Las Vegas Raiders Stadium. Construction representatives told the group about the requirements for contracts and more as the construction of the nearly $2 billion facility continues.
Part of our MOU and our relationship with the Stadium Authority is to ensure that we can put emerging businesses with them so that they can understand what it is that's required to be a part of the stadium's construction program. Hence why we've joint ventured with them to be able to make this day successful.
And then grab a card, grab a pen.
Many of these exhibitors are graduates of the Clark County Small Business Opportunity Program. Clark County's purchasing department offers the free classes with instruction on how to bid on government contracts for goods and services. To learn more about the program, visit clarkcountynv.gov and go to the Purchasing and Contracts page.
Thank you.
The Whitney Rec Center was the site of a job fair in May. It was an excellent opportunity for area employers, large and small, to connect with potential job seekers.
Employers who have need for employees, and we have people who need work. This is an opportunity to get together that doesn't happen every day.
Commissioner Jim Gibson welcomed the enthusiastic attendees at the opening of a community job fair. Bringing recruiters from a cross-section of businesses under one roof at Whitney creates a more efficient job search strategy for these District G residents.
Employment changes lives, it changes families' lives, it changes the course of a child's life. So our hope is to try and bring some of these folks together. We really appreciate Job Connect and Workforce Connections because they're the experts at all of this, and we're so anxious to help the folks in this district.
Dozens of companies, from major hotel casinos, the Clark County Fire Department, and many more took the chance to connect with potential future employees. James Thomas was one of the first through the door. Mr. Thomas left the Bank of America and plans to apply that experience for a step up in his customer service career.
I wouldn't say it's hard, but I'm not saying it's easy. Depending on what you're looking for mainly. If you're looking for just a job to get you through the day, I wouldn't say that's too hard, but if you're looking for a career more so, then that might be where it gets a little bit harder, trying to find something that's stable so you don't have to look over your shoulder 24/7. But then again, you have to have certain certificates and certifications to be able to have something like that as well.
We don't treat people like numbers. We're looking for partnerships with a small business.
Stephanie Morales is a sales manager at CS Now Staffing. Her family-owned business helps headhunt passionate professionals for local companies.
We're missing a lot of skilled trade. When we're missing a lot of people who have that hunger to actually stay with a job and work. Most people jump from job to job because of the fact that they're either looking for higher pay, they have a lot of family issues that are going on, so it does take over them being able to stay at a job.
This job fair was sponsored by the One Stop Shop delivery system, and you can find a host of information on education, training, and job-seeking opportunities at nvcareercenter.org. We must take a short break, but when we come back, I'll tell you about some accolades given to some students here at this elementary school and to a man they call the Gazillionaire. This is Clark County Chronicles.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Even if you're not needing assistance today, it's important to file an application with the Victims of Crime program by October 1st of this year to ensure you're covered in the future.
At the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, you'll find care, compassion, and support among survivors like me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
Just go online to vegasstrongrc.org to file an application today.
Help us here for you and those you love.
Clark County and Nellis are teaming up on a roadway realignment project, which will improve safety and hopefully help eliminate speeding through this east side neighborhood. Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick joined Nellis personnel in moving some dirt as a symbolic start to a public works project just outside the Air Force Base property. Currently, vehicles often ignore the 25-mile speed limits and continue racing into the residential neighborhood along Christie Lane.
This is his legacy project,
Commissioner Kirkpatrick presented a street sign to the outgoing commander of the 99th Air Base Wing, Colonel Paul Murray. Bearing the colonel's nickname, Dino, the sign will adorn a new roadway to be built on the outskirts of the Air Force Base.
My very first meeting that I ever took when I became the commander was with Commissioner Kirkpatrick, and one of the first things she wanted to talk to me about was this project.
Eventually, Cary will continue for a mile or so and allow traffic a straight shot. Bike paths, landscaping, streetlights, and even Wi-Fi will be installed as part of the project.
So thanks
Just in time for summer, a new splash pad here at Von Tobel Park provides a refreshing recreation location in District D.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly and some District D residents did the honors in opening a new splash pad at Von Tobel Park.
This splash pad has over 2,100 square feet of water play area and features 10 different spray features.
Acting Parks and Rec Director Mindy Myers knows how popular our county water amenities are, a fun and free way to beat our devastating summer heat. The Von Tobel Park is adjacent to the middle school of the same name. This well-utilized park provides softball, volleyball, and basketball facilities, and now a much-needed splash pad will add to the cool factor of the facility.
This particular project here is something that's so needed in this area of town.
Commissioner Weekly is a champion of all outdoor sports and for our youth to participate in more recreational activities.
We need to have shade structures and features that's going to be able to keep the kids cool and safe. And so this splash pad is amazing, keeps them cool, they get an opportunity to have fun, but more importantly, it gets them out of the house, off the couch, and away from those ever-loving video games.
Von Tobel Park is located near Cary and Pecos. The nearest county swimming pool in the area is located at the Walnut Recreation and Senior Center. For a full list of water splash locations, aquatic centers, swimming lessons, and more, visit the Parks and Rec page at clarkcountynv.gov.
Way to beat the heat over here at Von Tobel Splash Pad. Thank you guys very much. Have a great day.
A group of 5th grade students from Guy and Wolf Elementary Schools were given the Great American Awards for their outstanding efforts and lessons learned in American history.
I have one question for you. What is the capital of Nevada? Yes!
Governor Brian Sandoval lobbed up a Silver State softball to the group of 5th grade students who earned the Great American Award for their extensive knowledge and memorization of our country's illustrious history.
So the Great American is something that these two schools, Eva Wolf and Guy Elementary, have been doing for 23 years. So we have generations of kids that are doing this. They learn all about government, the preamble, the Gettysburg Address, Star Spangled Banner, presidents, states and capitals, and the Pledge of Allegiance. They read it, write it, and recite it. And that's very hard to do, very hard to do.
Jayla Separate, come on down.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick, the governor, and school officials then presented proclamations for their hard work. Many parents and other family members attended the ceremony for the patriotic pupils. Prior to the ceremony, the commissioner, her staff, and the famous resident from Carson City served up a delicious barbecue dinner provided by John Mull Meats. Commissioner Kirkpatrick is a staunch supporter of all things America. Bringing history to our future generation is an invaluable lesson.
God bless you, and God bless our great state. Thank
you. The foundation room atop Mandalay Bay was the site of a proclamation presented to legendary civil rights leader Dolores Huerta.
It's women like you who inspire and say move forward. It's women like you who say, yes, we can.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly was honored to meet one of his heroes, a woman who co-founded the country's first farm workers union, an early feminist, and a lifelong champion of organized labor, Dolores Huerta.
And declare it your day on behalf of Clark County.
The commissioner represented his colleagues and presented a proclamation to the 88-year-old icon, who is also a hockey fan.
Yes, we can. Golden Knights.
Musician Carl Santana was on hand for the event. It was Mr. Santana who persuaded Dolores to participate in a documentary about her life. Temporarily setting aside his guitar, he served as the film's executive producer.
Seeing the miserable conditions of farm workers, Cesar Chavez said, we have to organize a union.
The documentary Dolores traces back to her early days in the women's rights movement and her passionate fight for working conditions for laborers on farms in California. And the epic octogenarian shows no signs of slowing down.
The reason I like to use the word feminist is because you're a feminist if you care about labor rights, union rights, if you care about, of course, women's reproductive rights, if you care about LGBT rights, you care about our planet, Mother Earth, you care about immigrants' rights, that's a feminist. And men can be feminists also, okay? So all the men in the room can be feminists. But we've got to come to that point in time where every single board, where there are decisions that are being made, that we have an equal number of feminists at the table. And unless we get there, they're going to keep making the wrong decisions, okay? So that's why I think that participating in voting is super important, because we've got to have a voice at that table, and it's got to be a strong feminist voice.
one of the most unique and popular shows on the Strip, celebrated its 7th anniversary here at Caesars Palace. And Commissioner Lawrence Weekly was on hand to present a special Public Works acknowledgement to Absinthe.
Where there will be something that's going to be edgy and raunchy and over the top, and slide back over that way, son. You're too excited for me.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly swapped gags with the G-Man, better known as the Gazillionaire. The leader of the Zany Antics performed at the Absinthe Show at Caesars Palace.
On behalf of our chairman, Steve Sisolak, and all of the other commissioners, you're getting a key to the Las Vegas Strip, baby.
The commissioner represented his colleagues in presenting the Gazillionaire with the key to the Strip, a proclamation, and renaming the world-famous street Gazillionaire Boulevard to honor Absinthe's 7th anniversary at the iconic hotel resort. Difficult to describe, Absinthe combines a variety of acrobatic acts with an irreverent attitude, all under a tent in front of Caesars Palace. The Gazillionaire is the undisputed star of the production, and staying in character in his typical snarky and irreverent fashion, the G-Man not so humbly accepted the honor.
When I started the show 7 years ago, this dumpy little dog and pony show, I had no idea it would become the hit that it is. And great. I mean, I've made more money than I could ever imagine. I'm pretty happy to be here today. I'm happy you guys are here to celebrate me.
Yep.
The show a little bit, but mostly me.
Yep.
Basically me,
Yep.
her, none at all.
Well.
Kind of these guys, because they got my back.
Okay.
This is all about me today. So thank you very much.
Caesars executives joined in on the fun and are admittedly amazed at the success of Absinthe.
The only key they would have got 7 years ago was the key to the bathroom, maybe.
Maybe.
And maybe an alley named for them somewhere. So here we are 7 years later. As everyone knows, this is the one show, to paraphrase the ad, that you can confidently recommend at least to your more adventurous friends.
Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
Community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. We hosted more than 48 million passengers in 2017, besting a 10-year-old record and marking the busiest year ever in the airport's 70-year history. Here's a breakdown of the numbers.
McCarran International, the nation's 8th busiest airport, hosted 48.5 million passengers in 2017, breaking the previous high of 47.7 million annual passengers set back in 2007. McCarran posted multiple all-time high months, including the best December.
In fact, 8 out of the 12 months last year topped over 4 million passengers a month, which was unprecedented.
October was the busiest month ever in the history of McCarran, with 4.3 million travelers flying into or out of McCarran, up 2.2% compared to the same time last year. Ground transportation set a new milestone of 5.4 million airport pickups by taxis, Uber, and Lyft providers, an increase of 11.7% from the prior year.
We are really thrilled that we broke our all-time passenger high record in 2017. That's 10 years ago since our last all-time high. And what we're really happy about is that it shows the strength of Las Vegas as a destination. You know, almost 50% of our visitors come through the air, and just shows the economic strength and benefits that we have for all of Nevada.
Significant growth in service from low-cost carriers Frontier, Spirit, and Sun Country boosted domestic traffic totals at McCarran by 2.4%. Spirit added more than 230,000 seats to Las Vegas, a 7% increase compared to 2016, while Frontier was up 23% with 432,000 additional seats to the market.
So overall this past year, we had new or increased service from 26 domestic destinations and new international service from Munich and Cologne.
More than 3.5 million international passengers traveled through McCarran, led by Canadian carriers WestJet Airlines and Air Canada, which served a combined total of 1.8 million. UK carriers British Airways and Virgin Atlantic carried nearly 605,000 passengers, while Mexico was the third largest source of international passengers at McCarran last year. Passenger volume is forecasted to remain steady throughout 2018. And with a renewed focus on providing the best customer service possible, travelers visiting McCarran this year can expect to be treated like VIPs, very important passengers.
Did you know the Department of Aviation operates an integrated system of airports to meet the aviation needs of a variety of customers? Jean Sport Aviation Center supports recreational activity better suited for airspace outside of busy Las Vegas. After more than 20 years, it's getting a few upgrades.
Located 20 miles south of Las Vegas on I-15, Jean Sport Aviation Center is ideally suited for fly-ins and recreational aviation including aerobatics, ultralights, gliders, and skydiving. The facility features 2 paved runways, a 6,000 square foot special event center, paved ramp, a self-service fuel island, and a grassy area with 2 gas barbecue pits. The airport has been a haven for sports aviation enthusiasts since 1996, when the Department of Aviation paved the gravel runway and made other improvements. But as air traffic in the Las Vegas Valley has increased, Jean has become an even more popular alternative for flight schools and sport aircraft operations.
We've had a lot of increase in Jean of the commercial operators that do flight training down here, so that alleviates both Henderson and North Las Vegas of that type of traffic. Jean's attractive to them because it enables them to do a lot of touch and go type maneuvers without tower control, and it's a lot less congested here. So for a student pilot, for instance, that is money well spent because they get a lot more of those maneuvers in a shorter period of time.
To enhance pilot safety and improve the customer experience, several upgrades are currently underway. 177,000 square feet of existing ramp space will be completely rebuilt, and construction of additional apron area will add 234,000 square feet and bring the transient customer area up to current FAA design criteria.
And with that comes new hardware for tie-down, 6 rows of tie-down space for aircraft, and new lines for ingress and egress into the ramp area.
In addition to improvements on the ramp, new edge lighting for the connecting taxiways and reflective edge markers for the apron will be added. Upgraded apron flood lighting and cable tie-downs for aircraft parking for both the existing and new apron areas round out the list of improvements.
I think the customer service improvements that we'll see in Jean after construction are we're installing LED lighting, brand new state-of-the-art lighting. That'll provide a very bright ramp surface. That'll enable pilots to do pre-flight at any hour of the day. They can see oil dipsticks, for instance, something as simple as that they would have to use a flashlight for in the past. They don't have to do that now. Also, customer service is provided by the fact that they can more safely ingress and egress the ramp area and navigate to and from the movement areas from the ramp area with that lighting. And then lastly, the fuel service area. We're increasing the space around that area by reconfiguring the way the ramp is painted.
Construction on the $2.3 million project began in January, with substantial completion scheduled for sometime in April. For more information, visit McCarran.com and search the keyword Jean.
Viva Aerobus returned to McCarran in December, launching daily nonstop service between Las Vegas and Mexico City. Here's a look at the celebration marking the occasion.
1, 2, 3.
All right. With the snip of a ribbon, airport management, airline partners, and the LVCVA celebrated the return of Viva Aerobus to McCarran and Las Vegas. The non-stop flight provides passengers connectivity from Mexico's largest city and is expected to transport more than 100,000 passengers per year.
Las Vegas is a very popular destination in Mexicans. Second most important tourism generator in Las Vegas comes from Mexico. 1.2 million passengers come every year. And Mexico City particularly is a very popular destination where a lot of Mexicans come from leisure, travel, and of course a lot of business.
Mexico annually ranks as the second largest source of international visitors to Las Vegas. International travelers stay longer and spend an average of 80% more per trip. The new daily service from Viva Aerobus will provide passengers more travel options from this valuable market.
McCarran has invested heavily in getting that process for the international passenger to have capacity, to have the amenities, and to have a very smooth, efficient type of experience once they get here.
This service by one of Mexico's low-cost airlines provides customers an affordable way to visit, while helping Las Vegas achieve its goal of increasing international visits over the next decade.
You know, we're very fortunate that we have a very good and hardworking airline development team, and working with McCarran Airport and looking at opportunities and markets around. And they had conversations with Viva Aerobus for the opportunity to expand service for a unique segment in Mexico. And I think it just worked very well together, being the destination that the Mexicans love to be at, and it just worked out perfect.
The LVCVA estimates this route will have a $78 million annual economic impact on Southern Nevada, making the service a win-win for passengers and our community. For a list of other airlines serving this important market, visit McCarran.com.
In today's digital world, getting information is just a click away on a smartphone, tablet, or computer. To make that process as simple as possible for airport customers, McCarran's website recently got a makeover. Let's take a look.
Creating an attractive, user-friendly website is important. In the consumer's eyes, a website is a reflection of the business itself. Many consumers form first impressions of McCarran online before they even set foot in the airport. Having a good website is one of the most important tools in helping travelers prepare for their trip before coming to the airport. In addition to new features and improved navigation, the look of the website was updated to reflect current design trends and improve ease of use. In addition, what we like is the use of promotional space as well as icons for user navigation. Website metrics reveal most online visitors are seeking flight data. The new design puts arrival and departure information front and center with an easy-to-use tool that allows visitors to search for flights by city, airline, or flight number from the homepage. Once the flight has been selected, the site automatically provides flight-specific information including which terminal to use, where to park, the gate information, and what amenities are located nearby. One of my favorite parts about McCarran's redesign is enhanced airline pages. Not only does it have information about the airlines themselves, but it has information specific to the customers that are flying on these airlines. As a digital representation of our physical facilities, the new website makes finding essential information quick and easy in order to provide the best customer service possible, online and in person. Site navigation has been enhanced with multiple paths and additional pages to help travelers find what they need. Dining and shopping options are presented in multiple formats, from an alphabetical listing that can be filtered by gate location to easy-to-read concourse maps. Comprehensive parking information, rates, and driving directions are just a few additional enhancements. The new design offers travelers a more mobile-friendly experience. It automatically adjusts its layout to multiple screen sizes to maximize its appearance on the variety of mobile devices used by travelers on the go. The redesign also enhances accessibility for travelers with special needs. More information is provided about the airport's efforts to make its facilities accessible to all travelers, and website content is available to visitors who use translator and text-to-speak features. And to assist international customers, website content is available in 10 different languages with just a click of the button. The web design team, comprised of members from the Department of Aviation's Information Systems and Public Affairs and Marketing divisions, also recently overhauled websites for other airports owned and operated by Clark County, such as North Las Vegas Airport and Henderson Executive Airport. To see the improvements and prepare for your next trip, visit McCarran.com.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabrielle Muro to tell us more about Wi-Fi.
En el año 2005, el Departamento de Aviación lanzó a través del aeropuerto McCarran el servicio gratis de Wi-Fi, conexión inalámbrica a Internet, la cual ha resultado ser una de las redes más grandes de Wi-Fi gratis en el aeropuerto de Estados Unidos. Desde entonces, dicho servicio ha demostrado ser muy popular con los clientes del aeropuerto. Wi-Fi está disponible en todas las zonas públicas del aeropuerto, permitiendo que los clientes con teléfonos inteligentes, tabletas y ordenadores tengan acceso ilimitado a la Internet con alta velocidad. Wi-Fi también está disponible en las zonas de embarque. Los pasajeros tendrán acceso a Internet mientras que el avión está estacionado. Una vez que el avión comience a moverse, los pasajeros deben seguir las reglas de la aerolínea con respecto al uso de dispositivos electrónicos. Al acceder al Wi-Fi es muy sencillo. En su dispositivo electrónico, abra su navegador y selecciona McCarran Wi-Fi y enseguida selecciona el botón Accept. El sistema de Wi-Fi gratuito también es compatible con las aplicaciones empresarias internas de las compañías aéreas y los inquilinos del aeropuerto McCarran. Esto ayuda a que el aeropuerto sea más eficiente y ayuda a mantener bajos los costos operativos.
Did you know McCarran International Airport is the gateway to Las Vegas for nearly half of all visitors to Southern Nevada? That means the airport is often the first and last impression a visitor has of a destination. To make that impression the best one possible, we have a team of dedicated passenger service representatives who are at your service.
Where did you come from? Phoenix, Chicago, O'Hare? You want Carousel 13. It's just going to be right down the way.
Passenger Service Representatives, or PSRs for short, are easy to identify in their bright blue uniforms and have been providing great customer service at McCarran for more than 25 years.
If you go straight ahead, after you pass the
PSRs staff the airport information booths, helping travelers with questions about flight times, gate locations, ground transportation, and shopping and dining options.
So you go out, across, and up, it'll take you right to it. You're welcome. Have a good day.
For travelers who do not speak English, our PSRs can still assist.
Most of us are bilingual. We do have various languages we speak here, but we also have a phone bank we can call a language bank.
And what it is we also grab a sheet, we hand it to the passenger, and if they recognize their native language, they can point to it, and we could tell the language line that, and they'll actually get an interpreter to help us out with any type of directions, instructions, things like that.
These valuable employees also serve as roving ambassadors, assisting passengers throughout the airport as needed.
Our team is amazing. We work extremely great side by side. Any situation that arises, we help each other, right away. If it's in Terminal 3, we can help from here, even if it's by a phone call away, or if we're using our radios to be able to assist in any way that we can, then that's what we do, help out as much as we can.
Well, it's great here working at the airport because you get to meet passengers from all over the world. With Las Vegas being a world destination, capital of entertainment, we get people from all over the world, and it's nice to be able to interact with them and to meet different people. Yeah, it's a great part of working here.
Most of them are certified to administer CPR and use an automated external defibrillator. This life-saving training has proven invaluable during medical emergencies.
Because they are out in the terminal walking around, they oftentimes see passengers who may be in distress. They are able to assist in terms of a quick assessment, calling for help to get the right people rolling. And we actually have had some team members who have saved lives by using the AEDs.
When the airport is busy, PSRs assist with crowd control and help manage the lines in ticketing and at the security checkpoints.
So just so you guys know, whenever you have that TSA pre-check, there's a faster lane you guys can use where you keep your coat, your shoes, or your belt on. Guys, follow me, I'll take you directly to it. Every day I try to put myself in their shoes. I know a lot of times it's their first vacation, they